sure all the things are working. One down. One money. Stuff. Just breeding. He's sleeping. When I try to wake him up, I just wanted to stream. To give them cake. Cake. Got a lot of pals, dude. I haven't squished anything because I don't have the glasses yet. So I'm gonna show you. Show me. Show somebody. Look at this shit. I don't even know if these guys are actually on. No, they're not. There's 18 fucking boxes of pals, dude. Because I'm not squishing anything. If I caught this many fucking pals before, I'd have been like max level. I'm glad that I can catch a bunch of fucking pals without it putting me in max level. But I still need these glasses, which I'm going to need refined ingots for, which means I'm going to have to go get some coal. I don't get refined ingots until level 34, which I should be able to get to today. Easy peasy. But I need to be prepared, because I don't have fucking coal, right? There's nobody picking this up. Got some granola bars, some chewy chocolate bars with chocolate chips. That is just enough sugar to curb up my sweet tooth without causing common issues. That is your food. And I have a sugar-free Monster energy drink. That should wake me up some too. I'm not like tired. It's like I woke up for dinner and then I woke up because I had to pee. I woke up for dinner. I got up and I did that. Then I had to pee. And I just got over here and started gaming. You know, I've hinted. I upgraded the space to metal. And then painted it. Not bad. I think it sticks with the theme of the area. It's a bit loud. It's not too bad though. See? Always got more of a factory feel. I just hated the way it looked with wood for the workshop, you know. I also made these. I dropped a molder on over here. Just floating, it seems. You do you, boo, I guess. Not really lacking for resources except for coal. But I'm not gonna be able to get the coal mining thing until level 37. At which point, I should have been already working on that for a minute. There's coal. I can get some down here. They can get them down here, but they could be attacked by Relaxosauruses at the same time. I think. Maybe? There, maybe. I have 2 granola bars, and I want to eat both of them. Contains gluten, wheat, milk, soy. May contain barley, rye, lupin. Not for individual sale. I feel like I did gift a sub during this event. What the fuck do I know? Does it look like there's coal down there? Or is that just metal and quartz? I'm gonna need quartz at some point, but I don't need it right now. I don't think there's any gold down there. I think there's just quartz and stone and metal. Damn. The fuck? Oh, dude, didn't do nothing to you. Didn't do nothing to you. We're friends. I know we can get some down here in the desert. I don't really want to go into the desert. Like, Toku is so annoying. Sulfur. There's the coal over there. Should be alright. Thing is, I can't get too heavy because I still have to be able to fly. I did throw a double again. Alright. I can go up. You can talk to me. Also, while I was running around, normally what I've been doing is just throwing balls. I think it's really annoying because, like, my pals haven't really been able to do anything. But with my Mercy Ring, combined with Beacon's, like, electric ability, I can just, like, paralyze shit, dude. That's awesome. Makes them easier to catch. It's been pretty good. Also, Queen, despite being, like, kind of being nerfed back to my level, still pretty damn good. Took out a Bushi earlier. See if we can do the rest of this. Probably won't be able to. But maybe. Ooh, I can. Sweet. I'm not even gonna push my luck on that. There's coal over here. Good to know. I mean, it's not like the other one was like super far away, but we can come back for more. We can make a couple trips. That's not bad. Might as well, right? What else are we fucking doing? We're not doing boss stuff right now. But I really should unlock the desert. I'm gonna go put this palm metal schematic over here. Nope. Here, there we go. We've started making salads, but we only have enough right now for our own pockets. Hi, Jessie. What are you doing? Oh my gosh, you're first. Congratulations. Alright, I'm gonna take these guys here. Actually, this is already done. Whatever you really want, so tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I want what I really, really want, so tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I want. How you doing today? You're the one with the floor. You're one with the floor. I see. That's a mood. Are you feeling okay? I want to really, really, really want to say. This is the dancing they had in mind, I'm sure. Not too bad. They're just laying on the floor. You relaxed. Tristan's sleeping. I didn't even dare wake him up at this point. It's too fucking early. Hi, Lovey. And by it's too early, I mean it's like 10 something. Right? Which doesn't seem like, well, that's not too early, but the thing is, it's like, you know what? I actually have no idea. Because I went to bed at 5 p.m. something. 5 something p.m. He went to bed like immediately after stream. I stayed up for a long time, man. I took my morning meds like midstream, and my morning meds kept me going for a long ass time. Are you having a good day, Lovey? Poke his butt. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll go do it. I poked it. It did nothing. He did nothing. It did nothing. Also, it did nothing. I guess it was a butt. What did I expect? You're planning Animal Crossing, fell asleep, and had your controller stolen. Ah, rip. Now we'll all know I poked his butt, except for him. And my blanket all messed up and bunched up under my butt. Oops. Now I have to go get more coal. Back to the desert we go. Cool. What are you guys up to today? I'm kind of trying to be a little quiet because I'm sleeping. Says my live is excellent. That's awesome. Not just good, it's excellent. My stream is awesome. Twitch is complimenting me today. I have an excellent stream. Ooh, hey. That beat is automatic, supersonic, hypnotic, funky, fresh. Hit the hottest in my life. Don't be too much. Look how close we are to the final fucking one, dude. We're like 7 subs away. That is fucking awesome. That's off. And we did take a couple days. But like I felt like that was needed, you know? Because I was gonna die. My tummy was so upset. But all that's doing is telling me I really need to stop eating sugar. I have a problem. A sugar addiction that I did not know I had. Did I get here and suddenly I'm like, oh shit, there's like no sugar in anything. Need sugar, need sugar. Rah. You brought a book. Ooh, what book? Is it a romantic book? Is it a true crime book? Hop, how you doing, Hop? Am I good? Yeah, I think I'm good still. I can fly still. I will care for myself by drinking this monster energy drink. Yum yum. I feel so cared for. Tristan's sleeping. He gets so fatigued. This fibromyalgia's been fucking with him lately, but he's been pushing himself for the stream stuff, you know. Man, I'm gonna be a monster. Oh yeah. It's true. Look, you didn't specify before I did the drink you drank, you know. Maybe you should have been like, hey, I'm getting ready to redeem a care package. I'm very specifically doing it for water. H2O. But nah. Nah. They're Waterboy me. I've not actually seen Waterboy. Specifically because my mom saw it first. And I remember her coming up to me and being like my mom loves all sorts of movies. So, and this reaction coming from my mom is like stupid rare. She comes up to me, she's like, that movie was so stupid. She's like, don't even watch that. It was so dumb. I was like, okay. She doesn't really give that reaction. Normally it's just like, oh, it's good, or yeah, it's alright. You know. That's like the worst thing she'll say is, no, it's okay. You know. It's just like, that movie was so stupid. I was like, alright. No dumber than the other Adam Sandler. Honestly, you know what, fair. I grew up on Billy Madison. Like, Billy Madison was my fucking childhood, dude. Like, I could quote that shit in my sleep. Look at me, Schwan. Too damn hot for a penguin. Just be walking around here. Oh, I see how it is. Nuggies. Why are you guys eating like crazy? The fuck? Are you guys good? What the fuck? You guys act like you've never eaten in your lives. Oh fuck. They're low on berries. Nom 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 nom. They're big boys and gals. That's true. That's true. But it's just random that it all happened at the same time. Everybody at the same time was like, I need food. No. The reason I take the food from here is because they're growing it here. They'll be able to refund their own food. Be scared to log into my Palworld on a server I was on. Why? What happened? Was it a bad server? What happened? Some shit sitting in my chest. Oh yeah, I guess that'd be terrible. How long has it been since you logged on? I've been on like a week. I have 5 bases. Oh, rip. You're gonna have so much shit. Everybody's gonna be starving to death. I'm just saying. You gotta feed those bitches. Every once in a while I come over here and do this. Just give him something to do. Each base shares 1 guild chest. That's gonna be full. Is it a official server, or is it like a, what kind of server is it? Streamer run? I see. Your pillow has now been stolen by the gremlin child? Or somebody else is stealing your pillows? You bitch! Okay, he's awake. I whip half trash couple. Yeah. Yeah. Other half trash couple just threw a pillow at me. No, it wasn't you, Whippa. It wasn't you. He just threw a plushie at me. He threw a plushie at me. I called him a bitch because it hit me just randomly. It wasn't you, I swear. He's either awake enough to like throw that. Sometimes I do wonder. I'm like, is he awake enough to be? Is this his way of saying, okay, I'll wake up soon? Or is this his way of saying, shut the fuck up, I'm trying to sleep? I don't think it's that one. At least he doesn't know what we did to him earlier. That's true. That's our secret.
Shut the fuck up. Know your fucking place. Trash.
That is so mean. That is so mean. Put me in the trash for no fucking reason. Rude bitch. You guys like my hair? It says whippa whippa on the front. Whippa whippa. Whippa whippa. It also says trash. Whippa whippa trash. Why did yours not work? I don't know. Your legs are sore, babe? Do you want me to give a message to Whippa and Hop and Jesse? And Lovey? Do you want me to give a message to Whippa, Jesse, Hop, and Lovey? Okay, he said okay. He said messages. I don't know, Jesse. I don't know. Sometimes shit works, sometimes shit don't work. I think yours did work, and I think maybe Hop's didn't work. That's what I think happened. I don't know. Shit works, sometimes shit don't work. But he said Hop's. That's what he said. He's still dead to the world, which is fine. Not my pickaxe. I'm gonna be here forever. You fucking bitch. Why do you do this? Look, you're getting tossed out the window later. I just want you to know. This motherfucker. He said, "Holy Nova." Goddamn motherfucker. Finish your replay at MV1 and now on MV2. Nice. That's great. I really need to replay those too, but I want to play them with Tristan. I want to do like a side-by-side playthrough, but not right now. Yeah. He hasn't played them. He played Andromeda, but that one doesn't count because it sucks. Oh my god. I have to throw out the whole husband. He said he enjoyed it. True. Played every side mission and the first one. Oh, nice. I remember playing. I streamed it back in the day. It ruined games for me for a long time after that. I'm trying to remember what it was I played after that. I tried to play the Witcher series after that, but I had pirated it, right? This is why I'll never pirate a game. I'm gonna sit here and joke about, like, I'll sit here and tell you about morals and ethics and stuff, right? Okay, the first morals and ethics. If you're gonna pirate a game, this is me as an older person. Hold on. Shut up, Tristan. Okay, if you're gonna pirate a game, don't stream it. Okay, you should not be profiting off of something that you stole. I personally, and believe that as an adult, an older adult, that I believe that you should support gaming companies. Blah 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 blah. Right. As a younger adult, here's my thing. I don't have money. I'm gonna pirate. Right. Pirated fucking The Witcher. Hated the fucking Witcher. The first one stuck. The controls were so fucking clunky, right? So I switched on to The Witcher 2. That one too bad. Except for the fucking prostitutes were ugly as hell. I didn't understand, right? A couple years later, after I stopped streaming, after I decided to stop, I was like, I don't understand. Whatever, you know. And turns out they have an anti-piracy thing in their game, where if you pirate the game, the prostitutes are ugly. That's a thing. That's a thing. So now, as an older adult, I say, if you want to pirate a game to test whether or not you'd like it first before paying for it, I understand. If you're going to pirate a game to play in your off time, that is your own fucking business. I will not condone that on stream. I will not condone that publicly. However, do what you gotta do. That's not my business. Now, Tristan says if it's a Ubisoft game, do what you want. But I will say if you're gonna profit off of it in any way, including like streaming, even if it's like a minor profit from like 3 cents of ad revenue, no. Fucking buy the game. You know. Otherwise, you're gonna wind up streaming something with ugly prostitutes. And everybody else is gonna laugh at you knowing that you pirated that game. Because that's exactly what happens when you pirate that game. Is all your prostitutes are ugly. Hop says Ubisoft is a bitch. Hop says, just a reminder, in the new gaming world where you are licensing everything, if buying isn't owning, pirating isn't stealing. Hop says, maybe I like ugly prostitutes. That's expensive to rent. I fully support, like, if you're gonna be like that, if you're gonna be like never own a game, just renting it, do like Game Pass. I don't believe and don't pirate from indie devs. This is exactly what Hop's saying, babe. Like, I feel like you and Hop are of the same mind right now. Hop was just like, this sucks, but also pay your indie creators, and Ubisoft is a bitch. And then maybe I like ugly prostitutes. So I don't know how your mentality, your position on ugly prostitutes, but you guys are at least don't buy any EA game ever, he says to the people who's talking about playing Mass Effect. Close your eyes. You don't have to know who made that. Don't worry about it. Just close your eyes. We do own it, yeah. We owned it for a long time. But then I went and bought it on sale on Steam because it was like stupid % off, bro. I think I got that for like $4. I think I paid like... Oh. Babe, you're gonna have to join the chat if you're gonna get into all that. Well, then don't talk about it. It's the most big game studios are now like selling game. They sell paid licenses to them so they can revoke anytime. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with Game Pass doing that because, like, I like the way they do it. It's like, it's understood. You don't own any of these games. You're basically playing them for as long as they're on Game Pass. And once they're off Game Pass, you don't own them anymore. Or you don't play them anymore. And I'm fine with that because, like, I'm paying a small fee to play as many fucking games as I want. Bruh, yes, please. And, like, all of the games on Game Pass, I've never had an issue playing any of them. Like PC games, like games on Steam and stuff like that, it's hit or miss on whether or not you'll actually be able to play it because developers are pushing like, oh, this new GPU came out earlier this year, let's push our graphics to the max, you know? Fucking Game Pass isn't doing that shit. Game Pass is like, can we run it on Xbox? Yeah, cool, alright, it works, you know? And that's where I'm happy because I'm like, I can play games and I have, like, I'm not sitting there having to be picky about what games I choose because, like, I know they're all going to work on my computer and it's nice. And they're, like, if they're on Game Pass and stuff like that, they're generally pretty fucking good. They don't feel cheap. They don't feel like I'm, you know, whatever. I don't know. And if I do wind up liking them, I could buy them if I wanted to. I've done it, I think. I can't remember. I can't remember. I'm gonna lie and say I did, though. No, stop, Lucy. I'm done. You guys are fucking me up with that shit. Yeah, you can have a Monto, but you gotta get out of bed because you're not drinking in the bed. No, no wet beds. You have to at least sit up. If you sit up, I will happily get you a Monster. You're gonna whole ass get out of bed? Yeah. Let me get your Monster. Wake up. I tripped over the everything. Fun. Tristan said he knows that I poked his butt. That was Lovey's idea. Lovey told me to do it. Wasn't my idea. The reason that buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing, is going around is that, like PlayStation, you won't be able to get physical games anymore when you purchase the games they're doing, as you are paying for a license to play the game indefinitely, but they can revoke the license at any time for any reason. That's some bullshit.
Yeah, PlayStation is going digital.
I assumed that, like, as long as you had it downloaded or something, maybe if you even have it backed up on a hard drive, have it on an external hard drive, and then it's just there. But they can't revoke it if they can't. Does it have to be just played on? It has to be played online, kind of thing.
Yes.
What if you don't have internet?
All PlayStation games.
What if you don't have internet? What if you live in Australia? What if you live in the rural outskirts of Australia? Wow. That's some bullshit. I used to be a big PlayStation fan, man. PlayStation was my first ever fucking console. I grew up on fucking PlayStation. I can get an Xbox till I was an adult. And it was Arc. Arc made me get an Xbox. Well, I'm fine with Game Pass. Game Pass pleases me and makes me happy. You grew up with Xbox? Yeah, I think a lot of people grew up with Xbox. I grew up with PlayStation just because that was my first console. I got a PlayStation, and then I had a PlayStation 1, and then I had I had a PlayStation 1, and then I had a PlayStation 2. And then I got a PlayStation 3, and then I swapped that out for a backwards compatible PlayStation 3 so I could play all my PlayStation 1 and 2 games on it. Right? Because I don't know if you guys know, if you get the regular PlayStation 3 that isn't backwards compatible specifically, it's the 60 gigabyte one, then you can play PlayStation 2 games on it, but you can't play PlayStation 1 games on it. And I liked SingStar. I didn't play any Nintendo outside of I had a Game Boy SP and a Game Boy Color. I was in the Game Boy era. But I think once they had a Wii, got a Wii, and then I thought they went a completely different direction with their games. I didn't even know that normal games still existed. I was like, Wii Fit, that's what's on it. Wii Sports, that kind of thing, you know? I didn't even know that normal games still existed on the Wii. Xbox is also getting ready to get rid of physical games the next gen.
Yeah.
Mm.
Not necessarily programming, they actually let you own.
Yeah, like Steam. You got a Wii but no controllers. You got a Wii for Just Dance. I got a Wii for Wii Fit.
We failed in the law thing.
No.
but I gained enough growth to actually go through the
Try to like adjust my face. I feel like
opinion. And if public opinion sides with stop killing games, then game companies licensing games to you will cease to exist.
I used to love Just Dance. I used to love SingStar. Which actually reminds me, we have a couples karaoke stream coming up at some point because we reached that goal. I was going through some games on and I found this really cool like escape rooms game that can be for co-op. We each have like characters and stuff in it. It looks really good. That was for the co-op game that we buy. Option, one of them. Then a bunch of other things looking at. Next gen consoles are gonna cost the same as low end PC. Oh, buddy. I'm not getting consoles, I'm just getting more PCs. And if I can't use a fucking ROM to play it, then I guess I just was never meant to. I mean, I would never do that. Like, the thing is like, there are some people that buy consoles for one game. I've never been that person. I've been like, oh, I lied. I am a big fat liar. Because I absolutely bought a Switch for Animal Crossing. Only.
Yeah, it's this one right here.
Yeah. And mine. I mean, I wound up playing Pokemon on it later too, but I bought it for Animal Crossing. Can't believe how many people bought the stupid ass Switch too. I will say, if it was for the next Animal Crossing game, I would have bought the Switch too. But I'm not gonna buy it for a remix of Animal Crossing, the Animal Crossing we've been playing for years. You know, like the graphics are probably fucking great. I say the graphics are probably great. Yes, the graphics are probably great. The lack of pop-ins probably really fucking nice. But at this point, I've kind of mostly tuned it out. I've mostly tuned out the pop-in, and unless it's a brand new fucking Animal Crossing game, I don't care. I'm not gonna buy the Switch 2 for a game that I can play on Switch 1, you know. You get a Lite for Animal Crossing and a normal Switch and I have a Pro. Yeah. I bought the Lite for Animal Crossing, and then I bought the normal version. I bought the Animal Crossing version, technically, Switch, so that I could stream, like, play it on the computer, because I don't like necessarily, I'm not a big handheld girly. Like, having it as an option is nice, I guess, for, like, when I was at my grandma's house, but I don't really, I'm not a big handheld girly. Console companies are just actively trying to sabotage themselves at this point. The only perk that the Switch 2 had with Animal Crossing is you got a megaphone. And from what I've heard, the megaphone's kind of trash.
The other thing was you could have up to 12 players on your island.
Yeah, but like I ever had 8 people on my island. Minecraft brings in so much money, Sony's used it to fund like 6 other production companies they acquired. Sony? Minecraft? Sony? Sony? Sony uses
Microsoft?
Microsoft?
Microsoft owns Minecraft.
Huh? Yeah, Microsoft owns Minecraft. What are you talking about? I was so confused. I was like, Sony? Sony? Question mark? Huh? What? Did I miss something? Did Sony acquire Microsoft? That's okay.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Microsoft buys out Sony.
The thing is like, I'm so glad I even questioned it for a second. Because, like, normally it's like, I I accept my own ignorance and I just go with it. I'm like, oh, yeah.
Why
What's
does
the
this
thing? Oh,
keep
yeah.
telling me?
Obviously, at some point, the Sony acquired Minecraft and I had no idea. I was just like,
Why can't I share that streak again?
I don't know.
Oh well. I shared my 50 streak again.
Same day. Same day, different day.
Same day, different thing.
Yeah. I made my base metal, babe, while you were sleeping.
Oh no, he used a metal.
Yeah, well, I didn't want it to be made out of wood since it's the workshop and everything. It looks like a prison now, though. But I had to color it so it looked less like a prison.
Yeehaw! Impel down level 5.5. Or either Johnny. And now Bonnie Johnny inside. I am slowly waking up and getting things set up.
I see how it says that you're logging gay, but somehow I feel like that's a lie.
Who's gay?
Gay?
Gay is gay?
No, gay is not. Gay is logging,
Oh,
theoretically.
professional at gathering wood.
I mean, he hasn't got an axe or anything. He's just staring at it with a gun. He's threatening it until it falls down, I guess.
That's how you log in America.
I've collected a bunch of coal now. Let me see if it's enough. 931. That should be enough to start me off with coal, right? Maybe. I don't think I'll need more than that. I decided to do some Amazon shopping, so I have multiple items in my basket that I'm not gonna buy yet. Bruh, I do that shit all the time. Not recently. I'm gonna tell you something. If there's anything that has fixed my shopping habit, because I was fucking buying shit every day. If there's anything that has fixed my shopping habit, it's moving to a country where Amazon is fucking nothing. Have you guys checked out Australian Amazon? It's pathetic. It's pathetic. To insult your Amazon, babe.
Amazon watching you with those Amazonian eyes.
You have to talk yourself out of adopting a macaw? A bird?
Huh?
Macaw, a bird? Sounds like a bird. Macaw. Oh, macaw. I don't know. It's a bird. Okay. And bird kind, Jesse. Pay attention. Okay.
Why is my face getting caught? Why does it say my face has already been detected? Why is my phone connected to a face?
Did you connect to my V-Bridger by accident?
I literally just reopened the face app.
Yeah, because it probably went ahead and synced with it already.
But it's not. It thinks I already have VBridger open and connected.
You have V-Bridger open? I saw you open it.
It's open now. But it says it's connected to a session and no longer exists. How do I... destination settings? Reset? I don't know.
I sense macaws are cool, but I forgot when I probably rainbow macaw. golden blue macaw. Ooh, okay, guys, I need you guys' opinion on something. Something stupid. Okay. It's really fucking dumb. It's nothing even crazy. It's literally just. I need to know just about the tip. Okay. It's so dumb. I need to know which one looks best. Do we do this where it's like a flat top like this with the purple roof? Or do we do it all blue? Or do we do blue with a white top? These are your options. Which one looks good? People?
Alexa, turn the
Purple?
love lamp.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okie dokie.
She didn't listen
Thank you,
to
thank
me.
you. Did she do it?
No.
Alexa, turn on the love lamp.
Oh my god, it's blinding.
Alexa, turn the love lamp to 5%.
It is.
It's disappointing. Used to have a gold and blue macaw, but that was when we were young. I've never owned a bird. Basically, I went to my friend's house and my friend owned birds. And I decided I never wanted to own a bird. It was very easy. When I was a child, I was like, nope. And nope, nope. Haha, that's funny. Hop's trying to get your light turned to 500%. Your mom has a bird. I can't remember what kind she had. I can't wait to upgrade to like the better metal stuff. But the thing is, this just looks better than wood, in my opinion, for this building. Babe. Cannot get a bird. My ex wanted to get a bird, and he was like super dead set on getting a bird, and I'm just like, bro, I really don't.
I used to have a
I
bird.
just don't fucking want a
I
bird.
used to have multiple birds.
I just don't fucking want a bird. I think that's okay for me to not want a bird. Birds can be amazing or horrible. It depends on the home and the owner more than anything because your different species have different behaviors, not to mention the individual animal. Yeah, I don't want a bird. If I have a bird, I want it to be outside because my fucking ass is gonna open up the door and that's where it's gonna go anyways.
You have 8 snakes? Oh, you're gonna feed the birds to them?
I've had dogs in the past just take off running and me having to chase their ass down, panicking and shit. Can you imagine if I lost a bird? Bruh. What am I supposed to do at that point? What do you even do if you lose a bird?
I had my pet bird fly away once. Managed to sneak its way out of the cage and then flew off into a tree somewhere. The way we got it back was we left the cage there overnight with the door open, and the next morning he was back in there. Don't mind me going to school and doing, show and tell and being like, my bird flew away. Ah. That was my show and tell for that day.
This is the empty cage where he used to live.
It was just a tell.
My bird would not be happy. And I'll tell you exactly why. Because the second it started waking me up in the morning while I'm trying to sleep is when it would start getting verbally abused. Shut the fuck up! Trying to fucking sleep! That'd be me. I can't own a bird. For the same reason I can't own a hamster. Second I go to sleep, that bitch starts... Oh my god. Have you ever had a hamster? And the second you go to sleep, that bitch is like, oh, time to run on my wheel. Creak, 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 creak. Good luck. Good luck trying to sleep. Shut the fuck up. A lot of people train birds for free flights so they can just go on walks with them. That sounds cool. People who are like that are neat. I knew this one guy used to have a roommate who trained his dog to never go into the kitchen. Like, that dog just knew not to go into the kitchen. If he walked into the kitchen, like, he'd be walking alongside of him, and he walked into the kitchen, he'd just walk into the kitchen by himself. The dog would just stay there at the edge of the kitchen because the dog knew not to go in the kitchen. You had ferrets? Ugh. Foster kittens had said it's time to scream for 20 minutes every 2 hours. Yeah, but with kittens, you can just like put your head in a pile of them, and everything will be okay. You can just like rub your head all over them, just be like, "It's okay, kittens," you know, and they'll be fine. You can't do that with hamsters. Drama. My husband will walk out the kitchen, do a little U-turn, walk right back in. I tell her to get out. It's like, okay, you little smart ass. I see. I feel like husky owners are a very special breed of people because they have so much patience for like animal noises. I have some patience for animal noises, but husky noises are special. And I salute you for doing your service to the huskies. You and Wanderer would get along. You both have huskies, it seems. So, yeah, that'll be something you guys can chat about in the Discord. Is your huskies? Because, not for me, fam. Not for me. Y'all are patient. Teach her to get the cat to sit. I tried to teach Kit Kat to do circles for treats. That fucker's old though. He don't want to listen to me sometimes. Sometimes he'll do it. Sometimes he just looks at me. Or he'll walk away. My girl's pretty quiet unless she just get home. She's super excited and vocal. Yeah. I think I'm just not a dog person because they get jumpy and slobbery and excited and I'm just like, oof, nope, not for me. I am a cat girl. I'm a cat girl. I'm a Necopon. I said Necopon is another VTuber. I'm a Neko. A Neko Dairy. No, I'm a Baka Dairy. Did you guys... How many of you guys were here yesterday? Yesterday? Wow. I'm good at words. Slobbery. Yeah. You're jumpy, not slobbery, though. Either way. You get a mix. Some get slobbery, some get jumpy, some get slobbery and jumpy. My sister's dog gets so fucking excited. It's a good dog. He's a good boy. He just gets so fucking excited he can't control himself. But, that being said, Kit Kat gets slobbery too. When he gets excited, he starts drooling. And he's a cat. Hi, Hika. But he doesn't creep. He heard me. Oh my god. Speak his name and the devil shall appear. Hello, sir. Did you hear me say your name? Come on. Come on, baby. Get over here. Oh. He's like, I don't want you to hold me. You gonna sit on the bed? Go ahead. Good boy. Love you. He doesn't want to be held right now. He's like, I heard my name. What'd you say about me? Did you say I was slobbery? I am sometimes. I'm sometimes. You good boy? You good boy. The only noise he makes is the occasional scratch against the door to let me know he wants inside. She's pure white, but also stained a little mocha brown because she's impossible to keep clean. Rip. Oh no. It's like, where's my controller? It was right in front of me. I'm just fucking blind. You doing okay, baby? Hey, let me know if you want to be held. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go. Well, I would say gather coal, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go check out this area because I forgot to set an alarm for when this thing was supposed to drop next. So I'm just gonna hang over here until something happens. The last time I was here... Oh, I've got this bug on my screen. I don't know if you guys can see it. At the top, I have this meteor that says it's 999 meters away from wherever the fuck I'm standing. I also am breeding everything. I'm being told off by a 2-year-old because he wants something and then won't let me do it. 2-year-olds are dumb. I don't know how to tell you this. You're figuring that out for yourself, but like... Okay. So I got 2 Drummond tides. I'm doing my breeding thing. Basically, I'm trying to get all of the... Anything I can breed with a Moldron crest. I'm just leaving the Moldron crest in there and throwing different parents in there. That's my goal. What else? Moldron crest can make a surprising amount of things. Good night. Where's the Jormantine? I just made it. Oh, there it is. 2 beautiful girls. There's my Celine. Oh, this fake Celine in here, trying to pretend to be the real Celine. It's over in all these beautiful girls. Don't you wanna do your considering a fly, tried to catch it. Your husky had puppies with one of her German shepherds once, and the puppies all came out looking like super fluffy German shepherds. That's adorable. Okay, let's see what's gonna be able to breed with this bitch next. Can breed it with a Blazemont and get a Ferricle, but the Blazemonts are at the other base right now, so I don't want to pull them out. Could breed them with a Gangler to get a Wumpo Baton. Do we have a male Gangler? Because our Moldron Ghost is female. If we have a male Gangler, then we will do it. Baby okay? He's writing
I
it.
am currently typing description things. I'm trying to see if I can schedule a live stream for YouTube.
Okay. Looks like we only have female Ganglers, so we're going to skip that one. Ragnarok, we already did. Alma School. Okay. We'll see if we have a male Alma School. I think our Alma School is female. Yeah, she's female. So I'm going to skip that one. Brawn Cherry, that's a Gangler. Leafant, Lumen, already got that. Mossandalux, Incineram. Bushi. Venusa. Okay. Surely we've got a male Bushi. Quite a few male Bushis. Any good ones? Ferocious? Or motivational leader for a Venusa? Let's do Ferocious. Alright. Never had a Venusa. Why not? Bitch! You can get your ass kicked by me. You watch? Hold on. I want to read what she just said. I watched a guy on YouTube who wants to go to war with the ocean to kill all anglerfish. Anglerfish are gross. I get it. Freak me out. Oh. At some point, I'm going to breed for stats and shit, but currently I'm breeding for existing. Maybe I'll get a... Like, I want to be able to, like, have everything, you know? Right now I have 178 counters and 146 registered. Yeah. Little girl. Grizzle, Liley, Knock. These guys are all bosses. Well, not that I mean knocked. You know what I mean, though. What else have I not got? I have this now. I have that. I've seen this, but I don't have this. I got this. Seen this, but don't have this. Not gonna say I didn't try. Twitch needs a power community games where you can buy pal spheres and catch pals in chat. Right, that's what I'm saying. I was thinking about adding a TCG kind of thing. It's like a redeem, like a chat redeem, because I know some people do it with different card games. I just don't know how to do it myself. We can look into it, actually. I want to go through this really quick and clear out things. See what it is I maybe have seen. What the fuck is this? Okay. Not that. I'm not seeing that, but okay. Gross. This guy's freaking scary. Like Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah. Rona Gaming watches horror and action movies and does funny little reviews for them. In the second half, he does science breakdown on how the creature could, in theory, evolve, operate, and function if they were real. It's always entertaining. His microbiology sort of CDC. Huh. I used to watch a guy who's similar to that. I forgot his name though. He did the whole like, what if Thor were real? What if like the Flash were real kind of thing, but did the science behind them. This guy looks really fucking pretty in the dark. Like, this guy's just fucking gorgeous. What type is he even? I don't even know I have one. I know nothing about him. Can I only get him from the boss area? No. I see. There's a blonde dude with long hair. I have some rabies. Oh, wow. Do you know there's no rabies in Australia? It's part of one of the reasons why they're so restrictive on things. There's no rabies here. But I want to learn it. Let's look into something while it's on our minds, okay? Give me a minute. I want to make sure that I've got all this. Okay, apparently I have not got a duck. Anyways, okay. Supply dropping rabies. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. Let's pull up ChatGPT. Why? Because this is the easy way for me to fucking deal with shit. Okay. Okay, and I do want to look into how this stuff works. So I know that... Okay. So here's what we got. Okay. That's why the ugly ass crackhead American possums, they can't carry rabies. Ew, I don't like them though. They're disgusting. I don't give a shit if they got rabies or not. Okay. Let's see. I've seen some YouTube or streamers have card game collecting redeems on their channels. Some are really customized, like VTuber or collect VTubers cards. I want to set one up for Palworld pals. How do rabies is scary? Yeah, well, I'm in a country now. I don't have to worry about rabies, so I'm good. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you do not have to worry about rabies in Australia. The only thing you have to worry about is
Database. Every viewer has their own collection. Redeem like an open PAL capsule. Redeem. Random chance to receive a PAL. Different varieties. Trading between viewers. Duplicates. Evolution collections. Shiny lucky version. Seasonal event. Exclusive PALs. Ooh. I wonder if I could do that through Lumia. Stream elements of loyalty system. Okay. Firebot. I do it through Lumia. Yeah. There's a
so.
viewer inventory system that tracks items for viewers. So in theory, each pile could be an inventory item. Also, while giving viewers collectible items, starts to struggle hundreds of unique items. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I'm kind of curious though. Do you kind of want to do it for? Well, I kind of want to set it for Lumia just because like I already have Lumia set up for stuff. Australia's way of trolling stupid tourists. What drop bears?
Yeah, I figured out how to schedule a live stream. I've scheduled a live stream for midnight.
That's a 99% fatality rate. Has people actually like have people survived rabies?
You can only survive rabies if no, I should have 100%
Yeah, that's
fatality
what I was
rate.
thinking. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's 100%.
Once it becomes systematic, you're dead. Symptomatic, you're dead.
Um, super rare cases of people surviving. I see. Oh, so thank you, Brando. Welcome in. Okay.
It must be they get caught like early enough in the symptomatic phase. Those people that managed to survive after it became symptomatic need to be studied. They need to be studied. Their genetics, their blood, something.
There's gotta be. Let me see. I'm gonna check out Lumion really quick because I want to
They
see.
need to find out if there's like an enzyme or something in their in their system, something in their DNA, something that makes it so they could survive. And then they need to try and extract that and make a vaccine from it. Imagine just a global rabies vaccine. That would save so much fear. Um, Let me make sure. Here
They were
we go. Here, here. And then
Pokemon Catch minigame.
yes.
Overlay turns into a live Pokemon zone. Random interval of Pokemon sprite appears on screen and plays its cry. Viewers race to type catch. When a capture succeeds, the overlay plays a catch sound, posts a congratulatory message, and records the Pokemon in a persistent leaderboard and uses user personal Pokédex. If the Pokemon breaks free, a sprite reappears so you can try again. If no one catches it within the idle timer, it flees, displaying a brief fled message before despawning. Shiny variants appear at a different. Okay, so this is something I want to do but Palworld. I want to make this.
Yeah, I know there's a vaccine shot you need to get. Like if you think you're being exposed, it's.
Why the
But
fuck? Why the
I'm.
fuck
Hmm,
is
I'm
my
more meaning.
gaming overlay? Why is my gaming overlay uploaded to the marketplace? Who uploaded my fucking gaming overlay to the marketplace?
What marketplace?
The Lumia marketplace. It looks like it's been downloaded 31 times.
That's cute.
People, stop stealing my overlay. That's mine.
I think
Rude
you
bitch.
uploaded it or something, so I could use it. Like you had to upload it to send me the code.
Oh, maybe. People are gonna be like, oh, that's cute. There's probably people out there using my fucking shit. Get off my shit, man. That's mine.
But the thing as well is you have rights to it, so
Yeah. I didn't even mean to upload it to the marketplace. It is entirely possible I accidentally did that shit.
possibly, yeah. Um, yeah, but I'm more meaning like a general vaccine that you have like a once in your life, like a lot of the vaccines you have during your childhood, the hand, foot, and mouth things and all that. You have like once early on, and then you're just immune to rabies for the rest of your life, mostly. That'll be friggin' that would be amazing, especially in developing countries. First world countries or developed countries,
It's a great song, Hiko.
less of an issue because they have better access to healthcare to get the shot if they believe they're being exposed. Developing countries is where a lot of the disease problems are in the world
I'm gonna
because
pull
they
up
just
Discord.
don't have access to healthcare. Right, I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go ascend to the next realm, and then I'll
I'm
return.
going to the Lumia Discord to see if anybody's mentioned anything about a card collector. See if anybody's mentioned a card collecting thing. I know I'm a little quiet right now. Just give me a moment. Try to scroll down and see. Card. I'm gonna type card and see what comes up. VIP card. Gift cards. Question of the day. Capture card. Gift card. Pokemon cards. But not what I'm looking for.
Hey, you done? Let me finish setting up. I need to join the Spotify jam.
I'm gonna pull up the Lumia ChatGPT. Oh, apparently that's where I was literally just talking about it. Bitch. Oh. Chat. How complicated would it be to create? Yeah, please take your time. To create a Palworld card game where the viewer inventory stays within Lumia or on my
Eh,
desktop.
eh, eh, eh.
Either one works. I just want to be able to show, see, have have an element in an overlay that can show Ooh, element and an overlay that can show each. Word collecting.
Oh yes,
Trying to
yeah.
figure out how to word it. Collecting with the if your MJ says leave me on that's how it don't work. I just want to be able to have an element and an overlay that I can show each. Not show a random pal based on chance that goes into a deck that people can redeem with channel points. Collect all as many pals as possible. It's also the first person ever documented just 5 rabies after trunks under
That is impressive.
Gina
We watched
Gina Geese. Gina Geese.
Geese.
15 contracted rabies. They tried an experimental procedure where she was put into a coma and she did survive, but she was rendered functionally a newborn. She kept her memories, I believe, but she had to relearn everything from speech to move her body parts. She's now a mother and can move normally. Nice, that's rough.
That reminds me of the we watched a documentary before about someone having their child removed from them because they were prescribed, was it ketamine or something? By the doctor, and the kid had to be
Ugh.
put into a medically induced
That one was rough.
coma.
That
That was
one
so rough.
was fucking rough. I need to figure out the name of that movie. What was it on Netflix?
I think it was a Netflix documentary. Yeah.
Uh,
It was literally like
it was rough.
exposing the flaws in the child protection system within a specific hospital. It's like one person was basically being like, "Oh, I don't like these parents, so I'm removing their child from them." And they've been documented to do that a lot.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Supply drop. Damn it. Alright, well, I'll go get
It
the
was
supplies.
it was so sad and rough. The kid actually, regressed in their symptoms as soon as they were taken by the hospital,
Oh,
and
the big problem was the fucking, what happened to the mom.
yeah.
She was treated like a fucking criminal.
By everyone, the hospital, her husband, everyone. No one was there for her, and she ended up.
Except for the daughter, but they took the daughter away from her.
The the straw that broke the camel's back was basically
She asked in court if she can give her daughter a hug, and the judge said no.
yeah, judge said no to simply giving her daughter a hug. So was it that night or not long after she basically
I think it was the next day.
she basically killed herself in the garage.
Fucking rough, dude.
It was so sad.
I'm trying to remember what it was called. I'm trying to get back to my base real quick.
Um,
2 might elixirs. I will nom 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 nom. Oh my god. So I have a question. What if hear me out. What if we max out by accident, max out our health, stamina, attack, work speed, and weight, and all that shit on potions before we even reach level 80?
taking care of Maya.
Taking care of Maya?
Take care of Maya is the name of the documentary.
Sad.
It is so sad.
And there's no good ending. It does not have a good ending. Don't think it's gonna fucking end with a good ending. It's not.
Its quote unquote good ending is court cases are pending.
Yep. It's very fucking real.
hmm
Miracle.
It just shows the abuse of the system by privatizing the child welfare industry.
It's really bad. Okay, let's see who we're gonna pair it up with next. Alma School, Brawn Cherry, Leaf, Amazon,
Rabies vaccine pill,
Bushi.
but it's not super effective. It's
Okay,
used to help reduce rabies in wild animals, but being
let's put
put
the
in
Bushi
small doses.
away.
Ah, yes, yeah, yeah. I hope they study. They actually study. Don't listen to this part, my love. I hope they study opossums to find out, like, I mean, isn't it because they're so cold-blooded? But I hope they study, like, either opossums or the people who survive it to develop some sort of treatment that they can just give to animals and hopefully wipe out rabies eventually.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no idea what the fuck you said. I'm good.
Texas, one executed commonly walk has been formed in
Lunaris.
had no
Is my
VOD.
Lunaris male or female?
9 other executed individuals. Oh, it held your message because it has.
I am going to. You can see it?
I can see it.
I'm going to deny it because I don't want that word in chat.
Yeah.
It's just a little heavy.
Yeah, it was the R word.
Yeah.
It didn't care about Moidor. It was the R word. That's one of the words that is we love watching true crime documentaries. That word comes up a lot.
He likes the way that Eleanor Neal says that word.
I do. Just how
Her
whatever
accent. Just her accent.
accent group. I like how
Female, not gonna work.
they say that word.
Catrice? It's the freaking weekend, baby. I'm about to have me some fun. Oh yeah, that's better.
There we go.
Surely,
Man,
surely, at least you got rid of the E. That totally
there,
lessens the heaviness of the comment.
there we go. There we
Hi,
go. Like,
Psycho. How you
you
doing?
cannot rap in the 50s.
Think you can. Okay, it's a male Catrice, which means we can get
There is
equivalent.
unfortunately so many cases like that. No sound right now. I'm in the middle of installing my kitchen. Oh my god.
Weekend, baby. I'm about to
Good
have me some
luck
fun. Fun.
with
It's not right
the
now in the middle
kitchen.
clam, so in your kitchen.
Make sure everything is downloaded
Kitchen.
properly before the install starts, or else the files might.
Nom, 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 nom. I would like to put to a vote that we stop conversation about heavy topics now. Keep it light, keep it airy. Let's talk about Palworld and Palworld card games, possibly. Oh my god! I've not even been streaming my game! How are you guys enjoying my ChatGPT window, bruh?
Eat the kitchen. Yeah.
Okay, so Palworld. Haha, look, it's a pal that's glowing for no fucking reason. I am kind of using it and kind of not. Like, I'm going in between. What the fuck?
She's
Oh,
basically
now you're not
saying
glowing. Now you're not glowing, you son of a bitch.
only because you're in photo mode?
Yeah.
Horseshoe crab blood is used for most vaccinations. That is the base for most vaccinations. And if
That's
you're
probably a
allergic
problem.
to normal vaccinations, you have to wait for another vaccine to come out that doesn't use horseshoe crab blood, because that's the thing that people are allergic to in vaccines. It's really cool. And their blood is blue.
Bonita.
Oh, wait, sorry. It's blue. Gotta censor it.
I mentioned we could ask it. Yeah, I'd like that. Let's see.
Shakira. close that. I do this.
Alright, so,
Everything's fine.
I need to, I'm trying to get, oh god, I'm trying to organize my thoughts. Okay, so trying to get new pals by breeding this Moldron Crest with the fucking everything.
Okay, that's...
If I don't have it, I'm breeding it so I can try and get it, as long as it's, I have a male version of it. That's what we're doing right now. Okay, in addition to doing that, I'm also looking up how I can try to, I'm gonna read this. It's actually very achievable in Lumia. It's a good fit, blah, 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 blah. It gives me persistent storage, so inventories survive between redemptions. Overlay controls to instantly change images, text, or send custom data to an overlay. And local read and write files if you decide to rather keep everything in JSON files on your PC instead of Lumia's internal storage. I'd honestly build it almost like a Pokemon TCG pack opening. I'd love that. Please. When someone redeems Open Pal Pack, Lumia runs a custom JS, picks a random pal from your card database, uses weighted rarity chances, adds that pal to a user's inventory, updates an overlay, announces it in chat. Example rarity combination common 60%, uncommon 25%, rare 10%, epic 4%, legendary 1%. The overlay was just something like this. Anubis, legendary, owned 3, then disappear after 30 seconds. Fabulous. I'd love that. Okay. In inventory, I'd store it like this: JSON, viewer 1, Lamball 3, Kativa 5, Anubis 1, viewer 2, Jet Dragon 2. Okay. This can live entirely inside Lumia's persistent store or PAL collection.json on your PC. Personally, I'd use Lumia Store first because it's less maintenance. Card database, separate JSON file. ID 1, name, Lamball. Okay, the separate JSON file
I
for the
will
card.
allow that because it's literally the name of the whale. Sperm whale. Oh. You go to it first, my love.
That's fine.
They try to censor sperm whales. Because sperm.
Okay. Card database ID 1, name Lamball, rarity common, weight 60, image lamball.png. So I can add the images and stuff. Okay, but I gotta figure out how. This is where Lumia shines. The code can simply do update image, update rarity text, update owned count, animate, hide after a few seconds using the overlay helper function. You can even make the card. I could make a card. I can probably make some. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, you really could. You could have like some...
Then add the collection
shiny
commands. People could type deck and Lumia responds, you own 67 cards, unique pals 42, legendaries 3, duplicates 25. Or pal Anubis returns Anubis times 4. Even cooler, because inventories are persistent, you can build things like trading. Trade at Bob Lamball transfers ownership. Ooh. Ooh. You could also sell duplicates, gets coins. Crafting 10 Lamballs equals 1 lucky Lamball. Ooh, shiny chance. Instead of Anubis, it becomes shiny Anubis with a 0.2% chance. Seasonal packs, Halloween, Christmas, summer, exclusive pals, daily reward. Every viewer gets 1 free pack every 24 hours. Booster packs, different channel point redeems, bronze pack, silver pack, legendary pack, streamer pack. Full collection, 116 out of 116 collected. Could even award a Discord role or VIP. Ooh, that could be cool. So if you've got the full collection, it could be like fully collected on a Discord role.
Discord will be such a cool idea.
That would be really fucking cool. Difficulty. I'd rate the individual parts like
that
this.
would be a good thing to use for like all the people that have a ridiculous amount of points.
Yeah, exactly.
You could set it at like 1,000 each and open it.
Yeah. And I could replace, I'd replace PCG with this. I'd rate.
Yeah.
Dude,
Oh my
no,
God.
you were in here earlier, sir. You don't get to come back in. You need to make up your fucking mind.
Sure, sir. Sure. No.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. You know, I'm gonna scratch back at you. He stopped scratching at the door. It's so weird when I start scratching at the door. Oh, what? What? You're not gonna open the door for me, Kit Kat?
Yeah, how are we supposed to get out there?
Yeah, how am I supposed to get out and play with you, Kit Kat? I scratched at the door. You're the door.
I sent you a collab invite because I completely
You didn't want to talk to me before service.
I closed completely shut my computer down before, so
Okay.
Okay.
It's gonna be fun then. Difficulty. I'd rate the individual parts like this. Weighted random pools, easy. Saving viewer inventories, medium easy. Overlay animation, easy. Collection commands, easy. Trading, medium. Economy, medium. Crafting, full TCG style game, fucking hard. But what I'd build, if this were my project, I'd make it feel like a real collectible game rather than just redeem equals random image. One JSON database contains every PAL, rarity, artwork, file name, and optional shiny version. Lumi has persistent storage to keep every viewer's collection since it already supports persistent custom code storage. A custom overlay that receives drawn card data, plays an opening animation, reveals the artwork, rarity, and own count. I need to figure out how to do an animation for that. I don't know how to do that. Okay. Chat commands like deck, collection, missing, trade, and leaderboard. Special events, boosted legendary weekend, seasonal packs, first day. We could do that, yeah, if we wanted to. Okay, question. Okay, question.
I need to
If
see
I
this.
provided the image, would there be a way to code the animation? Code an animation if I'm not picky.
Going into studio.
Absolutely. In fact, I'd lean into simple but polished animation instead of trying to recreate a full Hearthstone Pokemon TCG opening. A good reveal animation feels exciting without being technically difficult. A mystery silhouette.
Let's see
User
what.
redeems open pal pack. Overlay shows a glowing card back. Card shakes slightly. Flash effect. Silhouette of pal appears. Card flips. Full artwork revealed. Rarity star animates ends. A handful of images and a few CS as animations. Oh my god. I have so many fucking ideas, bruh. Oh my god. How do I set this up? Can I do this on stream? I could do this on stream while I fucking breed, bruh. I could do this while I breed. I have so many ideas. This is so cool. And the thing is it's complicated too, so it's gonna fucking suck. It's complicated enough to suck ass. Cause shit's gonna fucking break. It's not that easy. Okay. Let us make cards. Okay? Let us fucking make cards. Why not? Let's start by making cards. I wanna make cards, but I wanna make them look nice, okay? They wanna be. They're gonna be. Clip Studio. Make fucking cards. They got their own thing, right? There is a TCG thing. Hold on. Palworld TCG. No, not TCH. My bad. Okay.
Okay, I think I figured out how to get the everything
They have
the
it.
everythings
Okay.
to work.
They do have cards. Card list. They literally do. They have all these fucking cards. So okay, so they've got different variants of different cards for the actual Palworld card game.
Oh wow! So they've got like the full Power World card game with all the current powers,
They have like okay.
or is it
So like here's two Mamorests. There's this Mamorest that's a lucky pal, that's his subtype. And then they have this Mamorest. Oh, what's the difference between these two? These cards look identical.
Subtitle lucky custom.
SR, TSR. What's the difference?
Rarity. The rarity look is different.
Why are they different rarities? They're identical.
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime med.
Alexa, stop. Okay, but like you see how they had different ones here?
Oh, like full on.
I'm gonna put this in a separate tab so you guys can see what I'm looking at.
Oh, I like the full on. Oh my god! These would be awesome to use. Who made this?
Palworld.
That's Palworld official cards.
Yeah. They have 243 cards.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm not gonna like add souls. I'm not gonna add like different variants of them. Like I would add like
You would have like this as
I'd
the
have like
standard.
yeah.
Are you gonna add like shiny slash lucky variants?
I would probably just like add a star on it or something that would specify it being like this is campfire. Like those are not all like there's 243 cards, yeah?
They're not all pals.
No, they're not all pals. How many pals are there? There's like refined metal spear. There's multiple also of things. Like there's like 2 different lease punks and 2 different fell bats. It's like there are gonna be some that are fucking missing.
But
Yeah,
there's
there's
definitely
definitely
gonna be some
some
that
that
are
are
So I'm
missing.
wondering if it'll be easier if I just make like my own.
Possibly.
Oh,
They've
they've
also
also
got
got
the
the
leaders
leaders
for
for
the
the
towers.
towers.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
And
do that.
like
I just want the pals.
and like
And like
sad
sad,
but
like
for the
the fucking
Kangol
Kangol
launcher.
launcher.
And that's another thing too, is I don't necessarily want them to be like this is for a trading card game. So they can actually be used in a game. This is not something I want. I just want a collector card thing.
You just want to collect the card thing, which I think not using their assets would also be better
Yeah.
legally.
True. But it's nice to see like what they can do.
Yeah, it's cool to see what they've done. Okay, I'm gonna go Livy now.
It's super in Mass Effect that the entire
hope.
galaxy speaks English. Yeah, right. Super convenient. Well, I don't know. If you
Yes.
think of the first like one of the first guys they run into, the guy who talks like really fucking slow, I
Oh,
don't think that they necessarily speak English. I mean, they probably also speak English. Oh, they got a Reptero Chris. That's so
Hey.
cute.
Come on, please tell me this worked.
Look into some shit.
Yes. I figured out how to schedule stuff and to get it to work with
Oh fuck. Ah shit. Half my base is dead again. It's fucking bullshit. God damn it.
Hi Lucy. Thank you for the first. I'm just gonna sit on this screen for a little bit.
I think my pals are getting stronger. They're actually not all dying. Oh my god! Who was carrying back a dead cow? Oh, rip. Alright, look, we know that she can take it down, so... And by she, I mean he. Is he gonna drown? How do we attack? He's fucking drowning. Bruh. There you go. How? What the fuck? What the fuck? How the fuck did that just happen? Did you guys see that shit? How? Completely fine, have fun, Kiko, but how the fuck did that shit just happen? You saw that shit. That was bullshit. Disappeared and spawned at the top of my base. No! My danger noodle! Y'all go put this bitch in bed. Fire, the one desire. Alright. I need to dictate that some of these pals just don't fucking fight. Okay? For example, does my Chickapee need to fight? No. My Vixie need to fight? No. My Foxbark Chris? No. Does not need to fucking fight. My Burlohawk can fight? Abso-fucking-lutely. Chili Ignis can absolutely fight. Lulu can fight. Mimog? Sure. They're already out and about, you know? If they're breeding, they don't need to fight them. but I'm not gonna tell them not to fight. They just probably won't be in the range. But just the guys here, these guys don't need to leave to go fight.
I never wanna hear you say. Okay.
Okay, so we don't.
Hey yo.
Now. Get that
So,
different.
how are we all doing?
Good.
Including you, man.
I'm alright. I'm looking for the next thing to breed with my little Junchrist, which looks like it's going to be a Pen King. Do we have a male Pen King?
Tell me what I never wanna hear you say.
That should make a nightmare. That you're falling apart. You're like, I don't want to breed anything unless I've caught it first. I'm like, I want to breed everything I don't have. It's not everything I don't have. Like, there's some little things that I'm like, oh, that'll be easier to catch. Like, I'm not going to breed a flock.
I'm going to not have any like restrictions on things on Pan server. Maybe I don't know.
You do whatever you
The
want.
Pantaro server. I don't know. I just want to have fun, and that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm glad you're having fun. Like, that's what I want you to do. I'm just saying, like, I think it's funny how we're doing.
Want me to have fun? No.
Wow, I'm just a dick in your head, aren't I?
You're okay.
Alright, I guess. Venusa!
Charcoal. I need to make some
Itchy.
Caracal. Karen taters.
Tristan, words, please.
I'm making some Karen taters, also known as charcoal.
What?
Don't judge me. I'm insane. Okay, so I need how many more for big floof juice? I need.
I just got the. I'm currently working on the Nightmare Quiver. That's what I was working on before.
Let's finish around here. You feel good. Okay, I need. Pretty sure. I'll just go to the easier spot to get floofs. So how are we all doing? How we do?
Good.
We are so close to. Did we get any subs while I was EP?
Yeah.
I assume not, but
No, you wasn't. You weren't asleep for too long.
yeah, that's why I assume not.
Okay. So if I want to have like some kind of weird, stylized. Let me see if I can't pull this up. Basically. Hello. Hi, Hop.
Hello.
Alright, so let's make a new file. It's going to be, what is the aspect ratio of a card?
That's a good question.
5x7 roughly. Playing trading cards. Trading card pixel size dimensions. There we go.
10.
300.
Oh yes, I forgot to share chat. Because I can only do that once I go live. There we go. Chat is shared now. Thank you, Lucy.
825 width by 1125.
Let's count up how many of these I needed. Well, I'll capture all of these.
Okay, we have a card thingy here.
Is it against humanity? Let me just capture T-Fence as well. Aiko has wanted to work on this for so long as well.
I have.
Like literally before we started getting into streaming Palworld. While we were waiting for the 1.0, Aiko was talking about this as a possibility. And Palworld addiction is the only reason. We're too busy playing the game.
Well, now I'm reading.
Yeah, which you have plenty of time to just wait. If you just
I should
click
do actually is I should do this and then pull this up here. Do this. Oh, actually, hold on. Game window.
Oh, I didn't mean to kill that Mammorus, but I got its meat.
Then pull up game window.
Amazing, just the way you are. Right, floof juice collection has been going well. I've probably got enough to make big floof, fully juiced.
Basically, I don't want this to. I want it to be in there, but I don't want it to like be meshed in with media.
Our game called Side Effect. It's so fun. Everyone starts with 4 mental illness and have to try to cure all 4, but each cure can open you up to other illnesses. This is the other players completely. Oh, that is cool. Oh, lucky something.
Put that here for right now. We'll put these away. Okay, that's where we'll put that for now. And that way we can keep an eye on Bob. Yeah?
You cheeky bastard. Don't get out the stairs.
Okay.
There you go. That's definitely.
There's a card game called Side Effects. It's so fun. Everyone starts with 4 mental illness. You have to try and cure all 4, but each cure can open you up to other.
Sounds cool, doesn't it?
Okay, I'm going to. Here's how I'm gonna do this. Is it gonna stay pink? Absolutely fucking
I'm
not.
not sure this pig is boss. I know it's a Mammorus, but it's a pig. Ah, blue.
Oh.
I didn't die in one. Oh, I walked back into that. Pew pew pew. Yeah, target me, not my floof.
Never meant to make it autograph. I apologize a trillion times. Sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real.
There we go.
Never meant to keep it autograph.
Let's go. I got the Mammorus one. Probably won't use. Oh, I could use it in my bases, but early.
I'll say it's full grown.
I just don't. I don't like the Mammorus in base. I feel like it's a better mount to go and gather mining things. It's just terrible.
Ever, forever, ever. Alright, let me check on this real quick. Alright, I have egg. We're gonna get 2 eggs of each.
Sweet Mammorus, sweet Mammorus, sweetie yum. Put in there, Gale Core, Nikujaga.
Let me see. We want. What kind of aesthetic are we going for here? Could do our aesthetic where it's kind of like.
Would be pastel.
And then like a white background maybe. I'm kind of trying to look at it like.
These are classed as ingots for some crazy reason. I really don't know why charcoal is classed as an ingot.
Because it's cooked from something else, I guess. I don't know.
I
Do you want it
guess.
white? Maybe? If we imagine that this card's gonna like pop up.
Imagine that each mental illness has an effect that other players can activate using a card to trigger an. Oh, that's getting scarily realistic.
To keep aspect. No, not keep original image. Keep an aspect ratio is what we want.
This one should all ingots, all stone, wood.
Too much? No, it should be fine. And then select that. Under that, we want maybe like a dark gray. And then outline.
Let's see, I'll do this research quickly. Yeah, that is scary that's
Too bad.
like that. Steak, French fries, okay.
Maybe do a little bit bigger.
Lamb roast. Why is my lettuce not getting? Oh, because they're putting it in here for some stupid reason and it's immediately getting eaten.
Change it to like an airbrush. Oh, yeah, look at that. We've got depth now, motherfuckers. Oops. Why are you throwing shit at me?
Sounds like
Bitch!
an
Hi, Nat, maybe.
interesting game. I just would not want to play that on stream.
No. I don't like want to talk about this. I don't think I'm in a mental health mood right now. I think I'm in a like a goofy mood. I think certain topics are fine sometimes, and then certain topics aren't fine. I got BPD, bro. Sometimes things are fine, sometimes things are not fine. Like and it changes on the day to day. It changes on the day to day.
It can literally change from a nap.
It can change from a
have
nap.
a nap and then
Fucking had a
completely
nap.
change.
It was fine earlier to have this conversation, and right now I just am not feeling it.
Yeah.
It's not you, Hop. I promise. This conversation's probably pretty fucking cool, and I really don't like that. I don't like the A word. I don't like that word right now. I'm gonna delete it because I don't want that one. Just, how do I remove it? How do I delete it? I don't know how to get rid of it, babe.
What are you in? You can right click and it opens up like a bar, and I think you're.
Just do it for me.
Yeah, I can do it.
Just the illness is one. The line, the illness is one.
There you go.
Is it gone?
I got it from my one. There we go. Your one.
It's just because, like, I feel like that one's spreading a vibe I don't want to spread right now. I want to be more like happy. Hey, we're breeding. We're doing good. We're making cards.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's okay to talk about on stream, and sometimes it's not. And right now I'm just not feeling it.
Premise of the board game sounds good, but then when you start to get into the details of it,
It starts getting more heavy, and it's a heavy topic that I don't want to get into right now. It's not on you specifically.
Sometimes fun to talk about, other times no.
Okay, we're gonna have like an alpha something, whatever the fuck we were just breeding. I don't even remember.
Alpha beta?
What are we having? Hold on. I don't even remember what the hell I was just breeding. It was we're gonna have an alpha. Nightmare. I'm cool with.
Yeah.
Get a dinosaur in here. Do we have a male dinosaur?
Currently, it's mostly like the stuff going on with Ariana Grande is like.
Talk about that. I don't want to talk about that right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So just avoid.
I've been in a very sensitive area when it comes to that subject recently. It's not all the time, but it's recently because of my entire fucking YouTube shit getting flooded with Ariana Grande shit.
Yeah. It's just overexposure to.
It's not you guys. You guys are fine. Everybody's fine. I'm just sensitive right now.
And there will be times when.
Not so sensitive.
Echo isn't.
Put that nothing in there. What? Rude. That's throwing stuff at me. Oh shit, I forgot to bring all my pals back out. I forgot because
Sass said she throws stuff at you because she loves
I
you.
do. I love her too. She's great.
Well, she throws things at you. Because she loves you, she throws things with love.
I understand. I get it.
Just like me before throwing that plushie with love.
Back of my head with love, I guess.
It didn't hit you on the back of the head, did it?
Yeah.
I thought it hit you in the like the butt.
No. How did you hit me in the butt when I'm sitting in a chair?
I don't know. I thought it hit. I don't think I threw it at your head. To be fair, I threw it and then immediately pretended to be asleep again, so I didn't know where it hit.
You hit me in the head, you dinkus.
Dang, I'm a good shot.
I'm American. You'll find out how good a shot I am.
Like cuteness aggression. Aiko completely understands cuteness aggression.
I get it.
Sometimes she gets in moods where she just wants to bite me.
What?
Oh no, definitely not.
Never
Never.
me, no.
Oh, semi-auto shotguns.
It's choking now. Everybody's choking now. The clock's run out. Time's up. Oh, wow. Snap back to reality. Oh, the goal's gravity. Okay. Do I feel like my gloopies should go fight? Go to war. Yes, I guess. That's fine. Everybody that's not this fucking breeding farm. This pisses me off. And what the fuck?
Huh? Turn down the what?
The fuck chopped down my tree.
Was it a monkey?
I don't have a...
Or is it a little
What?
No.
No.
I saw something green running. I thought it was a tansy.
Yes, there's a tansy in Sakadream.
Put it in your base. Do you only have Sakadorima pals in Sakadorima base? Oh.
But I don't use tansies.
I know, they're so freaking annoying. I just saw something small and green moving, but I could have been just being blind. Blinded by the light of...
I don't have anything small and green. The smallest green thing I have is my Lulu. I guess if you count that she's got a little bit of green on her.
I must have just been seeing things, or maybe my bad graphics make weird colors.
I got so much shit going on right now. Because I'm trying to make a card. Does that bite one cuteness aggression? Yeah. Okay. Alright, we have given them cakes. We will return to them when...
Yeah. How does my progress on getting all the thingies from the bobs go?
That $2 cage. I was
If I
trying
go
to...
to
Alright, let's start from number 1.
interactive map.
I think the number 1 is Lamball, right? Oh shit, we should probably...
Lamball is number 1, yes.
9 to 5 and I can't provide the right type
It is
of
also
life for
listed
my
as number
family
1.
cause God and goddamn food stamps don't buy diapers. And
Okay.
there's no movie, there's no Mackay Pfeiffer. This is my life and
I'm
this
going
time
through
is so
all the
hard.
deserts, my
It's
love.
getting even harder trying to feed and water my seeds flush. Tears are caught in between being a father and a prima donna, baby mama trout. Okay, what?
I shall be exploring thine desert to get the effigies mostly, and also the fast travel points.
Okay.
Anything you want me for, I will...
I am currently going to be trying to find transparent PNGs of pals. I'm making cards. But I'm starting out with Lamball, obviously, because number 1. Literally, number 1.
Makes sense. This indeed tracks. Oh my god, it's Big Floof. No, Big Floof, don't implode!
Alright, this is not transparent. This is a lie.
Robin Quill Terrace? Okay, cool. Robin Quill Terrace, you can take out the Syndicate guys.
folder
other
called
spaces are still
Pals.
dangerous.
One Lambo.
What? Oh fuck! Oh, oh no! No fly! Oh, wow, my fucking! I got stuck in the dick toys. God damn it!
I want to do something different color-wise, maybe. Like this is atrocious, but
So was up there where I needed to be. Up there was where I needed to be.
everybody's
Fucking
super
dick
gay.
toys.
I think it might be too much.
Well, guess I'm going back to my base because my van worm got stuck inside a fucking rampaging dig toys and couldn't fly away, so it died immediately.
I wonder if actually, hold on. What if we do duplicate that, but instead of it being gray, it's like the color rarity it is, you know, like that. Ooh, gross.
I want to see this.
It's terrible. Okay, so no to that. But what we could do instead could do that for this.
Interesting. See what I like the border. Do you think you will potentially like just use that border as a general, or potentially change the border for like more rarer ones?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out what I want to do here, babe, is I'm trying to figure out, do I want to try and do a border underneath the PAL to dictate rarity?
Ah,
Because,
okay,
like,
yeah.
this one is green, right? So that's kind of
Got
ugly.
So let me check how many pals there are. Do you want include in all variants of pals?
No.
Or you just want in? So there's 204 listed. Yeah. So okay, and then the variants are like number B. Okay, so there's 204 pals.
Okay. I
Uh,
didn't ask. I'm working on the first one. I need to start with one. Can you please not overwhelm me? I'd appreciate it.
Apologies. I know that you just asked that question. How many pals there were before?
I I was wondering mostly because it was like I knew that there was going to be a lot more pals than were in that official card deck.
Yeah.
That's the only
Okay.
reason I was asking. It's because I was like, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. How many are there? Because like I'm pretty sure that there's a lot more than what's listed here. To candy shop.
One day they will.
Huh?
One day they'll have it with every pal, but not yet.
That's why I'm making my own deck.
Hmm.
At least attempting to. I don't know how I'm gonna do it really. I want it to have some kind of glow to it, maybe. Maybe if it's like, ooh, hold on.
Ooh.
Hold on. I have an idea. I'm just not sure if it's a good one.
I believe in your ideas.
I don't even believe in my ideas, bro.
I'm just built different. I'm a believer.
Oh,
I wouldn't believe her if I tried.
this is absolute trash. Hate this. Okay, I'm gonna try this really quick.
I need one of these now.
I'm gonna duplicate this because I don't want to do this to both of them. But basically select all.
don't have any current grass panel that. Oh, no. I think I'm using
maybe
Herbie as a gather. Best gather I've got. Ringtail? My ringtail is a gather. Okay. I need a better gatherer. I need a much better gatherer. Any number? Big floof. Get fluffed.
and then what if we do glow? What would that look like? Like, you see kind of like a glow here? Maybe we could just...
7 on 1 star, so that is... You have 4 plus 6, 7, so you have brain, calculate, math.
like that maybe? Kind of like where it's glowing and it can glow like against the background maybe? How does that work? Let's see how it looks.
30.
No, I don't want it to be normal. I want it to be add.
7 more, 47 more.
Because I don't know how this is gonna look. Test. I just want to see how this looks with not this. I don't want it to look cheap. But I'm also not a fucking artist, you know, so I'm just gonna do my best.
Yes, just focus on do best. Don't worry about anything else. You can always just make the base and then refine them later. Because I imagine as you do more,
Yeah, I
you
don't
might
think...
come up with ideas of...
Yeah, the green's not really gonna show up.
It's probably not gonna be incredibly big, so yeah.
Alright, well, now we've tested that.
The text could also display rarity.
That's true. Okay. We have 1 egg down there right now? Yeah, we only have 1 egg down there right now. So I'm gonna go pee real quick and I'll be right back.
This might not be the best for keyframe. There's a few different ways rarity could be displayed. I see bug on wall. This bug was on roof before. Yeah. No, it's definitely dead. How dare it come into our territory? Oh, yeah, I should probably capture Kelpsies as well. Do you want more Kelpsies? I want to get my Kelpsie to 4-star. How dare you, Escape? Don't escape when I hit you in the face. Don't make me traumatize you with blue spheres. Just had an idea? Oh?
So what are the colors for rarity? Green?
Green would be, like... Well, based on the game, no color is the base rarity, then green's uncommon, blue's rare. purple epic,
So hold on.
and then like yellowy legendary.
Okay, so hold on. So we have what?
So no color is common.
Common. Green uncommon.
Green uncommon. Blue rare.
Hold on. Okay, purple epic.
Purple epic, yep.
Okay.
And then
Gold legendary.
gold legendary, yeah. It's more of a gold than a yellow. It is a yellowy gold.
Okay. Alright.
Flambell, I love Flambell
With this
as a...
information. Okay. Let's go ahead and get these eggs real quick. And then we're gonna do something. Let's put these eggs in here. And then who's being swapped out? Awesome is being swapped out. The Dinosaur is getting us a what?
But I will catch Flambells while I'm here.
It's gonna get us a Plumba. And we've got 2 of those. So I'm gonna go ahead and mark those down. We have a war sect, so I'm not worried about that one, but we have that. Have that. Puffold. Puffold will get us a Solmora. So let's see if we have a Puffold, a male Puffold. If we don't, that's fucking disappointing considering how many fucking Puffolds we have here. Here's one, it's got Insomnia, fucking sweet.
Oh, nice.
I don't
Breathing
even know why I
Insomnia
need to
down.
get Insomnia on a Solmora, but fucking whatever, you know. Maybe I just want to spread Insomnia around.
It gives you more options, so
Breeding later,
yeah.
exactly. That's why I'm just trying to like, if I have a good something, I get something, I will always have something to breed with it.
Yeah. That's why, like, last playthrough I was spreading Vampiric, because it was basically Insomnia, but better.
Okay. So I'm gonna leave now, and I've got plans, okay? So here's where we're gonna go first. First, we're gonna go here. Okay? And we're gonna do some things. This is how we're gonna make it ours, yeah? So
If you wanted... Oh no, you might want some other things, different colors. I was gonna say, like, if you wanted to base, like, the card rarity off of, like, the saddle rarity,
no.
but not everything has saddles, so...
Gotta go based on saddle rarity. I'm trying to think.
Okay. On our island?
We have a
On our island, I just must one. Oh, I literally ran right past this. I thought I had it. Pokey catch, Ultra Ball. What are you catching? A Palworld. Oh, nice. I wish you a luck. Oh, that's good 3 damage. The defense and the dungeon. And let it out.
I'm gonna say is like trust the fucking process here.
Excited to see the process, so I have you stream on. I'm watching the process. Oh.
Okay.
Bum, bum, dum. I really should make the better road. I can't make the intermediate road. Whack! That was a... I think you can catch
Whoa.
demons.
Hello? Oh, I can't fly you yet. What am I talking about?
Fly you. Do you want a different...
Hello?
This is a really big benefit.
In here? Here?
You hearing a lucky? There are pals off the side, yeah, but... Only one of these are gonna let me actually get... I think it's on a bait now. Can't tell. There we go.
I don't know, this was a dungeon over here. Hey.
Yeah, there's 2 dungeon spots along the coast there.
Actually, hold on. Do better.
I'm gonna come over to you.
I don't really want it, so you can take it if you want it.
You know what it is, yeah? Or...
Nope.
Yeah, perfect. I mainly am just like coming over because like I swear they've done something weird with the latest patch that like affected the direction of lucky sounds.
I don't know. I only have like one ear on, so I don't know.
True, yeah. You still hearing it?
No, I've just taken off. And let it out. And shout and let it out. Oh, oh.
Whatever it was, despawned. Oh well. Back to hunting defense.
Let's go.
I want to get my my T-Fant before Star. My base T-Fant so he actually waters faster.
Oh, actually, I know a better place.
So how's everyone doing today? I hope everyone's doing well.
I'm
I
alright.
hope you're doing especially well, my love. You alright? Not especially well? Not especially well? Doing great. You both? I am doing fantastic. I had butter chicken for dinner. I got a monitor. Pizza place is open until 1:40 on DoorDash today.
Woof. Woof. Woof.
Nothing.
Woof. Woof.
I said nothing.
Woof.
I said nothing.
Pizza?
I think Aiko wants cocaine.
Pizza.
I think Aiko definitely wants cocaine.
Pizza.
It is the yummiest and tastiest pizza
It really is.
in all of Australia. And I found out it was a franchise the other day, but like a Victorian-only franchise. I thought it was a local place based on the name. I want food from more. I should have picked one and went back up. Never mind. You in a dungeon, cause there might be T-Fans in here. I think there's a chance for the T-Fan to be the boss at the end of the dungeon. Okay, cool. I do have game audio this time. Okay. Audio is really weird. What are you doing taking a swim, Floof? You want a shower? I mean, you are covered in blood of all your enemies, but that's okay.
I'm just kind of curious to see who finds out what I'm doing first. If anybody calls me on it. Then goes like, oh, I see.
I have hardly... I mean, I said I was paying attention, and then I stopped paying attention because I'm in a dungeon.
What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, sometimes that happens. You have to back away and then go back to it.
I did.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Let's try here. But we have to go this way, go this way. Start here and go there. Because I'm curious.
Get revenge for him annoying me.
Yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
Or Killamari.
Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Black and yellow, black and yellow, yellow. Black and yellow, black and yellow. I used to listen to this song when I was like really into football. And by really into football, I mean I'd say I liked football so that I had something to talk to my roommate about. But I picked the Steelers because like my uncle liked the Steelers. And it was like, okay, I guess it's not like, I'm not gonna want to, I don't want to fucking fight with my family. I don't want to be like, oh, I like the Patriots, fucking blah, 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 blah. Or I like North Carolina, blah, 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 blah. I don't really fucking care. So I just picked the Steelers. Why? Because nobody fucking talks about the Steelers. And I just want to be like, yeah, I like the Steelers, you know, whatever.
That's part of the reason why I chose friggin' Port Adelaide as my AFL team.
There's nobody. It's like, what do you say? It's like they're super mid. They're not bad. They're not great. They're just mid. They're a mid team. So nobody's like, oh my god, I'm so surprised that the Steelers did. Nobody's surprised they didn't win. Nobody's surprised they did win. We don't have to talk about it. Oh,
Yeah, well, there's
they
mostly
won.
just,
Oh, they
like,
didn't win.
My family all supports Essendon. And I'm just like, I'll choose something different so no one will talk to me. I'm not interested in talking about this, so... Hashtag not like other family members.
Not like other weebs. Okay, so
There
that's
is not a
one, but
single
there's
weeb that is
also...
like me. Good luck finding a weeb that is similar to me. Because I am married.
Rude.
One of my favorite, like, romance anime is just a weeb and his wife. And he's like a shut-in kind of weeb.
I think they're called a
Actually,
hikikomori.
a really good story. Yeah, yes, a hikikomori in Japanese. Or you could use the term neat.
Neat. I've also been called a neat. That's how I learned about neat, because I was called a neat. I was like, what the fuck? And then I learned what a neat was, and I was like, well, fuck you then, bitch. You're not wrong, but still, fuck you.
Not wrong at different points in my in my life. I mean, yeah, really not wrong at different points in my life. I've been a need at different points. Depression do that. I'm gonna return back to base to get. Wow, I was right. There was a T-fan there that was just asleep. Friggin' night owl T-fan. Definitely want that as my my waterer.
Kind of waterfall.
Yeah. Throw my hands up in the air sometimes, saying, "Ayo, I've got that mayo." We gonna work this club. We gonna go all night. We got like to do like it's time. What the? I don't know what quest that is, but I've got a breeder's precious pal in my inventory. I don't know when I got that, but surely there's a quest I have. I don't want to touch that until I have juiced everything. Yeah, throw my hands up in the air, saying, "Hey, yo, let what's that shit?
Alright, I think we'll be good on the first one that we took. That's the name.
Be the best.
Oh, maybe up here, actually.
Be the last one.
Oh, that's an option. Let's try that. Let's go over there and see. Because maybe good, maybe bad, maybe good. Just curious. And in the air, and in the air.
Hands in the air.
Where is it? Over there.
In the air, the time. Gonna celebrate and live my life. See it,
It would make more sense than what I had before. Think about it.
Okay, I need 12 more Kelpsies. It's time. I needed 24 plus. I need 25 more T-fans.
From here.
Back again.
God, I need to go further in.
Guess who's back? 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 Okay. So 12 more Kelpsies, 25 more T-fans, and too many flying balls to count.
Okay, well, if these fuckers can get the lights out the way, that'd be great. Just, you know, waiting for these fucking lights to go away, that'd be great. Come on, you're ruining it.
These all on a side. Without me.
Keep that just in case. But I doubt. Oh my god, fuck off, bruh.
Controversy, so empty without me.
Take that too, not exactly what I want.
Controversy.
Ooh, actually that'd be cool too.
24 of the 12.
Come on.
You said them having a weird hitbox.
Okay.
Okay, 4.
I got one more place to go. Back at the window, I'm interesting. Investing and testing and testing. And the kids is nesting. Testing. Attention, please. Hit attention. Soon as someone mentions me, here's my 10 cents. My 2 cents is free. And who sent? You sent on me? This looks like a time for me. So everybody, just follow me. Cause I need a little controversy. Cause it feels so empty without me. Said this looks like a time for me. So everybody, just follow me. Babe, did you say you're ordering pizza?
The same what?
Did you say you ordered pizza?
I haven't ordered pizza yet because I can't find my phone.
You can't from your phone?
I can't find my phone because I'm pretty sure you have
I
it.
don't have your phone.
Didn't you take my phone?
No,
before?
I gave it back to you.
You gave it back to me? Oh my god.
I gave it back to you when your sister messaged about some shit. I don't know.
Oh yes, yes. That's her favorite thing to message about.
Some
is
shit.
shit.
It was like forever ago. Everybody only wants to discuss me. Well, this must mean I'm disgusting. Well, that's just me. I'm just obscene. I'm not the worst thing since controversy. I am the worst thing since Elvis Presley. Do
suppose I
black
can just book
music so
online.
selfishly. Use it to make myself wealthy. Hey. Oh my god, I cannot do this at night. Is there an echo? Maybe. We're in the same room, bruh.
She is singing. And I love when she sings, and I don't want her to, you know, be quieter just so there is no echo. I want Aiko to sing at the top of her lungs.
You guys hate me. You like it? You like the echo? Yeah, it's because I'm an excellent singer. Thanks.
It shows that we're close.
Babe, I need us to go to sleep.
I will return to base and go to sleep. Yeah, gotta sign into my DoorDash with my Google account. Oh my god, I need my phone. She can do it like this. She's gonna want me to use my phone anyway. Sleepy, 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 sleepy. There we go. Alright. I don't know the DoorDash message.
Here go, Debbie. She ain't messing with no. You don't see shit. Those are my limits. Girl, go ahead and get that.
Alexa, set an alarm for Thursday at 1 p.m.
Alarm set for 1 p.m. on Thursday.
What's happening Thursday at 1 p.m.?
At 2 p.m. I have a phone
I see.
job search provider appointment thingy.
I see, I see.
I'm gonna go. What a pizza man. Did it get a better Kelsey?
Oh. I could get a better screenshot if you hear me out.
I'm hearing.
I can go to Fabric. Like, I'll need to stay on the ground. But I'm just gonna go for the screenshot. I just need to go. Look, where else am I gonna find purple? I'm at my little base here, and there's purple here. But it's like, I could have purple trees in the background, you know what I mean?
You could. You really could.
So I'd much rather have that than just like a bit of purple grass.
I have a turtle. Oh, it's in my base. Did have a turtle.
But the thing is, I gotta be really fucking careful too. Because everything over there is like way higher level than me.
Mm-hmm. If anything spots you, even just remotely spots you, you are
Fucked.
royally. My highness, my princess, my love. Okay, so I'm gonna go pee. I want to pee.
Okay. Basically, here's Levy 2. I'm trying to get a background. Because basically, I'm like, how do I represent the rarities? Well, obviously, I get a gray background. And I also get a green background. And I also get a blue background. And a purple background. And a gold background. I've already got all the backgrounds except for... Technically, I could get a better gold background too. Ooh. The blue background looks kind of badass. The gold background looks really nice. But it could be the crystal area in Daybreak. We'll see. We'll see how we're feeling about getting across, about navigating Daybreak right now with just this. Because we are so not prepared for Daybreak. I just want to go there for a nice screenshot with purple trees, you know?
Don't judge me.
I'll do what I want.
You judge me.
Judging.
As harsh as possible. You will see why.
I don't necessarily need to fly either. I can zoom, I can camera fly, you know?
You can. Yeah. Making dinner now. Would you like some? Oh, what's your dinner?
Is it pizza? Because then, if not, then no. Because Tristan's ordering me pizza, I think. I say I think because he said something about judging.
I have ordered pizza, yes.
Pizza.
Tomato pasta. Oh, that would be nice.
Ooh, hold on. I have a question. When you say tomato pasta, what do you mean by that?
Is it like...
Tell me.
Tomato
Look,
soup,
look,
or
look.
is
Listen,
it-
listen, listen. I need to know. Because I do something. I do something that nobody else does. Or at least I've never seen anybody do. It's very specific. It's a super cheap, easy meal.
I'm not like other poverty.
I'm not like other poverty, okay? It is literally, it's literally just like elbow noodles. It's elbow noodles with diced tomato, a can of diced tomatoes, and salt. That's it. It's so fucking good though.
It is so good.
What the fuck?
Huh?
Is Fabric cold?
Maybe. We've always had the multi.
Is Fabric cold?
What power do you have out?
Beacon.
Oh. Yeah, Fabric might be cold.
Whoa. I never thought about it. Yeah, I started going over there. It's cold. It's too cold.
Yeah, but like it has a good solid amount of
Get that shrine though.
of thing on it. Of salt. It's got a good amount of salt.
A lot of salt.
But
It's really tasty. 5 stream streak, good job, Gary.
Gary?
Gary wins.
Oh my god, 5 streams.
Oh wait, I got through the cold. Confused? Am I good now?
Were you wet or something?
No. I'm wondering if it's just like, I don't know.
Okay, so I need 12 flambels.
Like a cold patch?
$11 flambels.
Oh yeah, okay, this is way cold. I'm gonna need to be very quick about this.
That's interesting to know. Defense. Okay, cool. Defense.
I'm gonna try and get to that shrine right there.
Two, 21.
I don't know if I can fly here or not, but I'm gonna try once I get really close. Because if not, I'll be able to like just jump off really quick.
21 more defense, 11 flambels.
It is called Frozen Coral Hill.
That's probably why the area in.
Okay.
10,
Okay.
hopefully be 9 more flambels.
Okay. No. Come on, bitch. I don't give a fuck. You can't let me. I can't get in photo mode. You're not gonna let me in photo mode because
You're
because I'm cold.
Oh, you're taking damage.
Oh my god, you whore. I don't give a fuck. Oh my lord. It's so pretty, you bitch. You bitch. Oh my god, alright.
Oh, it's over your head.
Alright, babe, do I have a... Do you or I have a...
I have the cold resist on the shop.
You do?
Recipe, yeah, I haven't made it, but I'm pretty sure
Do
I have
I
it.
have it?
8, 20.
I do not have it. Yes, I do.
You do? Ooh.
10 cloth, okay.
8, 20, and 1. 8, 21, 8, 21. 8, 21.
Okay, I think we can go back now. Where are we? Here? Now we just gotta hope nothing there wants to kill us.
8, 21, 8, 21. Oh, chest. Oh, more.
Good. We're good now. Shit. Oh.
19, 8, 19.
Oh
8,
yeah, that's
19,
gorgeous.
8, 19. 8, 18. Are you getting the colors from the map?
Yes.
Oh, that's what you're doing.
It's purple. It's the only purple area. However, I'm kind of torn between the gold area for gold in like the yellow gold area. You know what I'm talking about? I'm torn between that and the crystal area. I'm gonna try going over to the crystal area first because I think the crystal area is gonna be really pretty, and it's
Yes.
gonna feel more legendary than the you know what I mean? Like I think it needs to be progressively more badass in pictures. So like the first picture is like the first ruins you come across, and it's gray.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
And then the second picture is like the big pine trees down by where the bees are.
Not the bees.
And then in the blue, I'm torn between there's the island with the blue water or the sanctuary blue ancient lava. I've got screenshots of both. Okay.
Nice.
Then we've
Okay,
got
that's good.
purple, which is this area in Faybreak. And then I have gold, which is either going to be that yellow area with the yellow leaves and everything, or the crystal area in Faybreak.
7.
Technically speaking, I could use gold as that specific area in the world tree, but like,
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be a while before we get there.
yeah.
Maybe like the end game cards, maybe, I don't know. 715, 714, 714.
I just want to make sure I have a nice background, that's all. But I figured that could be a good way to indicate rarity.
Mm-hmm. That could be a really good way. I actually like that idea. And hey, if you get a couple of different locations, you might be able to just, do a couple of different locations for rarity. Just keep it all the same.
Look.
Maybe in the future we can change things up.
Okay, alright, well, thanks for telling me my idea is shit.
No, your idea is fantastic. I'm just
No,
saying,
my idea is
like,
shit, so we can change it later in the future.
no,
When
I
I'm
mean,
less
like,
of a lazy fuck.
You're not adding shinies, right?
I will be adding shinies, but it's literally just, it's not, what is a shiny? But it's just bigger.
True, yeah.
So all it will be is just like a crystal like effect on it. Like a shiny like
Yeah,
sparkle.
yeah.
That's all it will be.
13, 12.
Sorry, I may have got a little offended there. Fuck is that? Oh, it's a different island. I'm not over here trying to make like professional quality cards. I just don't want them to look cheap.
I don't know. Go back when I catch all the flying bells.
Love you, babe. Babe.
Yeah?
Love you.
I love you too.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I got offended.
Well, yeah. Yeah, you were just misinterpreting what I was saying. It happens. The BPD thing. Sometimes you want to strangle me, other times you just want to be lovey-dovey.
Well, I have to apologize because I'm a dick sometimes.
Yeah, it's okay. That's why communication is very important.
Yeah.
You communicated everything that could possibly be a potential issue in the future.
That's why we're able to deal with it. I can just apologize, let you know. But I'm not going to sit around and be like some people who don't admit when they were wrong. You know, and just sit around and act like they're right even though they're not. I don't believe I was right in doing that. I don't believe I was right in snapping at you. Immediately went into defense mode. Fuck!
Yeah, it wasn't mean anything bad.
No, run away!
It's good you don't just let things like that control you.
They do. They get a hold of me sometimes without me, like, thinking about it. It's like a knee-jerk reaction. I get so defensive.
7 and 11. Actually I don't even know if I'm at 7 anymore. It could be 5. I don't know. I've lost count.
Now I have to figure out also, like, what constitutes a PAL being rare or whatever. I mean, I guess I could determine how rare are they on the map. What does the game have its own rarity system? I want to stick.
Saddle.
I want no, like I'll
Like the
figure it out.
legendary
I'll
is
figure
like
it out.
gold. Oh.
Like I'll probably have Mimi help me make a list or look at the PAL database to see like commonality of a certain PAL.
You can also look at the map where like the PAL data, the Paldium, and see where they are located, and if they're only located in like a specific spot.
Like if they're located like only on the sanctuary.
Some are listed as like rarer than others, like Shadowbeak.
Yeah.
That is a rare one for the sanctuary, so that could be epic.
Mm-hmm. Surely there's got to be some numbers on the database.
I think so.
I'm specifically trying to get to. I can't even fucking show you the map. I don't have that shit
It's
on.
like spawn rate or something like that.
Yeah.
Seems to always have defense here, which is good. No, I'm like either one or slightly more than one away from the.
Can I fly here? Nope.
Pizza's on its way.
Pizza.
How you doing, Gary? How are you? Lucy
Stop
is...
snatching on the wall. There we go.
Lucy is making you hug me.
Because I love you.
Come on, go. She loves me.
Big shock. No. There is a kind of looks like a hole in the ground. But it's not a hole in the ground. It's like a big tree with crystals and everything, and it's really pretty. That's what I'm trying to look for, that specific area.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. What do you do? Swim. All you can do right now, I'm being chased. What can I do? Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming, swimming, swimming.
Take the about and the T-Fan out of base. And then sort. Insomnia.
Where is it?
Okay, 4 more T-Fans. Netbell ledges.
Over here.
Workaholic. If you can take over Workaholic is Insomnia. Insomnia. Wait. Wasn't that like one flying-bell short? Oh no, it was the Kelpsies. I was.
This is definitely more gold than yellow, so that's good. I still want to find that crystal area, because I don't want it just to be random yellow area. Not excuse. Very nice, very nice. not over here. Shit, bushy.
Okay,
Run, run, run.
I will be right back.
Zoom, zoom. Fuck. Okay, I think it's up there. It's gotta be up there, right? That way. That way, that way, this way, other way. Some other way. What is it? It's not over there. That's too close. This way? I don't think it's this way. It might be this way. But like, just from a different perspective. And if I can at least get to that perspective, then maybe I can find it. But yeah. Crystallized ancient tree. That's what I was looking for. Can I fly here? Nope. Nope. Oh yeah. Perfect. Okay. Now I just need to find a shrine. Over here? I leveled up, so that's nice. Exploring. Good, good, good stuff. Is it up there? Fuck. I'm not up there. I don't have that kind of climbing capacity. I'm just gonna go through here. Oh, buddy. I can make the shirt. Ooh. Guys. I can make the shirt. I like that I came all the way over here after having to make the other shirt because it was cold. And now I can make the multi-climate one, which is fucking awesome. Yeah.
Really just sexy.
Pizza?
He had a proper pizza bag.
Yeah.
You open the lid and just steam.
Oh, nice.
Also,
2 pizzas. Oh my god, he loves me, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. He's gonna make me fat.
Early 3.
Okay, damn egg. Getting our shit together. It's also very fucking hot.
It is hot.
Wanderer! Okay, so, oh my god, that poor little buffalo. Look at him, look at him. Oh my god. That poor little guy.
Boy.
Yes. It is actually
A little bit better.
a little bit better, yeah.
Climbing a mountain.
Okay, let's see.
Oh,
What does that mean? Hold on. Bristla back at me. Okay, so we got a few things here. Okay, so I can definitely get a Bristla. Bristla. Here, male Bristla. Where's male Bristla? Okay, what do we got? No. Fragrant. Ferocious. Cold-blooded. Unstable. Okay, let's go ferocious. You're gonna grab some cereal because you're a serial killer. I'm a pizza killer. He's gonna order the pizza. He's gonna eat the whole thing without me. I gotta hurry up. He got 2 whole pizzas. He's gonna eat both of them without me before I have a chance to even look at them.
I'm just gonna stare at you and you'll eat them.
Yeah.
Both. I have a PODIF officer in my base.
Okay.
Peppers? What are you doing in my base?
Babe, I'm cold. I'm cold.
You cold? I was warming up my back. You could have wanted a full pizza. Could have wanted a pizza. Pizza's warming in. You don't have to on. This is very poorly cut. There's 2 really thin and small pieces. Like, look at this piece. It's so tiny.
You guys want to chew?
Okay. So, got some pictures now we can play around with. I just gotta pull them off Steam. However the fuck it works. They're somewhere. Hot. This is hot as fuck.
Like I said, it was so sexy when you opened up the bag and just like steam.
I believe it.
Fresh, hot, delicious pizza.
I'm taking the baby piece because I must eat the babies. It's how I
Okay.
retain my youth.
You do you, boo.
That's literally gonna be 3 bites.
Where does Steam? Where does Steam keep my screenshots?
There's a way to,
I don't want to pull up Steam to get my screenshots.
Let me check. File 86 Steam. Steam apps. On. If I select like I don't know, Palworld.
Can't show you again, Wanderer. And what kind of milk are you using?
Might be documents. Beam user data. And then your Steam ID, which is one of these numbers.
I assume it's the one that was used today.
Probably. And then game ID. Oh, 760? Remote, and then game ID.
Have user data thing. I don't see game remote. What do you mean?
User data, your Steam ID, which is probably the one you used today.
Okay.
760.
Oh. 760.
Should be near the top.
Oh, yes, yeah. Okay.
Then remote. Then the game specific ID, which will probably be the one you've used today. Probably the top one, if you sort by date, modified. And then screenshots. That's my Palworld screenshots.
No. This is Steam. Oh, this is Skyrim, I think.
1623730.
what?
162
Nope.
3730.
Wait, 1623730.
That should be Palworld.
Here they are. Alright. Let's see what we got. We have gray.
That's why there's a PDI officer. Hello. You're a village grocer.
Gray. Green.
I have more berries than you can sell.
Hey, which one would be good for blue? See, I thought that the splash of the lava would look really cool, but it just looks like a visual glitch.
I see.
Screenshot form. This one would be the coolest one, so 23, 1. This one, so blue. And then purple. And gold. You can't tell me. Look. Look, these are fucking rarities. Tell me. You can't tell me these aren't fucking rarities right here.
No, I need to see. I need to see.
Okay.
Oh,
Gray,
that's lovely.
gray,
Uh-huh.
green,
Mm-hmm.
blue,
Give me a sec. Gotta catch up with the delay. Green, blue. Oh, the ancient volcano, like the ancient lava area.
Yep.
Ooh.
purple,
Lovely.
and gold. That is 100% gold.
Oh, that is so lovely. Oh, that tree and fabric. That is amazing. Yes, yes, that is perfect. That is fabulous.
Had to get all the way there on foot at level 32.
Anything saw you, you would have died. What?
It says
quest
with a.
is this?
Right, so here's what we're gonna do. Now we need to bring it into here, right? Here's how we gotta do it. Gotta do it over top of this. Edit, paste.
Okay, so require like 4 more T-fans and then a bunch more. Where's the T-fans?
Flip to layer below, and it's gotta fit. Yeah, so maybe.
Ooh, a star fruit 2-star. Okay. Interesting.
I
Take
could
that.
probably make it smaller. Yeah, I'll probably make it smaller.
It's just so fresh.
You see?
Ooh.
And then we add another one, which is select all, edit, copy. Nope. Edit, paste. Okay. So this is gonna be, let me rename these. Common, or uncommon. Common. I think what I might do is actually increase the saturation on some of these as well.
Yeah.
It's like they're green, but they're like subtle green. It's like a pretty subtle green. And then not save, do not save. Select all, edit, copy. Some of these I might not need to change saturation on, but
Trying to use my mouse with like just my pinky finger.
that's cool. And this one's gonna be rare. Select all, edit, copy.
What?
That's really pretty. Epic.
Oh, just give me a piece of just a little bit enough. Until enough again.
Legendary. Now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try and duplicate this really quick because I do kind of want to see what happens if we like just multiply. No, multiply is not what we want. Add glow, kind of.
Ooh,
Just like give it maybe like
it's a bit of a glow. Nice.
50%. Just like increase 50% brightness.
Just give me a reason, just a little bit. Pardon me. Oh my god, that's the rarest Lambo in existence. That is big floof right
And
there.
then we could do the same thing
Ages trying to
here.
find it.
Duplicate, add glow, 50%. Now, is this giving? I don't think it's giving purple, really. I think different things are going to need different ways. It's like multiply, for example.
Yeah, that
No.
becomes a bit too bright to be like purple.
Linear burn? No. Looks
Ooh.
gross.
That does look gross.
Overlay? Hold on. Ooh, see, just adding as an overlay already richens it.
Oh yeah, that.
What if we do this as an overlay as well?
Maybe. Oh yeah, overlay does look much better.
Okay, and I'll duplicate this. Add this as an overlay. Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, overlay looks amazing.
just increases the saturation, I think.
It just makes the color you want in pop more. Yeah, yeah, that is good. I think I've got all the T-fins, don't I? I can make a 4-star T-fin.
Could maybe. I kind of want to do something with the background of the card too. Maybe add a little bit of a. Maybe have like 3 different kinds of gradients, but they all like technically work the same. So it'll be like pink to gray to blue, pink to
Yeah,
green to blue, pink to blue to blue, pink to purple to blue, pink to gold to blue. You know.
I
So it's
see.
kind of
Yeah.
like a subtle in the background. I want more pizza. Did you already eat all those pieces, babe? Babe,
Huh?
did you already eat all the half of pizza? Babe! I ate 1 slice. How'd you eat 4 pieces already?
One of them was the really tiny piece.
Uh-huh.
You locked in for that for a while. I was just munching on pizza. I just sat there munching on pizza. I am Speed,
That's
pizza
fine.
eater. Speed.
Speed. I was just
Floating like a
surprised.
Cadillac,
Come on.
guzzling like a Hummer.
Alright. What if we take? Because I like the
So
pink
hi
to
Jesse,
blue
how
here.
you doing?
Maybe we can duplicate it. Not this one. This one down here. We're gonna say this one's common. And right in the middle, we're gonna have gray.
I'm gonna weep. Aiko judged me.
Oh god, shut up.
Look, I'm a one-eyed,
Uncommon.
one-horned, walk-in pizza eating Tristan.
Oh.
So I need 5 more flambeals. Oh,
Rare.
you become a good water at you, man. Keep it. Such a good water. He's a good keeper. 5 more flambeals, gonna keep my flam.
Duplicate. Legendary. Did I give my pal
Flambell. I can breathe. Breathe.
This is just in theory. Okay.
Pingala eats for the first time. Yum 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 yum. Pingala he's a cutie and he's not dead. I have freed Pangolin from his confines of this world.
Okay.
That sounds like I killed the Pangolin. Freed him from a cage.
What?
I said I freed this Pangolin from the confines of this world.
Oh
It
my
just sounds
god.
like I killed him.
Oh no.
I just freed him from a cage and it gave me a kingpin page. Oh my god. 2, 1. said one.
I think that works actually. Okay. Okay. I'm sold on that. I'm sold on this. Oh shit.
Yay!
Okay.
I wasn't holding back my pizza eating because we got 2 pizzas.
That's okay. I was just curious because I got confused. That's all it
It's
was.
date night duo. We're having a lovely date night. And we've got plenty of third wheels.
Creepers.
Hope everyone's having a wonderful time. Well, look at those. Look at who's awake. No one. No one's awake. There is only asleep here. Hoot hoot. Love.
Hoot.
Hoot are you? Hoot hoot. Hoot hoot. This is a 4-star plan bell, which unfortunately didn't all go into
And then
farming, but I'll take it as 4-star.
duplicate.
That bell.
Don't worry, don't you
Don't
worry,
worry,
now.
child. Even yellow and blue.
Okay.
Bum, 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 ba, da, da, da.
Duplicate.
Like the ad checked before I slept. I can't lose your streak because, oh my god.
Oh. You didn't lose my streak. I don't know what the fuck's happening. Why that even fucking happened, bruh.
Aiko's being oppressed by Twitch.
Being depressed. Being depressed.
Oh no.
I'm being depressed by Twitch.
Aiko's so depressed. Fuck you, Twitch.
Twitch is depressing me. Oh no.
Twitch has turned my lovely princess into a depresso. Yeah. That or it's just an error, and sometimes error happens because Twitch is a perfectly balanced platform. You know, it's just a small, small development team, small company. They don't have enough funding. They'll get there one day.
Whoa, hold on.
Everyone, make
Oh
sure
my
you
lord, I forgot this.
You use your Bezo box. Don't let Bezos keep the Bezo box, even though he's not CEO anymore. But still keep him.
I knew I was missing something.
I have so many tombats.
Okay.
Gobfin with Vanguard is amazing.
I feel like we need to have some kind of like border, maybe. I think I just didn't chat around me your stream enough to keep it. Damn. Get your shit together, Whippo. I'm kidding, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Fuck you, Whippo.
Fuck you, Whippo.
How dare you not chat? How dare you be human and forget? We don't accept humans here. You must be
Humans
like
are
a
illegal.
17-foot Adonis of a god. I wish you did, Tristan. What?
I wish I did just. I did. Trust me.
Oh no! He said, fuck you. Oh!
Oh no.
Oh no. No. No.
No, that was me. Alright, what if I
My goal is to
create
make Whipper
selection?
forever alone meme.
This on top maybe, and then
Garlic bread.
I'm gonna move to that, and then outline selection outside.
Don't worry, Whipper. One day you'll find your Aiko. And then when you do, make sure to German suplex her.
Fuck!
Huh? What's going on, my love?
Why'd you say that? Why are you German suplexing me?
Not you. Whipper's Aiko.
Why she gotta get German suplex? F high for easy. Oh. Poor Whippa's Aiko. I can't even fucking tell if this looks good or not because the fucking background, the background of CSP is gray.
Yeah, Jesse's single.
Jesse's so ready to be German suplexed.
Yeah, Jesse wants to be German suplex and F5.
Ooh, maybe white.
If relationship is not with someone like your Aiko, it's overrated. Oh my god, what are you doing? Surprised? No. Is this Beckon? This is Beckon. That looks like you're shocked and wanting to die. Throwing a 3-619. Oh my god, Rey Mysterio. Booyaka, booyaka. 619. Booyaka, booyaka. Rey Mysterio.
Okay, let's try this one. Does it work for all? Yeah.
Oh, you listened to his older intro song, nice. Is Rey Mysterio still wrestling? Isn't he getting pretty up there? I know he's a very athletic, like nimble wrestler. Imagine like once he gets above a certain age.
He's 51.
Rey Mysterio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Rey Mysterio not still alive? Oh my god, retired.
He is. Oh no, he's not. Okay.
No, he's not retired. He's still active in the wrestling industry. He's serving on-screen roles as general manager for Lucha Libre.
Okay, so he's taken more of like the sideline roles.
Brock Lesnar's still going. Damn, that boy looks like... Brock Lesnar looks like he should have fucking...
Look at Brock Lesnar's daughter.
Oh my god. I'm so nervous to look at Brock Lesnar's daughter. Because
She's in UFC.
he looks like he's like 2 seconds away from a heart attack.
Oh, probably. Brock Lesnar got into UFC for quite a while. I don't think he did well, and that's why he...
Maybe it's hernia that I'm thinking.
She is in discus, yes, yes. She's...
Literally, Brock Lesnar, the next word is daughter. Oh, wow.
She got that amazing, like, perfect discus build.
She's built. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
She is apparently the #1 shot putter in the nation.
Shot put. Oh, yeah, yeah, like... She inherited his genes.
I did shot put in high school. No, I didn't. Middle school. I did shot put in middle school. I was really bad at it. I was like the worst out of everybody. I was the worst out of everybody.
My love.
Yep.
Would you believe, with how weak I am, in high school, I was the...
Hey, Nikki.
I was one of the upper, upper people in shot put and javelin.
I'm wondering if you're actually just telling me a fun fact about yourself that you've just remembered because you've never told me any of this. But I mean, you did used to do sports,
I
so
did.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, you've got asthma.
My biggest problem, I feel like I had good form, I just didn't have the strength to back it up, whereas most people had terrible form, and doesn't matter how much strength you have, if you have shit form, you're not gonna get it anywhere.
Okay. Well, the reason he left USC was because of diverculitis, and they said he was falling out the Dana White.
Oh yeah, it's fucking stupid that UFC is effectively, if you're not sucking up Dana White, you're irrelevant. So hi Nick,
Palumba.
welcome in. You are indeed live.
Night Mary. Soul Mora. I have to write that one down. I
Oh,
forgot
it
to
did
mark
do
that
pretty
one.
well. Okay. Maybe it was a different wrestler I was thinking of that went into UFC and like got his shit rocked and then left.
Soul Mora. That's this bitch.
Aloha Mora.
Okay. So let's see where are we at. What can we still breed with?
CM Punk maybe? Yeah, maybe. I know he went to NFC for a bit. I think he actually just completely left and went to NFC due to falling out with Vince McMahon or Triple H. Because I
Muffley.
said they weren't making him the showman or something like that.
If we have a boy Muffley, we can get a Scutless.
Oh, he's back in WWE? No. Probably because of how well he was doing over there. Edge, Christian, and Chris Jericho, didn't they all retire and now they're back from retirement? I guess they just want money.
Okay, apparently my gloopy's hungry. Alright.
Yeah, you won't see Vince anymore. He got into some massive scandals, including SA and all that. Using his power to basically, like,
Power for evil.
force the female wrestlers to do sexual favors in order to actually get events. Yeah. Oh, he got the all clear. Nice. Yeah, I remember watching him get that neck injury. It was lucky he didn't die.
Oh, shoot. I just remembered something while I am at it.
Bang.
Go get sleep, Whipper.
I feel like at the point when all that scandal was coming out, like, Brock Lesnar was like the big boy, so they wanted to try and clear him as much as possible. Whether or not he was actually involved and did all the bad things, or if he got cleared, irrelevant. He was the big boy, so they definitely wanted to clear him. But yes, get some good sleep, Whipper. Have good night, and eepies and sleepies, and all the happy dreams of I don't know. Don't know what you dream about. Get raided, yay? Oh, he can raid. He just raided me?
Yes.
Oh my god, my alert didn't go off. Is Lumia dead?
I have no
Thank you,
idea.
Hika. Yeah, I think Illumia crashed on my other monitor.
Oh no.
Okay. Hang on. Let me see if I can replay the alert. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, it doesn't remember the event list because it wasn't open. Hang on. I can do this.
Just sing manually. It's all you can do. It's the only option.
Where is raid? Where's the raid thing? Raid, there we go. Click this. And then test. There we go. I don't know why it plays the start of it like doubled up. Let's go! Why is it doubled up?
Oh, because you are listening to it in the overlay and also in your OBS scene.
Oh, yes, true. That explains why it's double.
Yeah, you can mute it in the overlay part.
Nah, it's fine.
That's what I'm wearing. Just casually
Thank you
wearing a
for the
multi-climate
raid,
undershirt.
Oh,
Also, apparently I have a rare Hexalite armor schematic.
wait. Oh, nice. Probably from one of the treasure chests you did.
Why'd you say wait?
Wait. My brain shut off. Multi-climate undershirt?
Yes.
Doesn't that need reinforced metal?
Why would I need metal for a shirt? It needed
Oh, yeah,
polymer.
true.
It needed
Oh,
polymer.
that was the polymer one. Oh, yes, okay.
I have
You got enough polymer from grinding?
No, I'm level 33.
Oh my god.
Level 34, I get the improved furnace.
She surpassed me in levels. I retire.
We're gonna have to figure out how to get ancient civ cores though, because I really fucking want the ability classes. We can do. We can do a bit in whatever, yes.
I shall lurk and get ready for work. Friday. Oh, last day of work for the week? Nice. I hope you have a good day at work, Hika, and thank you very much for the raid. Make sure you follow Hika from a safe distance so Hika doesn't spot you while you're stalking Hika. Great. Yeah, good luck with work, Hika. Okay. What was I even doing? I was getting the boxes. That's what I was doing. I feel like the tower's level 40, so... Yeah, now back to my original plan of exploring the desert to get the effigies and all the fast travel points, and hopefully not getting my van worm stuck on a dig quiz that immediately gonna spin an insta-kill it.
See the way I act like somebody else gets me frustrated. Okay. So going back to... Wait.
I love you guys.
You see what I sent you?
Oh, you're typing up a storm to me. Okay.
What is that? Is that a Celine that maybe I wasn't paying attention to? Or maybe it was a supply cache. I'm gonna get over there and it was a Celine, but she's dead now because I wasn't paying attention, maybe.
Boom, 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 boom. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wow.
No.
Okay, Floof. Floof, you're too strong. I was wondering if Floof to damage the Taco so I could catch him. One shot all of them.
God damn it! I'm trying to get a good Celine. I have the male Celine, which is great, you know. Can't fucking do any surgery on it. Nikki! That's awesome!
Mickey?
Do you see?
I got it! Oh my god! Go. Mickey! And an extra 2?
So for 7? So how many were missing? Hold on. Okay, hold on. I gotta add, let me add the time.
Oh no! I got distracted. I'm
1,
burning!
2, 3,
I'm stuck in
4,
a
5,
tree! I'm dead.
6, 7. You died.
I got stuck in a tree.
Alright, let's see where we're at.
Uh,
Oh my goodness, that's 100.
Mickey!
That's 100.
We're
Exactly
at
100.
100. Oh my god, we're fueled up with pizzas and ready to go.
Okay, we have reached 100. I'm not doing 100 squats at this moment. I will do 100 squats. We'll schedule it. Schedule 100 squats.
Okay, I have gotten this effigy. I've died twice trying to get to this
I
effigy.
might do squats later. Let me see. Oh lord. Okay. Now
Get off this cliff.
I have to make a secondary. Oh shit! I cannot just be out here like this. Hold on. I gotta get it. I need to get back and protect the area. Oh my lord. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you so much, Nikki. You were so generous.
However, I'm now contractually obligated to put our stretch goals up there because we technically still have another day.
Oh my god. I now need to look at how many Nikki's given. Am I 17? And mine.
17 in yours, 22 in mine. I think was 20. Was it 22? I don't remember.
I think Whipple was 22.
Right, it was. Oh shit! Fuck nuggets, but son of a bitch. 15 in mine.
15.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay. Hold on.
I died.
Need to now file open. It is now. I'm now contractually
Thank you,
obligated.
Nikki. Don't look at it. Don't look at what?
Look at what?
I was looking to see if I needed to put a second sticker on me. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you.
We met our goal.
We did. This is not. This is part of it for those that want to join in and like get these extra bits, but like that's it.
No.
That was
Nothing is essential. This is all like beyond what we were expecting to get.
yes.
Oh my god. So we need to do
Never. sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah. There we go.
How many boxes you thrown into both of us? Oh my god.
This is officially our stretch goals.
You guy.
So
Um,
125, 150, 175, and 200 are stretch goals.
Can you send me stretch goals?
Yeah, I can do that.
Like, in the unlikely event that we get to the 200, we can add more. We have
Yeah.
more ideas. It's just
That'd be doubling it though, and we'll have like 1 day left. So I don't think that'll happen, but still.
Did you add the
I sent it to you.
um
Did I add the time? Yes.
35 minutes?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Holy shit, we met our goal.
That is amazing. High five, babe. That's fucking awesome. We were trying to figure out, because we weren't exactly sure how we were going to set it up, because like the first subathon I had, Tristan ruined my perception.
just
Tristan
you.
ruined my perception of what is a normal subathon goal. You know, because this motherfucker went in and dropped 100 on me by himself.
Day one.
Day one.
Day one, like 10 minutes in. It was a happy birthday.
Yeah. And then
Like almost.
I had like 2 other people donate like 50 each. Right? It was a birthday thing too, so that's a big one.
I think the second was 80 and the third was like 50.
Yeah. It was crazy. But that's not norm, and that we know that that's not norm. Our
for some
second
communities,
subathon, we didn't do any fucking advertising for whatsoever. We never talked about it.
We
We
have
just
been on a massive break.
we just came back and we're like, hey, subathon, and everybody's like, I don't what, no, which is fair. No, fair response from them. That flopped majorly, big time. So we were like, okay.
Yeah, it was still fun.
It was-
but, like
I was depressed. I was having a hard time.
Aiko was have hard time.
So see my birthday on my stream. I'll forgive you lots of stuff for people aren't that. Yes. Exactly. Hi, Dino Shark. But yeah, we're into the stretch goals now, which is amazing.
I'm so happy. I was not expecting to make it into the stretch goal.
The stretch goals are big though. That's why there's like only 4 of them, because
Yeah.
they're big. Like that's big money.
Yeah, it's what like
Chooses model add-on, which is not like a permanent thing. However, 150, that is a permanent thing. That's like we need to recommission our artists. Then special cover song. First, we gotta fucking write the cover song. But that's why I was sitting there thinking about I Kissed a Weeb and I liked it, because I feel like we could do something with that.
yeah, and the 24 hours. Oh, I can open my hype.
And then the 24-hour stream, that's just time. That's exhausting.
Yeah. Choo-choo. Wait, why do I have a second hype chest?
Cuckoo, cuckoo.
Oh my god, I got 2 hype chests.
Nice.
Is there a third one in your one?
Oh. Respectfully, no.
Oh, that's probably the one I got previously.
Maybe.
Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you.
Never asked me.
I am so okay. I was like so fucking lost. I need to write down. Okay, I got the. What did I just fucking get? I just fucking got the. Okay, we're going after the fish, the scutless, and we
Make
also
sure you
got.
take care of yourself first, though.
Yes, 100% Bakami. That's the one. Maya Bakami? No, just fucking Bakateri, apparently.
Game. Why game?
I have a
wanted to dig
flarical now.
one
Do we not have that
Pokemon
marked
now.
down? That we got the flarical? We do. I just think it hasn't really updated. Okay. So I'm going to refresh this really quick. Because I'm still trying to breed the volcano dragon, which is Moldrun Christ.
Fuck me.
Woo-woo.
Oh, this was a tap if it wasn't a hold up.
A Moldrun Christ plus a Sylvagus equals Anubis. We can do that. Do we have a male
Good, good.
Sylvagus?
Glad you can make sure you take care of yourself. It is very important to.
Some people don't realize that they have to do that.
Yeah, some people.
Then they have to yell at them later. And be like, I'm son of a bitch. Male Sylvagus. Female Sylvagus.
Oh.
I'm gonna make an Anubis.
Anub us. Okay, let me roll off this cliff. A lot safer to get my loot from here. Because
You guys are great. Did you kill a Suzuko? Did a Suzuko kill you, babe?
No, they killed me twice.
Bam, 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 bam. Soldier boy up in the hole.
I should look at who got the gifties.
Oh.
Maybe someone I know got one.
Oh yeah, we should see who got the gifties. Ooh, let's see.
True. Leonard PG.
Anthony. Anthony got it.
Anthony got one. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't recognize anyone else. Probably. Anything. Like, sometimes I can give it to anyone. But dang. Generous fuckhead. Is this what jet lag does to to you? Hey, how was your flight?
Oh yeah, that was another thing we meant to ask.
Do you have any interesting stories? Did you die?
Anubis is who I'm going for now. I'm gonna go
Do you think he died?
and then I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
Yeah, yeah.
If anybody deserves to pass the fuck out, it's him. Superman, oh, you drink that soda, boy. You drink that soda, boy. You drink that soda. Okay, if I go to the Palworld, Pals. Oh goodness, babe. Get your shit together.
I'm happy.
I know you are. I'm glad you are.
I'm happy crying. Sadly. Oh my god.
Such a fucking goop.
Sadly, yes, I died, but I lived. Oh my god. I've seen this scene.
Okay.
How are you with the possums from Ice Age, my love? Have you seen Ice Age?
Probably. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. Can you list every pal from Palworld? Reference this website. And give them a rarity from common to uncommon to rare to epic to legendary. Like for real though. Not made up. I mean based on commonality. Commonality, ease to find, ease to catch. I don't know if there's already a list, but you wouldn't use the game's internal rarity because there isn't really one besides a few legendaries. Instead, base it on how early you encounter it, spawn frequency, catch rate difficulty, whether it's alpha boss only, whether it's sanctuary only, whether it's breed only, whether it's raid event exclusive, and how much effort the average player needs to obtain one. Lamball, common. Chicopee, common. Cativa, common. Foxparks, common. Liftmonk, common. Chillet, alpha rare. Bushi, alpha rare. Hold on.
Those are the bosses.
Okay. Do not give alpha status. And for do not base on alpha status, alpha or lucky status. I will increase rarity by or not. Base pal like chillets are pretty common on the snowy. Same with bushies are fucking everywhere. But they're tough. What?
On PalDB, there is a rarity scale from 1 to 20.
Is there? Where?
If you go into each individual PAL, I wonder if there's just a way to access just rarity.
Okay, I see. Okay.
The Lamball's a 1 out of 20, so...
You're right. Okay. Okay. Use the database's internal rarity list.
We
It says
do
1
need to
to
spin the
20.
wheel for today and...
Oh, fuck. You're right. Okay.
yesterday.
Okay, you're right. Okay. We did not do that. Okay.
We forgot to do that yesterday. We have so many spins stored off.
Alright.
How many exactly did... So, I had 3 wheel spins from yesterday, maybe? Yeah, 3 wheel spins from yesterday.
I had 2, I think. Yeah, 2. And then you have another one. You have another one today. So you have...
I have 4 wheel spins, you have 2.
Okay.
Are you sure you only got 2 from yesterday? Didn't Whipper gift you like 15 or 20 or something?
I'm gonna find out. Hold on. I'm going by everything that says yesterday.
It could have also been somewhat in the day before.
No, there's not a day before. Like the thing before that says like 4 days ago. So it's all
Okay.
yesterday and then like 3 days ago. Let's see. Five, 10. The gnat. And then 10 more, so that's 20.
So you got 4 spins from yesterday.
Hold on.
We had like
Yeah.
a couple of days
Yeah,
with
20.
no subs, so
So I have
we
4.
just talking about the spin
Okay.
today.
Okay.
Okay.
So the first spin. Wait a minute.
Okay, let me get this spinner back up because I closed my computer.
Okay. First. So I'm gonna go 4. Oh, whoa, I must speak with a Uwu voice for the next 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I don't know how to speak with Uwu voice other than replacing all of my R's with W's. Do I have to do Uwu voice? I don't know how to do this. Lucifer, Nikki, I don't know. None of you guys have R's. Dinosaur, my husband Tristan, Tristan, you got the baby food. Okay.
15.
For next 5 minutes. So 2:30 is whenever I'll be able to finish it. Oh, well, I'm trying to talk cool, like, but I don't know. I guess cool is subjective. Sounds more Asian. How am I supposed to sound more Asian? I don't know how to. I don't know. I'm trying to talk cute, cute. And every sentence with. Oh, wait. Every sentence with probably. Okay, probably. I probably got to end every sentence with probably. Probably.
Um,
I will do it in at 12:30. Oh my gosh. I need to change my mouse DPI, but I'm using a controller. I don't think that changing my mouse DPI is going to really work, so I'm just going to do a different one. Because I'm only using it right now. So I'm just going to change it to, let's see, speak with a fake. Oh my god, how am I going to do this together with the other one? Oh my god.
what'd you get?
How am I supposed to speak with a fake accent while also doing the uwu voice? Um, oh fuck. Uh,
Good luck.
uh,
Are you also forgetting the probably?
probably. How am I supposed to speak with a foreign accent?
We have wheel spins to do, Dona Shock. So Aiko has to talk in an Uru voice.
With accent,
They recommended French.
French. Oh, okay.
French Uru, ending each sentence with probably, and then with a fake accent.
I,
Is there one more?
I think I, probably, probably, probably have to let's speak with the let thick accent and uwu probably. I feel so fucking racist. Probably. Oh my god,
Louis,
and now I
probably.
have to give directions to Tristan for the next 5 minutes in his game, probably. Le
Okay.
Tristan, for the next 5 minutes, I'm going to tell you to make a
French
left.
Asian.
Probably.
Okay, which way do you want me to go, honey?
Go left here at the rock, and then you're gonna make a front. You're gonna go
You're going Asian
forward,
now.
forward, forward of a couple feet, and then you're gonna make a right here, probably at the tree, and make a
There is no
left.
tree, I'm over water.
You're gonna have to make up a tree. Just keep going until you reach a tree, and then you're gonna have to
Okay, I guess I'm flying to the flying
probably
to the mountain.
fly to the mountain. And you know what? Isn't I have to speak with a fake accent? It did not say which one. Okay, maybe I want to mix all of them together because with the Uwu it's really fucking hard. Okay, so anyways, Tristan's gonna make a left here. Right now, Twistin. Right now, Twistin, probably.
Okay, I've
Okay,
made a
make
left.
a left now. Now, keep going left until you reach that one spot right in front of you, and that's Wanderer's house. Wanderer's going real well.
Wanderer lives in this schematic tower.
Wanderer, you will a schematic tower. That's awesome.
This is the
I forgot to be speaking in my accent, probably.
Uru voice become Asian become
Oh, I'm
give me direction
so
probably.
sorry, probably.
Oh
So
my
sorry.
god.
Now I feel like I kind of my accent has kind of turned into a what's his name what's his name
I
the
have to return to
Discord.
where I started
Oh
from.
my God, you need to turn around. That's not where you were supposed to go. You were supposed to go probably. They're not supposed to be Asian, okay? I feel like I sound like a
The more
Discord
French
moderator.
it goes, the more Asian it
I
sounds.
feel like I sound like a Discord moderator and I should start calling everyone kitten. I'm sorry.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
so
I
sorry to
should.
all the French people in chat. I'm so sorry.
We have a very large French audience.
I know my
Okay.
huge. Oh my God! Fucking finally, it's 2:30.
Do they all end at
The
2:30?
pain. Yeah, I'm just saying they all end at 10:30. Okay,
Okay.
look, look.
Okay, now I gotta spin my wheel. You
That
made me do a giant circle.
was
I never hit a tree because I was over the water. I came back to where I started from.
that was awful.
And this is where Wanderer lives. And the schematic tower where you get the Earth Emperor's bat on them.
That was painful.
Okay,
Ugh.
now it's my time to do 4 spins.
Okay, good luck.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
Spin one.
What is it?
Um, I've never done this before, so bear with me. How the fuck do you do an Ugu voice?
You have to replace all of your R's and L's with W's.
Uh, uh,
You just gotta think of it like a baby. Apparently, look. Did I sound
okay,
like
so
a
I've got to become
professional?
racist and Asian. Right, racist Asian accent.
No, you don't. No, you don't have to be Asian.
No, no, racist.
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 Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's horrible.
Lucifer.
Woosiful.
Lucifer.
Woosiful.
Lucifer.
Yeah.
Lucifer. How are you doing?
Talk like you don't have teeth.
I can do.
I'm
How
like,
are
you
you
don't have to
doing,
talk like you don't
Lucifer?
have teeth.
Lucifer? I can't do voice.
You're gonna have to do your best.
I'm gonna do my best.
Yeah, I believe in you. Look, talk cutesy. That's all you need to do.
I talk
Yeah,
Yoshi.
just like that. Just like that. Just like that. Perfect.
Ah, Twistin Sun. I see. I am Twistin Sun.
Whiston song.
Wax on, wax off.
Oh my God.
Wax on, wax off. Paint the fence. Fence?
Yeah, sure.
Will Nikki.
Go ahead, spin it again, motherfucker. You're gonna stack these bitches like I did.
Okay, I spin again. It's a spin again. Oh my god, every sentence. And with probably.
Are we just doing the same thing?
Do I just remove that and spin again?
Go for it.
Okay, I still do the ooh. I do best the ooh. Ooh. How an embarrassing story? Oh my god. So one time at band camp, no, I've never been to band camp. I need to tell an embarrassing story. This is fucking hard because I don't remember much. How do I do embarrassing story? Well, right now I'm doing an Ulu voice, and this is fucking embarrassing.
You're
I can't do Ulu voice, so I just do cutesy. I guess I don't know.
doing great, babe. You got this.
I
Spin
need
again,
to
motherfucker.
spin again while I think of an embarrassing story. Spin, spin. So this is spin number 3.
Will Nikki. I just saw what you typed.
Will Nikki compliment the next fighting to see you are a very sexy
Wow.
spinner. Subathon spinner, I know you. Mwah.
Eh.
Chat, you're very beautiful today. You're all looking very beautiful, very pretty. I am going to. Oh my god! How the fuck do I do this?
What? You didn't. You only complimented 3 things.
I am complimenting things. My phone is super amazing because it face tracks me. I am also
Oh
a
my
big
god, he's singing.
I'm a big fan of this. Oh my god. Mwah, mwah, this partition wall.
Singing.
This partition wall is amazing. It's the best partition wall. It helps keep the sound echo down. Is that how many? How many have I done?
That was
Ah, blah, blah,
3.
blah, blah, blah. That's 3.
Oh
I
no,
thought
you
that
didn't.
was
That was 4. That was right. You're.
okay. And
Complimented, told an embarrassing story, sang instead of
I
talked.
need to tell an embarrassing story about my beautiful eyes. Hey,
Oh my
baby.
god, don't wink at me right now. He just winked at me.
I wish that you and I liked it. Don't tell my wife 'cause she minds it.
So here winking at me with that voice.
You are so beautiful, so
Oh my
lovely,
gosh.
and so sweet. Sweet.
Oh my lord.
Uh, I didn't check the fucking time when I spun stuff, so I don't know how long I gotta go.
I
I
think you're due to be released. You're good.
I still have to tell an embarrassing story, so I
Okay.
will think on that, but memory fuzzy.
Fair enough.
Da 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 da. Da da da
Oh
da
my
da da.
lord.
Am free.
Oh my lord, you guys. Guys.
Uh,
That
my
was special.
Thank you, Nikki. That's all your fault.
Yep.
For me.
And
Whipper for
Whippa's
you, my
fault for
love.
me, yep.
uh, Pardon me, I burped.
I guess technically speaking, it's half Whippa's fault and half Nikki's fault for you.
True.
All Whippa's fault for me.
Nikki
uh,
made me sing if we're going by order of how many I needed to do. You're welcome. I'm very much enjoyed it. These are great punishments. So embarrassing story. Me think, do, think, do, think, do, think, do. I don't. I guess it's sort of embarrassing. Yeah. Let's go with the one time I smashed an Xbox controller because I was playing Dark Souls. So basically, it wasn't on purpose. I was aiming for So you know the second boss in Dark Souls, if you follow the intended quote unquote pathway, the Taurus demon on the bridge in the original Dark Souls, that thing used to fucking kick my ass. That used to beat the hell out of me. And one time I got frustrated that I went to throw my controller at a beanbag. I had a beanbag there. I knew it was going to be safe in my head. I hit the beanbag, but this was after it sat in the beanbag and fat ass Tristan had like pushed the beans away and there was a arse dent in the beanbag. And it was like a few beans and then the floor. So I threw it into the beanbag. And it just cracked on the ground. Broke off like one of the spots that you hold. And then yeah, that was like I was oh my god. I then had to go and buy a new controller, but I was embarrassed to ask anyone to take me to get a new controller because it broke. So I just was using a half dead controller for a while. I think I ended up asking my brother for one of his controllers and then never gave it back until I got a new Xbox. Yeah, that was like one of the last times I've like experienced proper anger. I got angry at that. I was at my own fucking inability to play games. And then I think I took like a year break from playing Dark Souls. This was before Dark Souls even became my favorite game series for that time period. But yeah, it was very much just like it was sort of like mid-apathy period of Tristan, but like one of the few emotions I had at that point in time. Was anger, and then that left not long after that, and like I had a long period of time after that where I was just never felt happy, never felt sad, just felt empty. That is what long-term apathy feels like. It's just empty. You just feel hollow. But yeah. And now I wear my emotions on my sleeve because feeling things is nice. Yeah, it is, I do not wish apathy on anyone, unless it's like... For me, it was a protection mechanism from grief, basically.
So
But
annoyed. Sorry, not you, babe.
she's so annoyed that I experienced grief.
I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention at all. I was like trying to make a list of all these rarity values. I'm gonna need to pull up a fucking spreadsheet.
Hang on. I help. So you are making lists from...
I pull up a Google Drive. I can pull up a spreadsheet.
Do you want to do it like this? You go from top down, I go from bottom up, and then we meet
No.
at some point. No?
I just want to write down land ball and then go to the next one, and then write down the rarity, and then next one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you want me to help at all, or do
You can help by if I say land ball, you can tell me what it
Okay,
is.
cool.
And I can I can be going through and typing up all the pals' names instead of like having to click the tabs. Let me get a Google Sheets up. Something we're gonna work on, guys. We're gonna get the cards together. If we're trying to make a card game, okay, this is what we've decided to do, and by we I mean me. This is what me have decided to do. All right. I also now need to come over here and let me close that,
Okay.
pull this up. Hold on, I gotta figure out. Hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close my PAL cards thingy. That's fine. That's safe for now. I don't need to worry about that. But what I do need to pull up now is separate.
So for this next period of time, it'll basically be just us talking back and forth. There won't be much gameplay.
I mean, I'm gonna like make sure that I've got. All right, I'm gonna make sure that I have.
What we're doing on.
I'm gonna make sure I've got the eggs going too. That's what I mean.
Yeah, you've got eggs going. I'm not doing eggs at least for a while.
I'm doing eggs. So I'm also I need to stop for a second so I can look to see what did I just do. I just got the Anubises. The Anubises are done. What is next? We did Scutless.
Yeah, you figure that out first.
Clovey.
I'm just gonna keep
Moldron
getting...
Crisp plus Clovey equals a Moldron Crisp. No, that's stupid.
Moldron Crisp plus Clovey.
Equals a Lepiron.
Lepiron.
Okay. So we need a male Clovey, which I'm pretty sure we have because we have a lot of Clovies.
Thank you for making this subathon so fun, all of you. Like, just
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
literally, regardless of if you
Donated
just
or
hang
just
out,
come hang out.
donate, just
Everybody
even
being
just
here has just been
lurking,
fantastic.
anything.
I've been having a fucking blast. I have to pee. I'm so excited. I have like 10,000 things on my mind. And I have to pee.
Aiko is very excitable here.
Look,
She gets too excited.
I'm like a puppy, okay?
You're like Frankie.
I'm like Frankie. Okay. So, we stare. Okay. I have to pee. I'll be back.
Montreal effigy somewhere around here. I think it's in these trees. There it is. Okay, come on, Fluke. Murder. Fluke. Probably shouldn't have something that they're resistant against as your attack. That doesn't matter, you do enough damage. I was not expecting that to kill him. Just shot him and was like, ah, his head's here. Pop. Was not expecting that to kill him. Okay, mark that off. Mark this off. I will go off and get this lift monk if I haven't already got it. I might have forgotten to mark it off.
Basically, what I want is I want to make a list of everybody based on their rarity, right? And then based on their rarity listed in the database, okay? I want to then convert that to a scale of 1 to 5. 1 being common, or 5 being common, 1 being rare, whatever it is, however we wind up doing it. And then I want there to be notes for exceptions. Okay, exceptions being like there you can only have 1 pantherless, for example.
Yes.
That would be a notable exception.
I think you can like breed more, but you can only have like a 1 in a base.
Loof is becoming a gold.
And, like, you can get more from doing the raids. But you can only like anything that requires itself to breed.
Yeah, I could.
Would probably like increase by 1 rarity unless it's already legendary.
Yeah. Okay, so close that. Okay.
Loof is indeed becoming a god. Level 32, using electric attacks against pals that... I'm very curious what his attack stat is, because oh my god, Loof does so much damage. And I've got Big Floof as well, which is an alpha variant. It's literally named Big Floof. That's the alpha title for Floof. But for the Lamborghs.
That's beautiful.
It's perfect. That was entirely accidental. I just named my one Floof. Did not know that Big Floof existed.
I will say that there are going to be certain exceptions to like only being able to breed with itself kind of thing. Like, for example, a Bushi Noct and a Bushi Noct, or there's only one other way to get one for those special variants.
Yes, there is a...
I wouldn't suggest that those are more rare.
No, it's just like...
It's just there's only that way.
Those ones you can catch in abundance as well at nighttime. Where is this? A little bit further on. Be around here. Ah, there it is. I have got it. Cool. Loof, become god, destroyer of world.
This is mania. Those who aren't aware.
Hmm?
This is, yeah, Frambell. Frambell, that's perfect.
Ramp.
Partly how some of my mania manifests. I have idea, and then I just run with it, and even if it takes fucking forever.
No, it's fine. Be manic, my love.
We enjoy our manian.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it's not spending shit tons of money.
If you want to do like a simple division of rarities, then you can just divide 20 by 5 categories.
No, I probably not could do simple.
Yeah, that's way too simple, but
Yeah, it's gonna. That's why I'm just gonna list it first, and then figure out what the rarities are afterwards, because
yeah,
it's not gonna be that simple.
it is not going to be that simple at all.
It's gonna be like, let me see what's actually being listed here. Crapperty.
3 more level ups, and then we can get the ability glasses. Well, I mean, 1 level up for you. Maybe even less.
I think just one. But I'm not exactly being active around it right now.
Oh, that's fine.
I mean, outside of breeding.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Only one in. I like their naming conventions. Like the way they do like Botan and Chris and Primo
Yeah,
and
that's really
Noct,
nice.
Terra. Just to
It
show
is
like
really
this
good.
was not the standard, but we added a variant of this.
Did I send my... I did send you on the picture. I want this for a low high on my base instead of the bronze cherry. It's just bronze cherry, but I can do the gathering as well.
Ooh, what did I do? I skipped an entire fucking line.
And then just tell you not to mine. That's the only thing you don't need to do. Low half.
Combat.
Planting and gathering 5. Yeah, perfect. I think gathering was where I was losing out on speed. Because use it now, this Grimtail can also come out. Complex still exist. Guess what?
I don't know, we don't have a lot of aqua pals, do we? Like blank aqua.
Yeah, there aren't that many.
There's only an Eldritch and aqua. I don't know which other ones there are.
There's a bronze cherry aqua as well.
Oh, true.
There's a few. I feel like Noct is the most common.
That's because making things dark is cute.
Yeah. The guild, I think, is the least common.
Ooh, yeah, you're right.
I saw a comment that the Snock, its variant is Snock Lux, but Snock already does electricity. It's already an electricity power. The people were talking about, oh, maybe it should be Snock Terror, because it adds ground. And then one person was like, no, its skin turns gold, or yellow gold. It should just be Snot killed.
Nope, nope, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
The reason that he gets killed is because he drops gold.
Yes, that is why he gets killed. And he also is like properly gold, whereas Snot becomes just yellow.
Mhm.
Same color as Lux, but it's already an electricity pal, so I feel like that was supposed to be like the base variant of Snot. I can make a bunch of cloth, sure. Some good XP. Yeah, something board, why not? Here's Floof. Any good? Don't really have any good grass attacks. That's your best bet.
Mhm.
I do need more ammo, which is going to require gunpowder, which that requires sulfur and charcoal. It's fine though.
I keep spelling it Relaxosaurus. That is not what it is. It's Relaxaurus.
Definitely should be Relaxosaurus.
I agree.
Flows better. How close to level 1 up? Actually enough for
It's
the rest of...
interesting.
Yeah?
An interesting pal is Gangler Ignis. Fire and water.
Yeah, that is a quite interesting pal. And I get new pals. I get like a list. It's in this tag. Oh.
What?
There is a... There's a spoiler tag in a spoiler section in the PAL database.
There is. It's not anything that it has. It's just, it was for like before the
Yeah,
reveal.
there's things that were data mined.
I've seen some other stuff that they could potentially come out with in the future, but it's not out now, so. And it's
Yes.
not even necessarily guaranteed to come out. It's just something they could add in the future if they wanted to. It's basically just people are guessing the names based on like, well, I mean, not necessarily guessing the names because like
Some of the names are revealed.
they're
It's
not names like Sibilex, right? So let's say there's Sibilex and Sibilex Primo. I don't know what they're fucking called. I'm gonna say Cloth Lady, right? And then Cloth, and then Primo, Sibilex Primo is just Cloth Lady White, or something.
yeah, it's things like that.
And then so if somebody saw Cloth Lady and then somebody in the file saw Cloth Lady White, then they're gonna be like, oh, then there's Sibilex Primo.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna head out to bed now. Hope you all have a great rest of the stream. No,
Thank you, thank you, thank
Nikki.
you. Please get fucking plenty of sleep.
You deserve as much sleep as possible for like
Ever. Don't die.
forever. Yeah, yeah. Sleep
Just
forever.
die. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. It's not what I
After all
mean.
your hard work and your flight and everything, get some good sleep. Or whatever you're getting up to. It might not be sleep, but.
I already wrote
Sleep
this.
forever? Wouldn't that mean I'm dead? Yes, fuck you.
No.
I'm just translating Iconese. Yeah, just told me to go dead. Stay safe. Stay safe. Don't listen to.
Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Enjoy your hibernation, Nikki. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Oh, you made it. Made. Oh my god, I've been big-headed, but it didn't work because I don't know why. There we go. Manually made it. There we go. That's actually still fine. If it doesn't work, I could just manually do it because of the Stream Deck. It's a toggle.
Ooh, okay. All right. Here is another super rare one. Ryu.
Rear?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Like guild. I've been
Yeah.
Jubified. Have I? Did it
Yeah,
work
there's
though?
only a couple that are
Yep. That one worked.
a couple that are made rear.
I only see one that's been made real.
Laser Mott.
Yes. That's the one.
No.
What other one?
Both ice morning.
What other one, babe?
Oh, there is another one, isn't there?
No.
No.
That's why I was asking. You said there's only a couple. Then you said there's only a
Is it just
couple.
Laser Mott?
I think so. I'm still going across, but see you out that
Yeah, it's just Laser Mott currently.
Good for you. Just another player in your game for two.
Yeah, only one guild, one rear. What are the other ones? Lots of Ignises.
Wrist, Botan, Primo,
Lots of.
Aqua,
There's only 4 Botons.
Ignis.
4 Aqua. There's a lot of Ignis. Chris so
You said
far
there's
is
how
on
many
there.
Botons?
There's only 4 Botons.
Bullshit. Nightmare Botan.
Botan.
Nightmare Botan. Wumpo Botan. Quiver Botan.
One more.
Hold on. Bunny Botan. Is that it?
Yep. That's all of them.
Oh. Huh. I thought there were more. Ignis, though.
There are actually more Chris than there are not.
Really?
There's 4 Aqua as well.
Interesting. It felt like there was more Botan than there was.
Wow, there's more Primo than there are Botan and Aqua. There are 5 Primo.
Interesting. Wouldn't have thought that.
Or anything?
No.
Whipping out a spreadsheet, manually making.
Look, I'm telling you, this is important for us, okay? We are currently trying to write down the rarity values because I'm trying to figure out a way that I can make a redeem. I want to make a redeem. I want to turn Palworld into a card collecting redeem.
Yes,
Okay.
we want to
But the
Pal
thing
World card
is I'm going to have to make my own code for it. And in order for me to make my own code, I have to be able to put together all of the pieces. So I have to be able to differentiate things based on rarity. I have to be able to come up with the cards, which, by the way, I've already done the backs for. I haven't done the fronts for yet, but I've done the backs for. And we have to go through everything, man. I've got ideas. I'm super excited about them. How was your stream?
Stream was good, was also playing Power, but the frames were dropping bad, so I decided.
What? I don't know anything about frames dropping bad. What do you mean? Don't mind my fucking Moldron Christ in the background just fucking zipping around. Zippity doo-dah. I have like 10,000 tabs up right now because
Yeah.
I'm working on this, and so everything's fucking laggy.
Apologies for the game dying. It seems to do that often.
Oh, you missed earlier, dude. You guys missed earlier. You can make all the cards based off us. That's ultra rare in theory. No. I'm not gonna do that. You think you just want to be rare. That's because then at some point I'd like to have like fucking everybody be a pal, you know? Then that would be everybody was ultra rare.
Yeah.
So a few things. One, we had to do our little spin the wheel thing, and I had to do 4 things on top of one another. Okay, I had to give Tristan directions while speaking in an uwu voice, while speaking with a foreign accent, and
I decided French, but it went very Asian.
look, and while saying probably at the end.
At the
It
end.
was
Yeah.
horrible. Horrible.
I had
It
to.
was horrible.
I had to do Uber voice with telling an embarrassing story, singing, and what was my last one? Complimenting 5 things. The first 5 things I see.
He came over and with his uwu voice comes over and tries to compliment me and winks at me.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
So sexy.
How many Ignises? Basically, we're gonna go based on the database. We're gonna go based on the database rarity for these pals, but we're also going to take in our own personal exceptions. For example, like Panthalus. There's only like you can only have like one Panthalus. So that's gonna be like really fucking rare, right? I don't know what the game listed as, but apparently according to ChatGPT, it labeled like Palladius as like rarity of 20. It's like, really?
Pantherless's rarity is 10.
It fucking lied to me. This is why you don't trust ChatGPT. He was really confident in that too. She kept saying it over and over again. Yeah, Palladius is max rare. Palladius is max
A
rare. And I'm like,
Palladius?
yeah.
Palladius? Probably max rarity, yeah. Palladius, max rarity of 10, because you can only get it from the legendary fight.
You said 10 out of 20?
Palladius is 20. For some reason, Pantherless is only 10. I don't know why.
That is weird. This is exactly why we have to write things down and make our own personal exceptions.
Yeah.
Because
You can get, like, you can only have
fucking
one
guard.
Pantherless in your base, because it operates as like a base defense orbital bombardment pal.
Can you breed them?
You can breed them
How?
with 2 Pantherlesses.
How? How?
You can do the fight over and over and over again.
No, I just mean.
Oh, never mind. You can't breed them because you can only have one in your base at a time.
Yeah.
So you can just keep doing the fight over and over again until you get.
Are they unbreedable, or are they like maybe you can breed them in the ancient hatchery because they're not technically out?
Probably.
I found another Aqua Phalaris. What is Shadowbeak listed as? Pantherless and
Oh,
lore is
that's-
unique 1-to-1, so it should be rare. I agree. I agree. I want it to be like somebody pulls a fucking Pantherless and like, oh my god, how cool! I got a Pantherless, because it would be cool to get a Pantherless. It'd be so much cooler to get a Pantherless than it would be to get a Palladius. Like, think
Shadowbeak
about
is
it.
listed as rarity of 10. Celine is listed
is
as a
why
rarity
we
of
have-
9.
This is exactly why we have to be. Well, I will say once you get to the world tree, it does become easier to get her.
Yes, yes. The Shadowbeak you can only get from.
Yeah. Okay, and look at Xiaolong though.
Xiaolong, rarity of 9, same as Celine.
Okay, all right. Here's another one. Dandalord.
8.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Dandalord is fucking 8.
Dandalord is listed
While
as a rarity of 6.
fucking Palladius is 20. How? This is exactly why we have to make our own list. This is no. I disagree. Disagree. Where are they getting their fucking numbers? Give me reasonings. I am willing to be wrong here. I just need to know why. Why is Palladius so fucking high? Or, yeah. I can maybe understand, like, Frostallion Knock, the only way to get it before was through breeding or something, wasn't it? But now it's a boss. Maybe they just haven't updated it? What about Astralum?
Astralum you can't get in the game without mods. Without mod, no.
Okay. I was not sure about that one. That's a disappointment.
But it does have a rarity listed.
I bet it fucking does.
10.
No. Okay.
It looks like 10 plus is legendary, quote unquote.
How? How the fuck?
Probably because you can. Probably because there's no cooldown on it. You can just do it over and over and over again. And Dandalord isn't technically a legendary.
Because, okay, but Astralum.
Probably because you can't catch it. So it's just listed as this is legendary power, but then you can do the fight over and over again. You can't get that Astralum currently in the game.
No, I know, but like.
I don't get why it's only that because it's literally in law there is one.
Palladius. You can do over and over and over again too. You can get both of Palladius and Necromus at the same time. I proved that last fucking run.
You can. I don't know why they're listed as 20.
Explain yourself,
Rarity.
Pocket Pal. I don't understand.
It's just in the internal system.
I know, but that's like, I want to know what that means as per the system. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Narrow. Seriously, what the heck? Ugh. But everybody, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. My name is Aiko Heartblossom. This is my husband, Tristan Heartblossom, and we are currently hyper-fixated on Palworld, if you can't tell. If you're interested in hanging out with other people who are interested in Palworld, that would be us, so please give us a follow.
It's really confusing.
And we're currently in a subathon. Which, by the way, should want to mention, we reached our goal of 100 subs this week, which is fantastic. However, we currently have our stretch goals up, so if you guys would like to donate another 100 subs, we just love that. I won't turn it down, I promise. We've got our stretch goals. I know. I'm proud of all y'all, man. Couldn't done it without y'all. I think Jesse just wanted to yell at me. Okay. All right, babe. Now to save my sanity, can you figure out, can you tell me, unless of course you're having lag issues.
Oh no, I'm fine.
Okay. Can you tell me the rarities of each of the pals? Starting at the top.
Including the Ignis variants?
Including every variant.
Okay.
Just not like alpha.
1.
Okay.
Akiva?
Yep.
1.
Okay.
Chicopee, I think, is also 1. And Liftmonk is 1.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna close
Chicopee, 1.
Lift Monk's 1?
Liftmonk, 1.
Okay.
Quack. Milky is fucked. Milky is very flacked. Quack is 1.
Okay. Why are you fucked? Are you drunk?
Hi, Milky. I did, but I don't want to interrupt your explanation. Quack Ignis is 2.
Okay.
Vixie is probably going to be 1. No, Vixie is 2.
Interesting.
It does seem to swing.
Based on the fact that I was able to catch like 48 of them in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Something just don't feel it.
Celery is 3, probably because it can only spawn on like the coast.
Maybe.
Accelerated Lux is 4.
Get the cremise and then pause so I can check my eggs.
Premise is 1.
Jesus fucking Christ, Milky.
6-day work week. Dang.
Oh, Lord.
What are you even doing as a job?
What is your job? Are you good?
Are you like a drug runner?
Okay, that was with Clovey. What was Clovey? Lapieron? So I'm gonna go ahead and mark Lapieron.
Why is this not a sign?
If I was a Lapieron, where would I be?
What are you? Why are you okay, so because you're doing a task, I can't assign you to a different task? What? Oh, Ethan, you get this.
Did I already get a one? No, because they were all girls. Bushi knocked.
Cherry saddle.
Is my Bushi knocked a male? No. Fuck. Game does not want me having a 1-foot baton, huh? Already have that. Astagon. I think my Astegons are both females too. Yep. Hellzephyr. Is my Hellzephyr male?
You're now back from getting ready, and I got the shower. Oh, nice, Hika. Welcome back. Hope you enjoy your time here again until you get going to workies.
Hellzephyr.
I wish you very many luck, Milky.
Just many luck. The many
Many luck.
one luck.
Many singular luck.
Why do you guys keep leaving fucking honey all over the goddamn floor? Pick it up.
Sugar.
If I do this, you guys are gonna put eggs in the fucking chest. Stop. Put it in the fucking fridge. It's right here. You guys are fucking messy. Messy bitches. Look at you.
I hope everyone has a wonderful day except for Milky because he is so
No, I hope he
fun.
has a good day, even though it's gonna be long.
Yeah, you're gonna have a very long week. But hey,
Hellzephyr should get us what?
look on the upside.
My Cora.
At least you're not in a place with like South Korean work culture where you could do like 80 hours in a week and not get paid overtime.
Out of my Cora. I don't want a Skutless in my party.
Twing. It really sucks that like it really sucks that it really is just useless. The melee in the game is like Skutless probably could be a bit stronger, but
So, while in party increases the player's defense by 50% while sprinting.
well, sprinting. What a weird ability.
Coward. Fucking coward. How big is this thing? It's kind of cute. Wait, hold on. I don't know if it's meant to be floating. No. It is an interesting looking pal. He's just a little guy. Alright. Alright. Now these guys are going. So. And these guys are working on towards getting a what? Did I bark it down? Yeah, I did. My Cora.
Once that's back, I will get a better flyer, Ragnarok, which will allow me to do a lot more.
Okay, anyways. Back to my daily sheet. Okay.
Rajiro?
Gojiro, yep.
4.
4. Gojiro knocked.
5.
Herbie.
3.
It's not shocking. T-Fant.
1. That's also not shocking.
I would argue that Herbie is more common than T-Fant.
Depends on the area, yeah. But honestly, a bit right, yeah. 1 for Gomos.
Paparai.
2 on Paparai.
Hey, Clovey.
2.
Hey, Jolthog.
1.
I swear, a lot of these, I would swear like Herbie was a lot more common.
2 on the Joltog Drift.
Okay, Depresso.
It's
One.
probably just like when they're in that area, they are always there because they're the only things that spawn there. Depresso 1.
But have you seen the area by the fucking Blaze Howl boss? It's like swarming in Herbies constantly. Bingo.
Pangala 1. Pangala Lux 2. Weird, I've only ever encountered that from enemies summoner or
Yeah.
fishing.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Pinking 6. Pinking Lux 7. Seems like the variant is just like a 1 increase so far.
Yeah.
Cuties 1.
Honestly, that's exactly how I was gonna do Lucky though, is just increase it by 1.
True, yeah. Melpaca 3. Kingpaca 8. Okay. Kingpaca Christ 9. But they're both field bosses, okay. Whatever.
Yep.
Daydream 1.
Yeah, but it's okay because the Kingpaca Crest has the same rarity level as the fucking Celine.
It's got a higher rarity than the Dandalord.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Pansy 1.
Let me guess, Tekken Sickness 2.
Bingo.
Oh my god, I'm so smart.
Nox 6. Honestly, fair.
I've been seeing them like a lot this run, weirdly.
Yeah. Flambell 1. Ruby 2.
Did I fucking die?
The connection to the host has been lost. They probably
Let me check the
reset.
server.
It is around that time. It seems to be like 3:25
Checking.
when it dies, when it goes down.
Yeah, it's doing its thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
just,
Anyways, we shall continue.
Mao 1.
1, 2.
2, yes. I would argue that should be a lot more.
Same. Rushore.
Rush all 1.
Again, bullshit. Box Sparks.
1. Fox Dogs Christ 1 as well. That didn't go up.
Weird, because I've only ever seen the Fox Sparks Christ as a boss.
Oh, yeah. Killamari 1.
No one tracks.
Killamari Primo 2. That's fine. Butler 1. Yeah, they're all over on like the starting area dungeons. Ixadir 5.
Bullshit! Bullshit! Those are fucking everywhere!
Yeah, Ixadir Terra 6. That's only in Sanctuaries.
The end game. Where?
I don't understand this.
Neither.
It's just whatever the list in game. Dire Howl 2. Caprity 3.
Happy Knocked 4.
Probably. 3. No.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well. Sweep 1. Sweeper 6.
That's fair.
That is fair. That only gets spawns like
Every 6 sweep. Every 6 sweep. One for every 6
every
sweep.
6 sweep groups, yeah, probably. Turticle 3. That is fair.
Okay.
Turticle Terror should be 4. It's fine. Hang you. 1. I would have said that was 2, but Hang you Christ 2. Lollipop 3.
Lollipop Terra only on that one little island.
4.
Yep.
To be fair, it is all over that island, but
True.
just that island. Muzarina
1.
2.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. As a robe 7.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
As a robe Chris 8. What the fuck? Spark it, 1.
Okay, that tracks.
Kelsey should also be 1.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Kelsey 1.
Kelsey Ignis.
Honestly, should also be 1, but it's 2.
I have seen more Red Bunny botons this run than Red Bunnies, so tell me the actual numbers, I guess.
Rabani is a 1.
Red Bunny
They're
botan.
all over the island to my north.
2.
Of my base. 1 for Rabani botons. I think.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright.
Jeliet, 3. Gelroy, same.
Why are my nails for anybody who thinks this is weird?
Hemion, 2. Loopy, 5.
Okay. Weird, because you'd think that Gloopy had exactly the same rarity as a Woolly Pop Terra.
You would think, seeing as it mostly spawns on just one island.
Yep.
Loopy Primo, 6. Gale Claw, probably 1. It's 2. Okay, I sure, yeah, sure, I guess. Whistle, 5. Let me just get up what I'm doing. Stream can watch as well. Nightwing, 3. That's fair, I feel. Combat, 5. Doko, 1. Univolt, 5. Wrist version, 6.
Oh shit.
Dobfin, 2. Ignis version, 3.
I feel like it should be, how likely are you to see this pal if you go to the area where they spawn?
That is what it should be, yes. It's not. Because when they're the only things that spawn there, doesn't matter what the internal number is.
Alright.
3 on the loop.
Okay, Lumen, okay, so get to 80, so which is Cognito, and then we'll pause.
Lumen Christ is also a 3.
Okay. Cognito.
Oh my god, Cuties! Trooper, welcome.
Welcome in, welcome in.
You followed the Nero raid, huh? Cognito, 3.
Okay, alright. I am going to pull the game back up.
Yes.
And Lucy, you're a rare 3 rarity. How do you feel about that?
I honestly feel like that's pretty fair for Cognito. When
I have been fighting Cognitos a lot this round. Cognitos are pissing me off. They actually have this really cool ass ability.
Yeah,
Have you ever tried fighting a Cognito, dude? Where you're not immediately killed? Or you don't immediately kill it?
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's doing
They
really...
teleport
They
you.
teleport. And you can't see them. The only time I was able to catch them is whenever I had the Lunaris, because the ball would follow them even when they were teleporting. But dude,
Yeah, and it's also like they're delayed over there. They go invisible and then they teleport to you, and then they just don't reveal immediately. So if you charge an attack, you miss. You're guaranteed to miss because
looks like we're
how
missing
to go
quite a
about.
few pals here, including our, I don't know, our Moldron fucking Christ.
Yippee ki
Where's Papa? And by Papa I mean Mama. It's Mama. It's Big Mama. Where is she? Okay, well the egg came out of fucking nowhere. Oh, well, it's reducing lag.
We are definitely going to
Change all of that shit.
change all this.
Like-
Some of the ones that are like
Some, like the land ball, makes sense.
Lambo make.
Some of them don't make no fucking sense. Alright, that's the Mycora. Let's put this bitch away. Alright, hold on. I gotta get the next one.
It's just internal number shit.
It's just internal number shit. And it really doesn't matter. That's exactly what Mimi was telling me though.
Yeah, like if 3 is the lowest number that spawns in the area, then 3 should be 1.
Okay, let's see. T-Fan. Sorry, I just got that. Gumos Kitsune. That's pretty good. Do I have a male Gumos? Of course I have a male Gumoth. I have 4 million Gumoths. If they're all female, I'm gonna be very, very concerned by
This country's
statistics.
fucked. Yeah.
Already of these male. On any of these Gumoths is male. Do you know why I'm keeping all of these? It's because I can't see their fucking numbers, and I have so fucking many. You know what's funny is that my Moldrunk Crest isn't showing up, but the males are going here and they're breeding with something. There's here. They're here. Where are you upstairs? I'm gonna go upstairs and check because honestly, I don't see her anywhere. Hold on. Bathroom? Are you in the bathroom? Are you in the bathroom? I don't know where she is. Is she on the house? She could be on top of the house. Is she on top of the house?
On the house.
Mama, where are you? She in the attic? No. Mama, where are you? That's what I should name her. Because she's been breeding, like, at this point, I think over half my pals. Hello?
Oh, yeah, I should.
Alright,
I
well,
should.
I bet if I leave and I come back, she'll be here.
Let me do this.
What is... what am I breeding? What am I making? Lumos plus will be a kitsune. Okay, so I'm gonna get mark two of those down. Or mark those down. Not mark two of them, just one. Basically, I'm just trying to get one of everything right now. I get one of everything, I can do breeding later, it's fine. Tristan, on the other hand, is doing opposite. He wants nothing from eggs. He's like,
I don't want
don't want to touch those round things that came out of people's butts. That's what he says.
I'm allergic to the round things.
So the next one is going to be an R-Sox if I have a male. So I'm going to go ahead.
Speaking of socks, that's the next one on the list as well.
Oh, that's funny. I want to get these lined up really quick so I don't have to think about it. Male R-Sox. And then Sweeper. Male Sweeper. They're both female, so can't do that one. Male Grentail. Okay, and then Foxicle, which I do believe I have a male. I think I only have a male of that one.
Nice.
Sorry, I'm trying to get those queued up. I do believe I just saw my bitch walk by, and I don't know where the fuck she just came from. She came out of fucking nowhere. Where's my Foxicle? Where's my Foxicle? I'm fucking blind. Never. They're just falling out of the sky. It literally is just happening.
Okay. Position 10, that means I can get...
Dazzy knocked. I think my Dazzy knocked is a girl.
Right, team. I'm gonna write this team. Stranglehold has capacitor. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, my Dazzy knocked is a girl.
So much faster. Oh.
Xenovator. Nope. There's fire breaking out the basement.
No. There is?
Look at them
Here, you're not supposed to be setting the freezer, the cooler on fire. I feel like that's counterproductive.
Carnivora. I think I have a male carnivora.
Dang, you take a while. Let me organize books. A visitor has arrived at my base.
I don't know. Fucking. It says a fire's broken out, but fucking where? Here, I guess? Based on the fact that there's a stair missing? And it's still going down. Okay, yeah. Gloopy, do your fucking job. Thank you.
This game wants me to teach Pals Implode, but I keep getting Implode skill fruits.
Why is there dead sets here in my house? Why did you guys let it in? Play with good intention. God damn it, guys. Seriously. How did this happen?
Oh, fuck.
What does even keep happening? I don't even know.
Whack, whack.
Babe.
Yeah, honey?
You're being mean and breaking my shit.
Breaking my shit downtown. You want me to go show him Floof?
Better.
Where's his Susie? Is it dead?
That's dead.
Oh my god.
But the thing is now I don't have any wood and stone over here because it's all at the fucking other base.
Sims.
Hi, Sims.
We have been working on spreadsheet stuff. What we're finding out from this spreadsheet is rarities are bullshit.
Rarities are bullshit. Streaks and lurking starting. Oh my god, that is so awesome for you.
Oh,
That's big.
that is amazing.
That is so cool. That's such a big step for you. Where are you going? Where are you going to college? I don't remember. I know you told me, but I fucking forgot. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've got like the memory of a goldfish, dude.
My sweet goldfish.
Oh, okay. Well, this is good news, maybe. Maybe I'll have some good news on top of this. Fucking fucked my shit up, dude. Wrecked my shit. Maybe. Maybe it won't be good news. Maybe it'll be another goddamn supply drop. Because it freaking hates me. Please, 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 please. I gotta fuck the bird. My last bird died. I really, really need a Celine that isn't trash.
Wow.
This Celine is the only good Celine, and it's the male.
He said he'll DM it to us. Which makes sense. Please don't do docs to this yourself.
Time for me to dox femmes, guys. Ha 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 ha. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna do that. Shorn. Come, Shorn. A weird bird. Please. Please. Yay. Okay, alright.
Oh. Ooh. I have no idea where that even is, but fine.
Shit. Seriously? Don't fuck with me, man.
What time is...
No, what the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you fuck with me, dude. Don't you fuck with me. Seriously. No, I want you. No! No, 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 no. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. I have an exotic ball. I have an exotic ball. Ooh, this one's being a bitch. Oh, this one's also a male, too. Infinite stamina. Okay, I will accept. I will accept that one being a bitch. I will accept that one being a bitch. I'm totally fine. Infinite fucking stamina. The only thing that could make that better is if it was fucking Eternal Engine. But I have Eternal Engine on something else, but that's not
You got a
right
really good flyer from the... Was that the real good Celine?
Yes. I got infinite stamina on a Celine.
Oh!
Not that it fucking matters right now. I can't ride it, but still, I have it.
Interesting. So, my love.
Yeah. Alexa, set an alarm 2 hours from now.
2-hour alarm set for 5:46 a.m.
I underscore and underscore SimSword subbed into T.
Yeah, I'm not sure when,
Look when you're ready.
where that place is, but...
Oh yeah, I will when I'm ready. Look, I'm struggling, okay? My bird's dead.
Take your time, take
My other bird's fucking being a bitch. My other bird killed my bird.
Okay. Coming over. I'm bringing some wooden stone as well.
I already fucking fixed it.
That's okay. I'm still bringing more.
Carnivora. 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 Do I have a male carnivora?
9 a.m.
I'm cold.
Is,
I'm cold.
you cold?
Where's my carnivoras? Right there. This one's male. This one's bougie. Damn. It's got 4 passives.
Okay.
They're all pretty decent, I think. It's got...
Well, I hope you have a really fun time there, Sims, and you become like a...
If you don't need to know the exact place, if you want to nerd it up. Upstate New York. Cool. Cool, cool. I'm going to look it up real quick. Look at what you sent me, though. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Soon we'll find out that Sims is just like a frat boy.
Server will be going online in 6 hours.
Yeah, 9 a.m.
You get the message too?
Yeah. I got the I saw the ping in the Discord.
I never pay attention to pings.
There was a ping in a new channel in the Discord. And I was like, oh, interesting. What's this? And yeah, they made a yeah cut out for frat life.
Let me know how that goes. My brain is fried. Alright. Okay. I've got 5 lined up. Let me see if I can put 1 in there yet. What the fuck? Are they dead? No, oh, never mind. I was wrong. Looking in the wrong pen. Never mind.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy
Do I know what these are?
college, university life, college
I have no,
things. Do
I have no idea what I'm making. What are these?
why am I here? Okay, but well, I guess it teleported from here.
Where'd you go?
To the ranch. I'll mean to go back to my base.
Tropical? No.
Tropical.
Is that what I was doing? Was the Tropical I was working on? Who's it the thing? Is it the Arsox?
Nah.
No, it's the Gumos. What's the Gumos?
Nah.
Where's the
Yeah.
Gumos?
I mean, see,
Kitsune.
I mean,
Okay, okay, that makes
weird.
sense. That makes sense. I'm gonna have a really big Kitsune, dude. Okay. Step back. Take this out. What do Arsox make? Arsox and Moldron Christ make a Tropical. So I'm gonna go ahead and mark that down. What's that crazy bird? Losing my mind. Crazy bird, crazy bird, crazy bird, crazy bird. Bird, crazy. Babe.
Yeah.
Hey, come here. Help me find the Tropical. Yes.
Tropical. Is that the weird dancing one?
Yes.
Oh, that should be.
Oh, found it.
Yeah.
Thanks. I just needed you to be here apparently.
I got a good like rough estimate with some of the pictures, but I knew that there was after the intro. Do you wanna keep
Uh-huh.
pink as well, or just a head?
Just head. I want a pizza.
Do you want these ones as is, or do you want me to heat them out?
As is.
As is?
I want to be able to eat it.
Oh my god, it's got some of the cheese. Sorry, food.
Let's eat my food.
Right there in that corner.
Cheese tack, cheese tack.
Back to the spreadsheet. Okay. Our socks.
I love socks. Our socks are rarity of, I believe, 3? 4.
Okay.
Muffly next. 2.
Huh?
Bristler? 1. Cinnamorph? Moth? 4. Oh.
You said Bristol was what?
1.
Okay.
And Cinnamorph was 4.
Okay. Purple?
2. Yeah, I feel like that's fair. You can get some
Alphedrin?
7.
Okay.
Surprisingly high.
Yeah.
8 for the Aqua.
This makes no fucking sense.
No.
What?
5 in the Vanworm.
No.
Literally had a base with them constantly attacking.
Yeah, okay.
5 are also for the Christ.
Yeah, but those are shoot a lot more rare.
Yeah, the Christ are a lot more rare. Felbat 6.
Yeah.
Only spawns at night time in like a specific zone. Valet 8.
Okay.
So apart from the Sanctuary, it's only a world boss. B-Guard 4.
But the thing is,
And 8 on the Elizabeth. But the Elizabeth spawns with B-Guards.
yeah.
And they're everywhere over that area.
Oh. It's only 1 per 4, I guess.
Maybe. Lavender, 5. That's fair, I think. Grintail, 6. Oh my god, no. They're all over southern, like the mushroom area.
Ranchers?
3.
Pull up.
Pull up. 5.
Oh my god, this piece is so dinky. 5?
5.
I've never seen a pull up.
And the Polar Terra 6. They spawn on N Island.
Oh. Okay.
And they are relatively rare for that island.
Okay.
It's not crazy for them to be that. Lee's Punk 2.
Yeah.
Ignis 3. Dworarat 5.
Okay.
Odd. And same for the Terror, both 5.
So is that?
4 on the Serpent. 5 on the Terror.
I am I'm okay with like increasing the variant one by 1.
Yes. That to me is fine. Robin Quill 5.
Okay.
The Terror version 6.
Okay.
Floppy 1.
No. It's not that common.
It is not that common. Wixen 6.
That's fair.
The Noct variant, I feel like I could see there's about the same amount. Yeah, also 6. I feel like Catras and Catras Ignis will be the same as well. 6, yeah. And the Ignis version... 6.
Okay.
Good chain of 6. Honestly, all of those are fair.
I'm totally fine with this.
Hell Zephyr 7. That is fair. When it does spawn, it's typically only 1.
No. When it does spawn, there's a few, but they're not clustered. They usually only spawn at night, too.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And the Lux is 8. I feel like the Lux is more common than the regular one.
Well, that's because it's like all out during the day. When you see it at,
Yeah, true. Algrove is 6. Fair. I don't see that often when I'm in the area where it can spawn. And the Christ is 7.
never seen a crest.
I have a couple of times. But that's when running around getting it. Lunaris 6. That was when like running around getting all the effigies on the mountain. I've only seen a couple as, yeah. Not many. Fengalope 3.
Okay.
3? 3. And the Lux is also a 3.
Yeah.
Awesome 6. With the Lux being a 7.
I would say that the Finglope Lux is actually less rare than the Finglope.
Same, yeah. Especially seeing as you can get the Fengalope. You can get them both in boss fights.
Yeah, I know, but
But, like...
the Finglope Luxes are a lot more common wild.
They are.
You know, Bushi needs to be
Yeah?
a fucking 1. It's like in every biome.
Okay. I looked at the Bushi, I'm gonna look at the Bushi Noct and see. They are the same.
Bullshit. Okay.
7. Both of them are 7.
That's what the fuck is
They're
this?
wandering in every fucking biome from...
Except the Bushi Noct is only in the one biome, and it's only at night. And then you got the Bushi, who's in literally every biome.
You can actually get the Bushi Noct on the volcano. The trainers summon them. the Brotherhood of Eternal.
Oh, okay.
But you know, this is not included in those because you can get a Jormantide Ignis from them as well. Munchill 3, that's fair, I think.
Okay.
Manorist, this is stupid. 8.
What the fuck?
It's like literally the first world boss you come across.
Yeah,
And they're everywhere in
they're
certain
fucking
biomes.
everywhere. Yeah. Okay.
And the Christ version is 9. That one's more fair,
Yeah.
but it is still...
I love the fin cider and the fin cider Ignis. I've never used them, but whenever they try and fight me, they pull out guns. They're so funny. The other ones don't like come with weapons by default. That one just,
Not usually,
it's
yeah.
so fucking funny to be like, hey, the little fish dude pulls out guns.
3 and 4. 8 on Petulia, oh my god, that's a lie. And 9 on the Ignis. That one's more fair.
We're only gonna really get those wild on the at the World Tree.
Yeah. Fan 7. Incineram 4. I feel like Leaf Fan being 7 is pretty fair, even if you're in the area, it's pretty hard to buy.
No, it's not.
Maybe more of like a 5 or a 4.
Yeah.
Incineram Knock 5? Wait. The first one with a variant is... Oh no, it is 4 and 5. Okay. Dazzy 2. No, we're back in reasonable territory. Dazzy Knocked 2.
Okay. Don't you dare fucking tell me that bitch is rare. That's all over the fucking volcano.
6 and 7.
Uh-huh. You're fucking bullshit.
Absolutely bullshit.
What are these numbers?
Relaxosaurus 8.
Like, the thing is like,
They're everywhere.
they've got to have something to do with the code, right? Like,
It's something to do with the code, yeah.
but like,
Relaxosaurus Locks 9.
but bitch, where? How?
Foxicle 5. Beacon 6.
Maybe it's entirely possible. I just don't know all of the locations for these guys.
Beacon Crest 7.
Because maybe where they're supposed to spawn, they do spawn a lot. Maybe. Or don't spawn as many as they could. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe
Is it
it's
like percentage of the world?
I don't
Because
know.
that doesn't make any sense either. Because percentage of the world, like,
We've had like the
like,
Polar Puff.
Pantheon doesn't make any fucking sense then.
Yeah. This Gangler 5. Ignis 6. I mean, that is fair. The Ignis is slightly more rare when you encounter
Alright, let's
Ganglers.
get up to 150 and then I need to check my eggs again.
150? Okay. Greyhound 5.
Okay.
I have no idea what we're up to because, like.
145. The Christ is 145.
Crest 145? 6 for the Crest. Menacing 9. Everywhere in the-
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Menacing Terror 10, same as some legendaries.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, alright.
Needle 2. I see needles less than menacings in the desert.
Yeah.
Needle Knocked 3. This is just vibes. I
Apparently.
just think, yeah.
Vibes based on somebody who played the game once.
But it's in PelDB, which usually is like data mining.
Yeah.
Rangedrix 4.
Okay, that was 50. So give me a second. Let me swap the eggs out. Alright, so this was, I already marked this down. This was supposed to be something that I've already marked down.
That is bullshit.
What would it be? What was this? This is why I mark it down before, because otherwise I'm not gonna fucking remember. I'm just gonna have to trust at some point I made a smart decision and did something correctly. So right now, we know that the baby is, or that the papa is gonna be a Grintail. Grintail plus Moldron Crest equals what? Okay.
The only other thing I can think of is it's the level range it spawns at.
Maybe. Grandtail.
Otherwise, it's... But
Be
no,
a
no.
Nyafia.
It doesn't... It just feels like vibes. It genuinely just feels like vibes. Some of them are like, yeah, that makes sense. Others are just, what? Have you ever set foot in the desert?
Yeah. I never went to the desert, so that means they're really rare. Alright.
Like, I could go and set foot in the desert right now and grind out menace stings for meat or large souls. Medium
But the
souls.
second we go to prove that, we won't be able to, okay? So don't say nothing. Alright, Masanda.
A Sander 6.
Sandalux.
Yeah, the website's starting to lag, but 7.
Chile.
Yeah, bear with me, I'm a bit slow. Charlotte, I think we laughed at this one before. 4. Yeah, that's okay.
And 5.
Ignis 5.
Yeah, so it's pretty fair.
And they do seem to be rather common when you get into the areas where they're spawned in the world, but not excessively common. Ragnarhawk 7. Somewhat fair for the volcano, but that's the only place they spawn.
Yeah.
7 on Moldron. And 8 on the Crest.
Okay. Halumba.
Halumba! 6.
Halumba funny. Big Toys is also
Yeah,
pretty
I
chill.
rarely see them. Dig Toys is quite common. 5, that's way too high.
Halumba's very common where they spawn.
Ah, but outside of where they're spawning.
Yeah, no.
Ron Cherry 8.
Ron cherries are fucking everywhere. What the hell you mean? I'll just see them walking around in bottoms that don't even fucking belong.
Ron Cherry Aqua also 8.
Yeah, right.
Dummard 4. Guild should be not 5. Guild should be like 6.
Is it 5?
It is 5. The guild is... I mean, I guess... Braloha 8.
Alright. I've just caught those guys just fucking wandering around wherever.
Yeah. Kitsune 6. This is funny to see this. Kitsune Knock 6. They're both 6. Seven on the Blaze Howl.
You said 7?
7 for Blaze Howl, yeah.
Okay.
And 8 for the Blaze Howl knocked. Yeah. Yeah, it's starting to take a bit each time I, we're over halfway. 8 on the War Sec, no. Be nice if it actually told you what this means, but 9 on the Terror. Frostplume is a 4. And a 5 on the Magex.
Alright. Sibilex and Sibilex Primo.
7 on the Sibilex.
We got a little bit of time because it's night time. So everybody's sleeping. They haven't even given me a warning yet.
Okay. And the Primo, I had to scroll back down to it because it's starting to have some...
Yeah,
8 on the, 8 on the Primo. Moraith is a 6. Rumor is a 4. Fair, I guess. And the Noct is a 5.
Okay.
Iceland 4.
Okay.
Gildra 5. No, that is less common than a menacing in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
Jormuntide 8. And the Ignis 9.
Okay. I want to say before you say anything about the Suzaku, I just came across a horde, like a pile of like 5 of them in the desert here.
When they spawn in small groups. 8. And the Aqua 9.
I will give it to the Aqua.
Until you get to the Sky Island, they're all over there.
Hi, Lucy. Thank you.
Dazamu 5.
I got my first Dazumu today.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few of them in the desert.
Yeah, I've seen him. I just haven't caught him.
Yeah, same.
Quivern.
7 on the Quiven.
Weirdly, I don't see Quivern. Well, I guess they're in the Sky Islands now.
And the Botan 8.
Easier to get to the Quivern Botons than the Quiverns.
I feel like they should be reversed. The Botans I see a lot more.
I agree. That's because they're on the fucking ground.
Lulu 4. Flashbang! It's so white! Okay, Kit 4. Yakumo! Oh, welcome in, Sims, for the second. You're a bit slow to get the first, but that's okay. 4 on the Yakumo.
I love you, Tristan.
I love you, my darling princess. 5 on the Scuttles. 5 on the Ignis. Nice! Double luck, double luck. 6 on the Reptiro. And 7 on the Grist. That, I think, is fair. Even in the volcano, outside of the boss, I don't see them often, but they can spawn. Starion, 7. And the Primo Hachi.
Ooh. Do that. Hear it on.
Roku.
5?
No.
Shit, 6.
Yeah.
I will remember these.
Nana.
7.
Yeah. Wait. Clicking the wrong one after that. I clicked on the Starion again. Nana. Nana. Snuggler. Done.
I don't think I've ever seen a wild snuggler.
They've got like a spot. On the map.
Clearly, they're very dense.
Yeah. Wampo? Nana.
Hmm.
The Botan? Hachi. Zootsia? Nana.
Tell my fucking pals that shit. They're like, no, Ichi.
It really is at night time.
Jesus fuck.
Carnivora? Oroku. Roku. Lasermot? Ooh, you.
Really? Okay.
Lasermot, you.
Yep. Wait.
Jew.
I'm surprised it's not higher.
Same, it is a raid boss. Duelist. Hachi. Door is knocked. Hachi.
Interesting.
Anubis. Juju.
Really?
Not time for me to get going to work. Last day for the
Have fun,
Nice.
Yuka. Enjoy your last day of work for the weekend. Before the
I
weekend.
hope you get. I hope work goes smoothie. Smoothie. Yeah. I hope work is a smoothie, and you get home and enjoy your weekend. Sekhmet. Oh. Go. Go. Rickster. Also go. Lux. Roku.
Ass.
Yeah, that island is so fucking dense.
Yeah. So fucking dense, and also it's the same fucking island where the Sekhmet spawns.
It's barely any segment.
Barely any segments.
Hachi on the Tetroys. Primo is probably Q. No, also Hachi.
Surprised.
Very surprising. Nyafia.
Incredibly common. Ichi.
Which one do you want? Ah,
Ichi.
it's gotta be this one. She!
Oh my god. Not that I have difficulty remembering Ichi-ni-san. Fuck. Ichi-ni-san. Yon. There we go. I couldn't remember. I had difficulty remembering that one because you say she so fucking often.
I mean, I believe when you're counting up it's she, but when you're counting down it's yon. But then it also depends on the context, because Japan. Yeah, Nafia
Ju?
is yon or she. Mimog is...
Ju?
No.
Q?
Nana. It spawns more in higher level areas, but... Well, Xenovator is also Nana. That should just be event. Xenogard. Q. Got the same spawn rate as a Xenovator, it just means you just to be in the right area. Cornelia? Go.
They are pretty common where they spawn.
Yeah. Nightmare? Roku.
Yeah, Ju.
Q.
Q.
Yeah. Q.
Q, Ju. Yep.
Q is 9.
Ichi-ni-san, Yon. 5678910.
Yeah. Q. Ju. And I believe Ju is... I think it's about with 2 years in Romanji. The Botan version? Nana.
Oops. Yep. You said Nana, so I wrote 7 twice. Yep, 77. They're very rare.
Smokey. Me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, fair enough.
Sun. For the Christ.
Doubtful.
Press X.
X to doubt.
Alma Skull. Yon.
Thing is I live on an island with them. But I'd still say they're really rare.
Yeah, they barely spawn on that island.
Yeah, they're like 4.
Whale.
Whale.
Hachi.
Ow. They have 2 islands where they spawn.
Well, let's go. Ignis.
Cute.
Hachi.
Okay, that's fair.
Where did they go? Verdash.
I need to check something. Oh, never mind. Pause here real quick at the Verdash.
Okay.
I thought for a second I did not give them cake.
Eggs are up.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's daytime in the game. Chilling in the hot tub. I'm being a hot tub streamer. Yippee!
What's this?
Why is this never true?
Never fucking remember shit. You know the foxicle's next though. What's the foxicle? The foxicle is... Well, the other one was in... Yeah. Foxicle is... Stella. Left, right, left, right, left, left.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah.
I've had this preview the
Taekwondo.
entire time. Why do you guys not pick up the honey? Do you fucking hate me, bitches?
I know that if you ever want to go anywhere in Taekwondo, you have to start young. You can't start as like an adult and then get to like the highest levels in Taekwondo. In most martial arts, that's the case as well. Even by the time you're like a later teenager, it's too late. Your bones have already started settling. You need the flexibility. And you need to build that from a young age.
I'm a failure. I'll be a failure at Taekwondo.
Yeah.
Yeah, you suck.
No, it's your bones.
Your bones suck. Alright, let me get a few more of these queued up because I've got 2 more in line.
You could get to a reasonable proficiency level, but you would not be able to get to the higher levels because you cannot get the flexibility you need. Unless you have been doing flexibility training your entire life. Which you could go from being a gymnast to Taekwondo. And you could probably get to a reasonably high level because you're already flexible. But if you're going from nothing to then just wanting to get as far in Taekwondo as possible, no. If you're an adult, too late. Sorry. Needed to start when you're younger. Isn't it like 14 or 15 is when your bones start settling?
Oh fuck,
so...
I didn't mark down that I had a Venusa already? Damn. I'm slacking.
Probably got that from a mutation.
No, I didn't get it from a mutation. I just forgot to mark it
Didn't?
down. No, I bred for it.
Oh, nice. Nice.
I just forgot to mark it down.
Oh, I got my first one from a mutation, I believe. Maybe I bred for it, but no.
They're just been breeding everything with this Moldron Crest. So many things can breed with the Moldron Crest. I'm just like, fuck it, just go through. Keep the Moldron Crest in there, throw something else in there, I'll figure it out.
Even though I've done some basic, like, Korean, I'm not even going to attempt to say. Those books I've forgotten the pronunciation. And that was a bit odd for some words.
Mamarest.
2 belts before black, the belt order, white, high white, yellow, high yellow, orange, green, blue, purple, red, high red, body, and then black 1 to 7. And then isn't there like beyond levels from like post black, which is like Bodan? That makes more sense. Autocorrect would be weird. Isn't there like eye black or something, like with stripes, or is that what the black 1 to 7 represent?
War sect. I don't know if you're talking to me or not. I don't think so.
No. The Sims. That's what Black. Okay, that is what Black Wonder 7.
Do I have a Verdash or am I getting a Verdash soon? I said I have a Verdash. Apparently I must have bred for a Verdash earlier. Do I have a male Verdash?
From my understanding of martial arts, a lot of people think get into black is like you are highly proficient, but from a what you have to learn perspective, everything up to black is like tutorial. You are proficient once you hit black, and then black 1 to whatever in whichever martial arts category is where the mastery starts. Yeah, black is just the starting point. Yeah, basically. You're just learning all the basic forms of things up to black. Yeah. But most common people, the common man would consider black to be a master because compared to someone that isn't trained, yeah, they basically are.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
Thank you, Holiday. Welcome in.
Hello, Holiday. Holiday me. I hope you have a wonderful time here.
Yes, agreed.
Thank you for giving my wifey a photo. She's so cute. She deserves everything.
Yeah. Yeah, everything
just
before
looking at?
Black Belt is a tutorial. And then the difference in the grades, Black 1
Alright,
versus the Black 2 would be a significant jump.
Little hookerties, male hookerties.
Hi, sorry. Oh.
Oh, no, you're completely fine. You don't need to apologize for anything.
Yeah, it's completely fine. Sometimes Twitch does some weird things where, like, I have heard of people having their, like, follower list purged.
Yeah.
It's not common, but it does happen. Yes. Subathon has been amazing. We still have a day to go.
Yep, it's gonna be great. Capridy. Do we have a male Capridy?
Yeah, white is like... Yeah, it's...
Ooh, that's nice.
You're effectively a baby when you're fighting a number higher than you.
Meow.
Once you're in the black ranks.
My Amion male.
Yeah, we hit our golden day.
Nice. Now we're into the stretch goals, but
Yeah.
there's no pressure for those. The other ones I was going, pressure, gun to your head, you better give us money, bitch. That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
That's the only reason we're able to meet the goal. Now it's like, calm down. If you want to give us money, you can. You don't have to. I'm not going to murder you
Grandmaster,
this
the place he
time
trained
for it.
out was in his 60s. No, it's okay. There's absolutely no pressure. It's always
Lies,
take
all
care
the
of yourself first.
All the pressure. I'm not even worried about that one. What about Evo Talk?
Is Grandmaster like the highest black belt rank? Or is Grandmaster like black 5 or something?
Fly like a G6. Elgrove. Male Grove.
Grandmaster is black 7. Okay.
Alright, I think this is good enough for now.
Master. Okay, so you can only truly call yourself a master of black 6, which would take most people into like their 30s, 40s at least.
Oh,
Thank you, Holiday May.
there you go.
Thank you.
You guys know I have the sweetest husband in the wide world. He really is awesome. What?
Who's awesome? Huh?
What? Nobody. What?
Oh,
Talking about awesome. Anybody? What? Anyways. Okay.
Strucker is black 1 to 5.
I'm waiting on one egg and I'm gonna swap these out again. What is it now? What's next? This is gonna be
put an instructor?
Senator.
That's like Black 2 teach Black 1s what they need to learn to get to Black 2, or do they have to be significantly higher than the level they're teaching?
Here, dog.
They can? Okay, cool. Because basically, once you've learned everything you can from your master, you go to the next one up. You go to their master.
I've been getting such a weird amount of pals. From
We have Mecha?
Mecca.
Mech
No, we don't have that.
What is that?
Mecha Chameleon.
Oh. Yeah, no, we haven't.
We haven't played around with that. I enjoy watching other people play it. It's just not something I necessarily want to play with myself.
Yeah, games like that are like.
They're like fun party games, not necessarily couple games.
I could see that being a fun community game, but like, ensuring your community has enough people when we're at this size that can. We don't even have everyone that's all on the same device. A lot of people are across different things like consoles, Switches,
Yep.
PCs.
Exactly.
It's hard to even run a Minecraft server at this point. Usually instructors teach the lower belts from the black. Okay, and then master and grandmaster would teach the black rings. I'm hoping SteamOS actually takes off. It's okay, I was gonna see if you guys would like to join me and Nero next week if you'll had it.
Oh yeah, we don't have it.
We do not have it. We are probably gonna be playing Palworld.
Yeah. We're 100% playing
Until we
Palworld.
burn out.
Yeah. I will die playing Palworld. On my gravestone, it'll say, "Played Palworld." That's all you need to know.
Previously archived.
Look, I have a problem. I like crafting games where I can. I like base building crafting games where I can have pets. Okay. There.
Martial arts is interesting. I wanted to get into martial arts when I was a kid, but then like my mom was just like, "No, you're doing sports already," and I was like, "Okay, I'll stop doing the sports." And she's like, "No."
Good trying. Besides, we got.
And then now
we actually
she thinks that I
have.
was never interested in martial arts.
We actually now have.
Same with Scout.
We're gonna be doing twice the Palworld coming out.
Twice the power. We're gonna have our 0.1 XP server. That's just for us. And then we're gonna be playing on
Hentaru server.
Hentaru. I believe the server is
It'll be live.
under 4.5 hours.
3 a.m. said it was going online in 6 hours. So, hour and a half ago. About 4.5 hours. It's about going live in about 4.5 hours. He says, server will be going online in 6 hours. I don't expect you to be there for lunch, but I'll make sure you get the info.
Yeah, all the info is in the server info section. In the Discord, unless you got it delivered directly to you.
Oh, no, I haven't got it. I mean, if it's there, I'll go look at it, but
Yeah.
she just messaged me, told me that that the server will be going online.
Yeah. In the server info thing in the Discord, it's got the server name, the password already, when it's gonna go up, and all that.
Okay. Anyways, I forgot what I was staring at. I need cake. Did I put cake in here already? I did not. Okay.
I might look like I'm wandering around my base doing nothing, and you'd be correct.
No, it's
I don't know
okay.
what to
You're
do.
gonna be busy in a second.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for spreadsheet things.
Yeah, I just needed
is
to get
completely
those guys up. Basically, I was queuing them up, and whenever I finished queuing them up, I noticed that I was like, oh shit, leg jump was done.
Okay, you're almost done with
All right,
that, I know.
Verdash.
A Verdash is 8. which is also
Latrina.
bullshit. All over the Jaybreak.
Why are you
For the
saying ooh
favorites.
VR chat PFP?
Ooh.
What's that? Who?
Splatterina 4.
Oh, holiday. I see. Okay.
Gildane 8. Dogen 6.
Okay.
Most things from Sakura seem to be 6. Bulldozer 4. I rarely see that guy. Celestia 6.
What you guys don't know is this picture up here in the corner. That one for my email address. This one up here. That one's a VR chat pic.
Nice.
Celestial Noct
Celestia
7.
Noct 7. Yeah.
Hexagon 8.
9.
Interesting. I think that's a lie.
Oh, I should be going back to Japanese, shouldn't I?
Nah, it's okay. It's up to you.
Noklum 9.
Noklum Ignis 10. I've never seen an Noklum Ignis. I'll give it that.
Noklum Ignis 10. I have. There's the Noklum boss,
Yeah.
but outside of the boss, yeah, no.
Oh, wait. No, I do know where some Noklum Ignises are. There's an entire island full of them.
Ignises, yeah. Ignises, yeah. The regular Noklum, no. I think it's just that boss.
I know where to get some.
Guildiest?
I'll know where to get some Noklums. Don't worry. I got you, okay? I just have to go attack a dignitary.
Silvergus 8.
Okay. And
Azamane 7.
Valentails are fun.
2 on the Valentine.
I don't want to put one in my pocket again.
We're getting close. Snog is also a 2. Snoglocks 3.
What is Soufflane's partner skill?
I can tell you in a moment. Soufflane is a 3. Partner skill. Fuzzy Fairy. It's horrible to look at partner skills in the data thing. While imparting increases the capture rate of pals afflicted with Ivy Cup.
That's awful.
Yeah.
Lapieron.
Lapieron 3.
Never seen one in the wild before.
A very specific spot, I believe. In Faybreak, I think. Toodle 3.
Okay.
Maybe the Sky Island. Oh, no, yeah, it is. It's Sky Island. I've seen a couple. Slowlot 4.
Okay.
Arc Heavy. Yeah, these are all Sky Island creatures. 4. Just put me in a weird spot. Give me a second, gotta scroll down. There we go. Telmora 4. Lux is probably 5. Yeah.
Okay.
Lapure 4. Oh, starting to see things further down. Eidrolon 7. The Eidrolon Ignis should honestly be 1 with what the mutations do.
Right.
8. Dynamo 6.
Yeah.
Bear for the Sky Island.
Yeah.
Outside of the boss, they're scattered, very scattered. Tropical 5.
Okay.
Flerical 7.
Okay.
My guess is a Fiddy is going to be 8. 9. Oh.
Okay.
Dupin 7. Rouge 5.
Okay.
Venusa 5. No way the Menace sting's more common than, or more rare than these.
Okay.
Even in the world tree. My Cora 6.
Okay.
Lumen 5. With Stella 2. No! I never see them. Even in the area they're supposed to spawn.
With Stella?
With
Oh,
Stella,
they're all
yeah.
over the place in the area they're supposed to spawn.
Okay, I guess I'm just blind as fuck. Solen 7. Renjishi.
I will say I don't think that they're more or less common than the fucking hold on a second.
Menace sting?
No. It is slow hot.
Oh, the slower, yeah, okay. Renjishi 7.
Okay.
Algadron 8. After a certain point, that's all you get from mutations. Grisbolt 8.
Okay.
Lilene 9.
Okay.
We're getting close to the legendaries. Oh, Lilene knocked 10. Makes sense, it's only in one spot at nighttime. Allzerk 9.
Okay.
Polaris probably 5. 9. Bullshit.
Yeah, alright.
Large should be less than that, but it's also a 9. Shadowbeak 10. And I believe Celine was 9. Yeah.
Alright.
Dagor 8.
Okay.
Shaolong 9. Sylvance 8. Dandalord 8.
Okay.
Belanoir 20. I mean, it's a raid boss, but then why isn't Blazemont Ryu 20?
Yeah.
Belanoir Libero also 20.
Right.
Xenolod 8.
Really?
Hardtalis 10. This really is just vibes.
Yeah.
Palladius and Necromus are both 20. Frostellian is 20, so Frostellian Noct probably also 20. I'm gonna check just to keep safe. Yeah.
Okay.
Aptilius probably also 20. Yeah. Same with Jet Dragon. Yeah. Jet Dragon 20. Pantherless is fucking 10, I believe. Yeah. And same with Astrolon. The power you physically can't get in the game. 10.
Green slime.
Grun Slimy 3.
Blue slime.
3.
Red slime.
Curious if any of these are more. 3.
Okay. Purple slime.
3.
Illuminate slime.
4.
Okay. Rainbow slime.
4.
Enchanted sword.
Sward 3.
Cave bat.
3.
Illuminate bat.
Guessing 4, but yeah, 4.
Eye of Cthulhu.
Where are the bosses before the Demon
I
Eye?
also agree.
6.
And Demon Eye.
3.
Alright, so I've thought of a few categories. One category being, is it a boss?
Is it a boss? I would say minimum for boss would be...
I say reduces by 1. I will say reduces by... No, I'm not saying reduces this by 1. Reduces whatever the fuck we come up with by 1.
Yeah, except for the legendary bosses.
Is it
Because
a
they're
variant? Is it a variant? Increases by 1.
Yeah. I agree. If it's a boss, it's easier to get. You've got a set spawn on a timer. You just need to wait. You know where you can guarantee to get it.
Is it legendary? Or does it have legend?
Does it have legend?
Does it have legend?
Is it raid boss?
Increases by 1. Okay. For is it raid boss? Or
I just think, is it raid boss? Legendary.
only obtained by raid? Question mark. Or I just say raid boss because technically you can breed them. Is raid boss increased by 2?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It doesn't even list rune.
Uh,
Well, you can't catch it.
by spheres. By earliest spheres. Okay. So like A could be Pal sphere. B would, but like what levels would that be? Like earliest when I say earliest spheres, I mean earliest like you can catch levels.
Yeah,
Theoretically.
so Pal sphere.
Technically you can throw a bunch of spheres at fucking whatever, but if you're putting like Pal sphere supposed to get something between like level 1 and 20.
Place Pal sphere for like a. Yeah.
So mega, what's the name of the spheres?
It
C
is.
gigasphere,
Yeah. So Pal, then
hypersphere,
Mega, Giga, Hyper, Ultra, Legendary.
E, hyper, ultra,
I believe so.
F, legendary,
Yeah. Hyper,
G,
Ultra, Legendary,
exotic.
Ultimate.
What?
Ultimate is after Legendary.
Oh.
Then Exotic.
H, exotic sphere.
Then Soul.
I, soul sphere.
And then Ancient.
I, J. Ancient sphere. Okay. Okay. Wait a second. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. What levels are for which, or are supposed to be for each sphere? Question mark. Pal sphere.
Also tell you the level
Mega
you unlock on that.
sphere. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sphere. Hypersphere. The word sphere suddenly looks really weird to me.
Ah, it's all that with your brain. Yeah, I did that with my brain the other day.
Aldosphere, legendary sphere, ultimate sphere, exotic sphere,
Yeah.
soul sphere, and ancient sphere. Also, what level do they unlock?
I'm here to fact check if the GPT is using old info.
Okay, tech unlock 2, intended pal levels 1 to 10.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, megasphere, 14 levels 11 to 18.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Okay, 19 to 26 for the gigasphere.
Yeah, it unlocked at 20
27
as well.
to 34.
Hypersphere, yeah. Hypersphere unlocked at 27, so you get that at tier.
Okay, I don't know why this is doing that, but whatever. Ultrasphere, 35 to 42.
Yeah, that tracks. Unlocked at 35.
Legendary, 43 to 50.
That tracks, yeah. Unlocked at 44. Ultimate unlocked at 51.
51 to 55.
Yeah, that tracks.
Exotic sphere, 56 to 60.
That's not a big area, but yeah.
Soul
that-
Sphere. 61 to 73.
Yeah, Soul Sphere has a massive range it can catch well. And it unlocks at 67.
And then 74 to 80.
74 is when you unlock Ancient Sphere. So basically,
Okay.
anything aimed at
Now,
Ancient Sphere.
couple of notes, the intended PAL levels aren't official in-game level. Yes, that's fine. That's fine. It is what it is. That's fine. But what the question I want to know is, so earliest PALs versus what I want to make, the note I want to make here is increase by 1 each level. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So, for example, a PAL sphere, or I could use this. The earliest I could catch a land ball would be like level 1. So I could use a PAL sphere. So 1. Makes sense.
Yeah.
And then I can also, like, I will make these numbers, and then,
These are just so we have something to reference as something more reliable than the rarity system.
yeah, exactly. So like, what is the earliest level I can, what is the lowest level dupin in the wild?
I believe you can have event spawns on Dupins outside of the world tree, but it is
That's
a
fine.
lot.
Lowest level is exactly what I'd be asking for. Just kiss my head. You love me so much.
I can get you all that information. I just key.
No. I mean, it's fine. We're gonna take a second for this. I want to make sure I have all my categories, right? So like, okay. So my next category is, 6. Game, where in game. Okay. So we have the next levels. There's base game. Then there's B. There is
Like what update it came out?
Sakadarima.
Like Sakadarima, yeah.
Sakadarima. Then C is gonna be Fabric. Actually, should we count this as a different? Will we count this as base game? Because like technically, there's like not really.
It's a collab. You could have a collab category. Is collab?
I still wouldn't say they're more or any less rare. I mean, they are kind of rare. You can only get them in one area.
You can only get them in one area, but the dungeon infinitely spawns them and refreshes in 3 minutes. So you can grind very quickly.
Yeah, I'll just leave that alone. I'll leave that alone.
I would not put the Eye of the Lord boss
Next to any of the, I wouldn't. I'd probably say is boss still reduced by 1, but it's already not very high up.
I would say that is blue, and then Moon Board is like purple. But you can't have cat. If you want to add a Moon Board color, and then you can just add fuck Terraria -1.
Maybe. Let's see. Daybreak, then Sunreach, then Eve, World Tree. F, Island exclusive. When were the Gloopies added? Because like Gloopy wasn't necessarily base game, yeah. They were added in a thing. Hold on. When were Gloopies added to Palworld? Terraria teaser. Tides of Terraria crossover. Okay, I'll say Tides of... We're in game. I'm going to say Tides of Terraria as being that, but also it's different. Because there were a lot of pals that came in that were added for Tides of Terraria. I'm going to go +0 on base game. +1. +2. +3. +4. +5. So what does this do? This is like Sakadorima. It was added, let's say Bushi was added in Sakadorima. It's technically in Sakadorima, so I would give it a +2 for being added with Sakadorima. But because it's also a boss, I'm going to reduce it by 1 because you can get it earlier. And the earliest level you can get it is like level 20 something. So that's going to like, that's going to be like, really depends on where they're starting out. So if I put a Bushi starting here, it's like, it can be a cup with a hyper spear, yeah? But because it's a boss, I'm going to reduce that by 1. So if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, and the next one is going to be does it have legend? Highest minus extras. Highest minus extras. And then 6, 7. Is there canonically 1 question mark? Highest minus extras. Is there canonically 1 highest minus extras? Sometimes saying message down, failed message. Twitch is going down, maybe. Oh, shit. Ugh, it's a pain in the ass. I'm sorry. Okay, let me check these. Do I know what this is? Fuck no, I don't. Don't fucking remember nothing. Stella? I don't know what this is. Alright, this is not gonna be here. We want Carnivora. Oh my god, that sounded so anime girl. I don't believe it. No, it don't make. No, it don't break. No, it don't break even now. When the best part of me is always you. And what am I supposed to say when I'm all fucked up and you're okay? I'm thrown into pieces. Alright, what the fuck does that give us? Is it working now? I'm glad. I'm glad. Okay, let's see. It is with the Carnivore as a cryolinks. That's who we're looking for. Oh my god, this used to be my jam, dude. Used to love this song. She was symphony. What would you do? You were beautiful. Would you help me on the regular? Baby, I've been around the world. Now I find myself another girl like you. You see your face against my heart. And everything can leave from you the way I do. I can see you holding hands, walking on the beach, our toes in the sand. I can see us on the countryside, sitting on the beach side by side. You could be my lady, yeah, look at my baby, girl, you amaze me. You wanna do nothing crazy. Say all I want you to do is be my girl, my love, my love. So don't give away another woman who could take this spot, my love. So don't give away my love. So don't give away my love. So don't give away another woman who could take my spot. Love, my love. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and mark down like everything that's fucking here, okay? Because I got these queued up. I might as fucking well. Either one, my frost plume. Frost plume. Frost plume. Web frost plume. I can see us holding hands, walking on the beach, our toes in the sand. I can see us on the countryside, sitting on the grass, saying side by side. It could be my baby, look at my baby, girl, you amaze me. You gotta do nothing crazy. See, all I want you to do is be my girl. So don't give away my love. So don't give away my love. So don't give away another woman who could take my spot, my love. So don't give away my love. So don't give away my love. So don't give away another woman who could take my spot, my love. Love. My love. Wumpo. My love. Alright, Verdash. Splatterina. Eucrates. Probably cause it handle my B.I.E. call me Candle God. Simply cause I am a fire. I want to handle my vacation, but I can't do that. But I ain't gonna lie. Kick it with a step so high. Hit your face, I swear I will. Look here. I can see us holding hands, sitting on the beach, our toes in the sand. I can see us in the countryside, sitting on the grass, and side by side. They could be my baby, look at my baby, sure you amaze me. You gotta do nothing crazy. See, all I want you to do is be my girl, so don't give away my love.
We're switch having some issues, Lucy.
Take your spot, my love. My love.
Okay.
But another woman who could take my spot, my love.
Okay. Surf and turf master. Where?
Happy. Oh my god, there's so many I've missed. Oh no, I just wasn't scrolling up enough. So
So how's the categorizing going, my love?
oh, I have to read it to you.
Oh, yes,
Prickster and hold on. Prickster and Suzaku.
Bless you.
I just wanted to get them marked off because I got them like queued up. Okay. So here's my new categories. I'm ready for this shit. Okay.
I am ready.
Is boss reduces by 1? Is a variant increases by 1? Does it have legend, highest minus extras? Is raid boss increased by 2?
Mm-hmm.
By earliest spheres increases by 1 each level, so 1 through 10, right?
Yeah.
Where in game? Base game? 0. Tides of Terraria. I have to specify Tides of Terraria because not only were there the slimes and everything like that, but we've also got the Berloha. We've also got the fucking Gloopy. We've also got the
Oh,
Turtle.
some of those things
Yeah.
came out inside this
So
area.
+1. Sakajirima +2. Faybreak +3. Sunreach +4. World Tree +5. Right?
Yeah, World 3 plus 5 is fair.
7. Is there canonically 1? Highest minus extras.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like Panthalus should be be a lot higher, you know.
Panthalus should be 20 in rarity. The Panthalus should be legendary. Astrolum, legendary.
Everything highest minus extras, like level wise minus, you know.
Yeah.
Although technically speaking, we could fucking decrease by a lot by saying that technically we could use a Pal Sphere to catch Panthalus.
Technically, yeah. Yeah, you can use a regular Pelsphere.
It's not the level, but that's funny to think about. Okay. So like if everything starts out with like a base 0, right?
Yeah.
Here we go. So Bushi comes in with Sakajirima, right?
Yeah, so that's immediately a
It's
big
2.
increase.
Right. But you have to also count. So it starts with a +2. But you can catch it earliest at level like with hyper.
26.
I think it's like 29 maybe. Is it
25.
25?
Sushi is the raid
Okay,
boss.
so that's increased by 1 each level, so that's 3. So but it's also a boss, so it reduces it by 1, so that's 4.
Yeah.
It does not have a variant, or it has a variant, but it's not the variant.
Yes. Yeah.
So I would give that out of, and we're going, what is highest on this scale? 10?
In the.
Oh, on this scale, I'd say the highest is like 20. No, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what this.
determined.
Yeah, I don't know what the highest is on the scale. So if we were okay, increase 1 by each level. So what is everything? So if we start
What is the max theoretically you could get? Say it's World Tree.
World Tree, so 5 plus highest level plus 10. Okay, plus 10, and is a variant. So far I'm thinking like Patalia Ignis. You know,
Yeah.
this is just Patalia Ignis right now.
Yep, so far, yeah. He's not a boss, though. I don't believe.
But here's the other thing too, okay? Where in game? Are we talking about released or are we talking about areas? Because Bushi can be located in base game. So
But
it's
he
not
was
an
released.
He was released as Sakajima. However, if you think about it, Tides of Terraria, I would not mark Gloopy. I would give Gloopy that extra 1 for being on the island by itself.
Yeah.
Whereas I wouldn't give Gloopy that extra for being on a Tides of Terraria Island. Where in game physically?
Yeah.
So although Sakajirima is a location where it could be, like, you're not gonna find it just there.
Yeah, the earliest you can get it is in base game.
Yeah. Okay. So I would give that a +0 for the Bushi. So right now I'm thinking, so 5 for being only at the World Tree, spawning naturally at the World Tree.
Mm-hmm.
10 for being somewhere between 74 and 80. I'm thinking like a Battalion Ignis is a variant. Is it a boss? Wait, not increasing. Is it a raid boss? I don't think that there's going to be a variant raid boss. Wait, there is a variant raid boss. Blazemat Ryu is a variant raid boss.
And technically, Bella Noir Liberer.
Okay, so
But it's not a standard.
okay, all right. Actually, hold on. I need to bring it down. I need to bring it down. Hold on, because there's another where in game, right? There's another where in game. G only raid 6.
Yeah.
6 will be only raid. You can only get it through the raids. So that would be, so Blazemat Ryu would be 6 plus, what level is Blazemat Ryu?
Blazemont Ryu comes in, and I think the earlier one is 55.
I mean, technically he will be like level 1, but you know, whatever.
Yeah, 55 is the tablet, I believe.
55, so plus 7, plus, he's a variant, plus 1, plus the fact he's a raid boss, plus 2, which I guess, like, it says is raid boss, but if you can only get it by raid, then that would, okay, I'm gonna just delete the is raid boss, increase by 2, because that's taken care of by the only raid.
Yeah, that's fair.
So that would give him, that'd be 14. 14 for that one. Whereas you've got I'm still looking at Battalion Ignis here. Is variant? Yes. Is boss? No. So it doesn't reduce it by 1, so it's going to be harder to find than that. Is legend? No. Okay. When it says does it have legend, it says is it a boss, reduces it by 1. I'm not going to do that because technically all the legends are bosses.
Technically, all the legends are bosses.
Frostallion knocked would be higher than Frostallion
Yes.
by 1. I would, whenever it comes to legend, okay, so example, does it have highest minus extras, right? So like a Frostallion knock, for example, would be whatever the highest number is, minus the fact that it can be caught at what level?
Frostallion knocked, I believe, is same as I believe it's 70 and Frostallion 60.
Okay, so Frostallion knock 70, so would minus 1 point for needing to be, can be caught with a soul sphere.
Frostallion knocked, its location level 65.
65. So yeah, still with a soul sphere. So minus 1 for not being between level 74 to 80.
And level 60 for the regular Frostallion.
Frostallion, not only, so Frostallion would get highest for having legend, but you would remove 1 for it not being a variant. And then, Hold on, increases by 1. Hold on. I don't think...
Would you
No.
play?
I think Frostallion Knocked might be... Would it be highest? Because you remove one from it being an ancient, from the ancient sphere, but then you're adding another one for it being a variant. So it cancels out, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, but location, I think, is where it's going to be.
Location, it's a sanctuary, which all of those were added base game, weren't they?
I'm going to put Tides of Terraria and Sanctuaries on the same level.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
So 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So it's possible that a Frostallion would get epic, and then like a Frostallion Noct would be legendary in the card game.
Yeah, it's possible. Oh, I'm trying to do math. My head hurts. My head hurts. I'm just trying to sit my head down for a minute.
Yes. Please rest head. Please rest your brain. It's precious thingy.
Can you grab me a monster, babe?
Give me 1 second.
No, Roger, what's up? Okay. Stop. Thanks, babe.
I know you.
Yeah, me too. I'm just trying to think. Oh!
Oh,
I am now swapping to my VTuber.
is the time up?
Time up.
Oh no! I actually didn't have any lag issues this stream.
I'm glad. That makes me really happy. It's almost like I helped out or something.
Yeah, it's almost like you helped out. Nah, be it. Helpful?
Nina.
No one can be helpful. Thank you, Dawn, for your help. I love you.
Okay.
Fuck you, Taco.
So I'm gonna type this all into fucking ChatGPT. Okay. And I'm gonna see if she can come up with a fucking scale here, because my brain is breaking. Okay.
Yeah. Pretty much sure I'll try. Oh, nice. Actually got a. And she's got insomnia. Ooh. Yeah, we're just in the hard part of making this with like trying to figure out the categories. We could easily just go really simple and be like, if legendary is a legend or trading card game, or we could just have a scale thing where it can make something legendary. We haven't even considered how easy it is to breed. Things like that.
Oh yeah, we should add that too. Like, can it breed or does it only breed with itself? Can it only breed with itself?
Yeah.
Can it only breed with itself? Add 1 point, I guess. 2 points?
Probably 2 points, yeah. A lot of the like variant ones, you need the base one and then plus just like a fire thing to make it into Enigmas.
Let's see. I'm just gonna. Is there only canonically one? I'm just gonna say high score.
Yeah. I think there were in the past canonically more Panthorses, but there's only one still alive.
Nice femurs.
Astrum looks like it's a thing that comes from space, but there's only one here. I have no idea how many there are. Go through this ocean camp.
My earliest level. Appearance. By earliest appearance, level appearance. My earliest appearance level? Increased one.
Actually, if you got this, you can murder people 20 levels above you. You can.
Yep.
You're actually doing good, Flu.
Okay. 10. 15, 11 to 18. Equals 2. 26 equals 3. 27, 34. Me. 35 to 42. Uh, 43 to 50. 60. Bitch, I swear to God, I don't make me come over there and tear you out of your fucking car seat. Beat your ass. Sorry. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know who I'm talking to. Somebody's in a car seat and I'm gonna beat their ass, okay?
Jesse. Jesse's honking at you?
Probably. I'm trying to write something down. Give me a fucking second. Fucking attention seeking bitch.
She loves you.
I love you. I do love you.
Where did I go wrong? Lost my face.
Anger issues. What do you mean? You got anger issues.
Floof? You okay, Floof?
I'm not hyperfixated. What do you mean? Who was that? It was Jesse, wasn't it? It was Jesse. Love you. She's like, do it, do it. Love you, Jesse, so much. Oh Lord.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, Okay. 7. Where is it first located in game? Okay. Base game. Add 0.
Ing.
B.
I told us all. I 2 inches
Knights
this time.
of Terraria. Islands or Sanctuary.
This evening is it.
Add 1. B. C. Sakurajima. Add 2. D. Daybreak. Add 3. E. Sunreach. Add 4. F. World Tree. 5.
We have as your skills.
G.
Thank you.
Only in raid. Add 6. These all need to intermingle with each other. For example, a Petalia Ignis does not need only itself to breed with itself, or to breed, but, or to be bred.
Red.
Bread. Spell it like bread. To be bred, but its first in-game appearance is in the World Tree, and it's a variant of the Petalia. So it would be pretty high, pretty rare. Okay. I actually think you got the foundation for a really cool scoring system. The only thing it changes is how you think about the maximum score. Right now, you've got some criteria that are mutually exclusive. So there isn't one PAL that can satisfy all of them. For example, a PAL that can't be both raid-only PAL and first found at a world tree. Yeah, I know. A PAL with the legend passive generally isn't a variant. Generally, but not. A world boss penalty only applies to certain encounters. So instead of trying to force a theoretical maximum no PAL can reach, I define a score based on a hypothetical perfectly rare PAL, and then actual rarest PALs will naturally enclose to it. Here's how I'd score it. World boss 0 or -1. Variant +1. Legend passive 10 or what your highest score is. Self-breeding only +2. Canonically 1 +10. Earliest spirit tier +10. +10? What the fuck are you talking about? Don't make legend or canonically 1 the same way. Those are different kinds of rarity. For example, Jet Dragon has legend. Panthalus is unique. Moonlord is unique. Ari is unique. You can't fucking... Okay, look.
You can't catch Ari.
You can't catch the Moonlord. Or Ari. They are not pals. Panthalus is unique. But Jet Dragon appears before the World Tree. Frostallion and Frostallion Noct both have legend, so that disproves your first comment. World bosses are actually less difficult to obtain than normal spawns because they are a set spawn, so that's why you reduce by 1, because you know exactly where to find a guaranteed spawn. Those are good corrections. I think they actually make your scoring system more coherent. They shouldn't be. They're bosses, not collectible pals. Frostallion, Frostallion, Nocturne are a good counterexample to my assumption. Having the legend passive doesn't prevent a pal from being a variant, so this criteria can stack. I actually like your reasoning for the world boss -1. If you're measuring collector difficulty, a guaranteed fixed spawn is easier than hunting a rare natural spawn with RNG. Yes.
Yes. All
With those clarifications, I think your system is internally consistent. I know. The only thing I'd redefine is highest score. That I don't know what that is. Instead of saying high score or legend or canonically 1, give them concrete values. I'm trying. Okay. Ultimately, I'm trying to get them all on a 1 to 5 scale. I understand that there will be many on the legendary tier. However, I'm trying to get those numbers as close to together as I can. As close to actual rarity as I can. So if I can find a theoretical maximum, like what number would Panthalus be? Then I can go from there. Ignore whether the theoretical maximum is actually achievable. You're just looking for a ceiling so you can normalize everything to 1 to 5 later. That's fine. Okay, whatever. Whatever it winds up being. It's gonna be legendary. It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, Panthalus is gonna be legendary. But there's no other category it would fit in.
So the maximum is 19 plus L plus U. Does it have legend? Is there canonically 1? Okay. L divided how many points you decide legend's worth. U is however many you decide canonically unique is worth. If you make worth 5 points, the maximum is 29. If you make them worth 10, maximum is 39. Based on your current criteria, score Panthalus is something like world boss 0, not a world boss. Variant 0. Legend passive ? If it has legend, add it. If not, don't. Self-breeding only +2. Canonically 1 +5 or whatever you decide. Earliest appearance +10. Ancient sphere tier. First location +5 world tree. I mean, if we're going based on, yeah, I guess story-wise, because we'd need it to get to the world tree.
Yeah, and it was added for specifically
Yeah,
the world
yeah.
tree.
So if legend and Panthalus has legend, we're not even worried about that. That one's canonically 1. It doesn't have legend 17, no. Because Panthalus is canonically 1, it doesn't need any of the others and doesn't encounter reductions based on not having legend. I think I understand what you're trying to do now. You're not a weighted point system. Everything adds together. You're trying to model absolute rarity. Some traits are rarer than other traits and reflectively replace them. What would be second? What would be second rarest? What would then be second rarest to Panthalus? Panthalus, your absolute ceiling gets is canonically unique. I'd ask, what's the rarest pal that a player can actually own in unlimited quantities? That gives you a nice separation between one of a kind of legendary species. My short list would be tier 1, absolute rarest, Panthalus. Okay. Tiers, next rarest. These are pals I put immediately below Panthalus. Jet Dragon, Frostallion, Palladius, and Necromus. Why? They have the legend passive. They're among the strongest overworld pals. They require reaching endgame. They're fixed encounters, which penalized by 1, but they're still iconically legendary catches. Okay.
That,
Yeah.
that,
Then I'd have things like Frostallion Knocked. I would increase Frostallion Knocked over Frostallion
Because it's a variant.
Because it's a variant and it's in a sanctuary.
So it's already like endangered.
Xenolord and Blazema Ryu will be higher. Oh, I'm not going to say anything about Xenolord, but I don't know. I don't know how, like, where if Frostallion Knot is above Frostallion, is Xenolord and Blazemat Ryu gonna be more or less rare than Frostallion?
Based on this categorization, the only thing that will be legendary is Pantherless.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Well, no. This is, I'm gonna be breaking it down. Like, it's gonna be in the top, whatever. It's gonna be Pantherless is guaranteed on that card. There's gonna be lots in the. Okay, maybe I should just.
There will be more.
I think I'm
legendaries that will be in
overcomplicating it because I should be breaking it down to a 5. Into 5 categories, right? So maybe then 5 categories. Okay, there's gonna be common, uncommon.
What would rule something out of legendary category? What would it have to have that meant it cannot be a legendary card?
World boss, but not legend, but not a legendary world boss. Legendary world boss can be legend
If it has legend.
if it has the legend passive. Yeah, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary. Okay, so legendary means not world boss unless it has legend passive. Okay. And
Yeah, I feel like it's easier to make a exclusion list from this category rather than a.
then I'm trying to do math shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Common will be base game. Let me see. Before level first encounter before level 26. 27, I'll say 27. Okay.
Yeah.
Up to uncommon be up to.
You think Bushi would be a common? Possibly.
Yeah.
It's like fucking
It's
everything.
very common.
But Bushi not could even be like.
A Bushi Noct would be more rare.
Yeah, but it won't go up one tier, it'll go up multiple.
Up to, so uncommon will be up to Sakajirima.
Yeah.
And first encounter before level 55, maybe.
Yeah.
Rare. Ooh, see, 55 seems really high. But also Sakajirima is really high.
Sakajirima is really high. But would you like everything on Sakajirima?
So maybe up to Sakajirima, first encounter before level 55 will be rare.
Potentially. I think just spawns in the world naturally without any modifiers, the highest it could possibly be. But this includes in the world, the highest it could possibly be is epic. It has to have something special to make it the legendary tier.
Okay.
I don't think it could just be.
Okay, epic would be spawns in world naturally.
Spawns in world naturally, including world free. And is like, you know, more difficult than whatever our rare exclusion is. Like epic. Spawns in world is a later in the breeding chains. It's like more of a late game power. and and doesn't have like a high frequency spawn. And then probably a couple of other things. I don't know.
But like, okay, spawns in the world naturally. What doesn't spawn in the world naturally?
I mean, any of the raid bosses don't spawn naturally.
Oh, true. So raid bosses would be legendary?
Raid bosses would be legendary.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Or
Okay, so common will be base game. I'm just gonna say base game. It says base game. Rare, I'm gonna say spawns exclusively on an island. Or on a small island. I'm gonna add that one as rare.
yeah, that is fair.
Uncommon would be common would be base game, uncommon would be
Ooh.
expansions and expansions maybe? See, expansions, pals, but not necessarily because like hold on. Common, I'm feeling could be because like I feel like that would be like I'm not gonna put an Elizabeth at the exact same rarity as a B guard.
No,
It's
it would be,
obviously
yeah.
yeah. Okay. Boss of group. I'm gonna put for uncommon. Elizabeth or Sweepa as examples. You guys have any ideas? Like, what would you say would be a good like example? Jesse, Jesse, just because I'm short doesn't mean I can't kick your ass. Base game. I think it's gonna be based on vibes. You know, I think a lot of it's gonna be based on vibes. We're just going to figure it out.
Genuinely, yeah, a lot of it's gonna be based on the vibe.
I think what I could probably do is put this away for now.
We've got the list of everything. We've got the internal rarities, which is fucking
Stupid.
bullshit.
This is just fucking waste of a list here, I think.
It's just
Hey,
fun.
hey, what was that? What did that say? What did that say? Did it say it was a meteor? Did it say it was a meteor? Or a supply drop? I don't know. I need to know.
Nosy, she must know. Easy.
Why does it say it's 2 meters away? It's absolutely not 2 meters away unless the bitch spawned in my house.
Lucy said supply drop.
Aw, man. Why does it say it's 2 meters away? Why always get that fucking bug, dude?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if it can only be found in the world tree, its minimum should be blue.
I feel like if it can only be found in the World Tree, minimum blue. Okay.
Minimum blue, and then depending on how rare it is within.
Okay.
I feel like that.
That's good. Let me see.
That's a good thing.
Only found in World 3. Okay, I think that uncommon, hear me out, um, only spawns at night.
Cool. Yeah, could do only spawns at night as one of the things that
Would make
dictate
it
uncommon.
uncommon. At minimum.
Yeah, unless it has like something else that is equivalent to only.
Alexa, stop. You were like 2 minutes late. 2 minutes late.
You was a couple of minutes late.
uh,
Alexa, set an alarm for an hour and 45 minutes.
That's for 6:46
That's too slow.
okay, I have a question for you then.
Alexa, cancel the 1 hour alarm.
46 a.m. alarm canceled.
Alexa, set an alarm for 7:40 a.m. Alexa, set an alarm for 7:40 a.m.
Second alarm set for 7:40 a.m.
Josie, 2 questions. 1, when was the last time you had a haircut? And 2, how long have you been thinking about needing to get a haircut?
Remember the last time I got a haircut?
Either. I think my grandma trimmed it when I was at her house. I had her trim it when I was
I
there.
think I got a bit of a neat and tidy before I went and met you.
Yeah, you did. A while and today. Okay. It's been a while since you had your haircut. I also need my... Do you know what you want to do to it? Is it just a trim, or are you thinking something more drastic? Can't have my hair too long, cause me a menopause. No, that's what I'm saying. If it's just like trimming it down, or are you talking about like a completely different style? You're not talking about like getting bangs, are you?
Like, are you,
Just shorter? Yeah, go ahead. That's not a bad idea at all. Go for it.
Yeah? Sounds like a wonderful idea.
It's like a great idea. I need to do mine too, honestly. I've been thinking about it for a while, but I keep getting distracted. You've had bangs? Do you have bangs right now? You probably pull up. Everybody's got fucking bangs. I can't fucking have bangs because fucking just... You know what? My skin doesn't even look all that oily until I fucking get bangs, and then suddenly I'm fucking Grease City.
Oh no.
You know what I think it is, though? I think it's just because my hair gets oily. It's not my skin. It's my hair. And then my hair touches my forehead, and then I start breaking out like crazy.
It could be, yeah.
And then they just, like, separate, and then I've got, like, fucking... It looks like I've got strands. It looks like I went swimming. Are they hard to maintain with curly hair? I have very thin hair, so my hair is just, like... such a bitch.
Josh has curly hair.
Okay, yeah, but he doesn't have bangs, does he?
No. Fuck yes. Hard to maintain, yeah. Curly hair can be quite hard to maintain. If you don't maintain it, you get knotted, like, very knotted hair.
What you say?
Among plenty of other problems.
I just need to, like, turn off my brain, dude.
Turn off brain? Yeah. I feel like the fact we have the list all written out with all the pals.
Progress. I now have to do all the artwork for it, which should not be hard now that I have got, because all I have to do is find PNGs.
Yeah, just to find PNG of each pal, put it on.
Put it on sticker. And then I have to write out their name. And then I have to put what level rarity they are.
Yeah.
I don't have to put what level rarity, because that's kind of going to be indicated by the color.
You could just make like a template for the back card.
I've already made the template for the back cards. I already did that. That was the easy part. That was why I ran.
Oh, are you going to include the rarity on it? I mean, the rarity is the picture, isn't it? But like, Does he have to write their rarity on it?
Yeah, hold on. No, I'll show you what I did. Hold on. Let me swap these out really quick.
Why did this chest take it? But that's a bit weird.
What you say? I'm gonna show you how I did the rarities, babe. You're gonna love it.
Oh, yeah.
However, whenever you said backup card, I blanked on it. I blanked on it. I did not do the back of the card. I did the front of the card.
Oh no, not the back of the card. I wasn't talking about the back of the card.
Okay.
You can do the back of the card if you wanted to.
You're talking about the background.
Yeah, the background, like you said you said you had to write the rarity on it, but isn't the
I
card
don't.
itself?
You're right. I don't have to write the rarity on it. That's what I was saying. I was like, never mind. You don't have to do that.
Okay.
But I do want to show you what I did with them, though, because I think you'll like it. Maybe.
Just take it back to my embassy.
To the bathroom I go.
I can pull up your stream now. Okay.
It's not on my stream.
On your stream. Let me come over in person. Come over there.
Have to pull it up. Yeah, take your fucking sweet ass time, bitch. It's loading. I save it. Oh, there it is. Okay. You see how the pink and the blue, and then it goes into the gold?
Yeah. I love that.
People like, look.
I was gonna suggest something
Look.
a lot worse.
Oh my god. Pink in the purple, the blue. Pink in the dark blue, the light blue. Pink in the green. Oh, I love that. Pink in the grey. I love how you've done them, the sides.
Legend. He'll be down here.
Do you have any writing on the card?
Yeah, I'd put what the pal's name is.
Lambo number 1.
Oh yeah, that's what I do. That's what I want to put on. I'll put the number of what number pal they are, because that's really fun to do. Also, is keep track of like numbers.
This would be a bit more work, but we can also put that on.
No.
Fuck that.
Nope. Legend. Yeah.
Legend at a really, really low rate, and it's snakes.
Get out of here. Ugh. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I have already marked down that I'm getting all these fucks. I'm gonna go through these fucks here, and then I'm gonna fuck the bed. Cause I am so tired, dude. Yeah.
Sleep is a good idea.
No, I'm gonna be here for a fucking minute. They're gonna take a minute to do this shit, but I'm just basically, I'm not gonna do squat. I'm just gonna fucking
Gonna be
sit.
brain off until sleep.
Yeah.
Honestly, sleep's a good idea.
And by brain off, I mean basically I'm gonna be sitting here thinking how I want to handle this, because I've got to like,
Yeah.
I've got to get, if I want to make like a flip animation where it pulls up back of card, does a flip animation to show front of card, right? So the back of card would be the same of all the cards. So it looks like it pulls up, flips over, and then that's what you get. And then occasionally, we're gonna have to program occasionally to sparkles. and that will be
Ooh,
lucky.
Yeah.
So it's gonna need to have. I don't even think this necessarily change the rarity. I mean, I'll probably change, like, it's more rare to get. Like, it'll be really rare to get a lucky or something like that. But it's like, how rare?
Yeah. How
Okay,
rare?
so for example, it's going to be easier to get a lucky common than it will be to get an epic, for example.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be complicated. Okay. Can I make the multi-climber undershirt now? I can. Let's go! Floof, help me. You're the one gonna carry this courage destruction.
I'm basically just let the game do its fucking math. The game do its thing. Do I even know what I'm making right now? No, I fucking don't. But I know I am about to hatch this egg. No.
Definitely going to my inventory at some point. But now that I've gotten up to this, I can actually go on coal mining expeditions and start getting some reinforced metal.
Have you got the improved?
I just got the 34.
Bruh, come make me one.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Also, I'm gonna need you to compliment my base. Once you
The
get there.
workshop?
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is such a great loading screen. Ooh, I haven't been here since you,
You need to tell me what I need, and I'll make it for you.
I have everything I need.
Oh.
I brought it with me.
Okay.
Where do you want
Here.
it? Right down?
Against this wall.
Like center of this one? Yeah. Let's go. Building and building and building hammer do. Here you go.
I'm gonna make 465 refined diaries.
Nice, you've already got a...
Bruh, I went mining. I was fucking ready. That's the only thing I was waiting on is the fucking level.
You're gonna be like near the end of 33.
6,079 points up.
Yeah, that's pretty close. Yeah, I'm like... Wow. I love that we keep going back and forth between who's, you know...
Who's in the lead, yeah.
We're actually, like, close in level a lot more.
Yeah, it's just like, if I'm not doing anything except for, like, making spreadsheets, I'm not really gaining many levels.
Yeah, most of my level I've gotten is from just exploring and getting all the glitches that I can. Let's see if I've got all of these on. Or enough to get this done. Nope. Got another Relaxosaurus. The only Relaxosaurus I'm missing now is the mountaintop one. I just put my third Relaxosaurus in.
Oh shit. I only have one.
You didn't get the Sakurajima one? You should have two.
Oh. I forgot to put it in.
And the desert one is near the PDIF tower. Like the tower boss.
Yeah, my movement speed is gonna go up a lot. You wanna race?
Wanna race?
Look at my movement speed.
Oh my god. Yeah, your movement speed's gonna be... You're gonna be just, like, zooming about, right?
To be fair, you've got a lot of Lambos. How many Mama gift cheese is that?
Well, seeing as most of them are worth 1. Rich.
Sexy bitch. Sexy bitch. Damn, you're just sexy bitch. Damn, girl. Damn, you're just sexy bitch. Sexy bitch. Damn, you're just sexy bitch. Damn, girl.
I don't know why I can dig this pillar of light. Oh. Nice.
This is such a random looking. Like, what? Babe, look at my map. What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah. You just followed the coast around?
Yeah, I was like, well, I needed to go to the purple area to take a purple picture. I was like, well, I need to go to the yellow area, but I can't fucking fly, so I'll just go around.
Ooh, that's actually really good to get. I need this last fruit. Give me this. There we go. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Random hypersphere, go! They defended it off, no!
Who are you trying to catch?
The hell's up a locks? That's it, it was just flying away.
What am I catching? What I get? What I get here?
I went in the hole on the
Cross
second one.
plume.
Oh, that's the problem.
What?
I came face to face with a bird dash.
Damn,
There's one
you
guarding.
sexy bitch.
Oh,
Damn, girl. Damn, you sexy bitch. Sexy bitch. Damn, you sexy bitch. Damn, girl.
damn girl, you sexy fish.
Damn, you're a sexy fish. Damn, you're a sexy fish. Damn, girl. Get in my ball, bitch.
Sexy.
Get in my ball, you sexy fish. Oh, shit. No, you don't see me. Do not perceive. Do not perceive. No.
Do not precede me.
Mark down that I got the bulldozer now.
Nice.
I threw a ball at it and it was like, Murph! And I was like, no, try again, get in the ball. And it's like, Murph! Until eventually it got in the ball.
This is my life, everyone.
Lucy loves my bulldozer impression.
Lucy does, yeah.
I could tell based on that face he's made. He's like, oh my god, what an epic and amazing bulldozer impression you've made. Wow, so talented. Clap, 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 clap. That's what that is. You just need more hands for clapping, right? Except if they're on your head.
Loopy tentacle balls.
What is nothing? I don't want a Yakimo. I want a quiver. Did it?
Made me laugh. Hell.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, you.
You're welcome. It's some Heartblossom. What are these just random large souls on the ground? Who do you think died here? If you think about like all the areas that just have random souls, that probably means somebody died. I have to pee. I'm gonna catch that no, I'm not gonna catch it because I have a Verdash already. I don't need it. I need a Quivern Botan. So I don't have to breed one. The more things I can catch, the less things I have to breed. And right now it's just like I'm just rolling through everything I can get from a goddamn Molder and Crisp. Oh, here we go. Look, this is perfect.
Look, a care package.
No, get in the ball. It's fine. Look. Look, everything does not want me breeding you. Everything in the fucking world does not want me breeding you, so I'm just gonna catch you. Bruh, That's very rude of you, you know.
I got a flat steel helmet schematic.
Will you just like get in the ball and stop being a bitch?
Never. I'm always a bitch.
Thank you.
Notorious BITC.
It's positive. It's a positive thinker.
Okay, so if I go over here to get me some.
Oh my god, I'm level 34.
hot
Look, I can make my own shit now.
I am gonna go to Sanctuary 1.
Okay. Are you gonna get some bark?
Gonna get some bark. Do you want to get you some bark as well?
Bark, bark. Yes, please. Wait, are you saying do you want you to get me some bark? Yes.
You want me to get you some bark?
Yes. Can you just like get in the ball, bro? I don't care about you that much. Oh my god. That was very mean.
Done and funky, but oh well. You did it yourself? Nice. The bad boy, my god.
Damn it, I just wasted an epic exotic spear on that bitch.
Means your haircut's got personality.
Oh my god, you did your own hair? I thought you were gonna go get it done. Okay, question. Do you normally do your own hair? Oh, I missed.
Say the grandma tried it as if anyone asked.
You say you were taking a nap and Gremlin tried to cut your hair. No, don't do that. It might make you seem irresponsible.
Say you purposefully gave the gremlin child scissors.
And that you just were just like saying, do what you gotta do, boo. Why is there no kickets over here, dude? Oh, I found a journal. Oh, I need to see it. I need to see it. I can. Oh my god, it's the first one I found since we've started reading them. Okay. Okay, hold on. Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh my god, I found a Lily Everhart's diary too. Lily Everhart's diary, pals, such strange creatures. These noble beings have upheld our civilization since ancient times. They not only boast impressive intellect, physical prowess, and adaptability, but are adorable to look at as well. How could anyone not come to love them? Humans are savage animals. With an insatiable appetite for the proliferation of their own kind, they subjugate other species and enslave them. They engage in pointless strife, consume flesh for no reason, and develop beyond their needs. When one takes into account their hideous appearance, how could anyone not detest them? Humans capture pals and exploit them. If a pal is confined to a so-called pal sphere, it becomes obedient to its wielder. What aberrant tools. One can only say this is the greatest stain in the history of our civilization. Pals and humans were originally meant to live alongside each other in mutual support, not a relationship between master and servant, but one of equals, a harmonious coexistence, if you will. There's nothing more blasphemous than eating pals for food. Interesting. Lily Everhart's Diary 3. This is not what I thought I was getting with. I just apparently didn't read these. Won't you join the Free Pal Alliance? The Free Pal Alliance is an organization that works to protect pals. We live in harmony with the pals, and every one of us harbors a deep love for them. Our organization follows 5 basic tenets. 1. Do not eat pals. 2. Do not overwork pals. 3. Do not abuse pals. 4. Do not experiment on pals. 5. Do not hesitate to sacrifice yourself for pals. Won't join us and protect the pals you love? Your life in service of protecting the pals is a small price to pay. The flesh and blood of humans exist only for the glory of pals. Wow. Okay, here we go. I've got 2 Saya Kurosaki's diaries. Saya Kurosaki's diaries. There's disarray among the ones from the volcano. Rumor has that their leaders changed. Before, their ways weren't so extreme, but now they're consumed by bloody struggle against the maniacs from the White Mountain. Those lunatics, those unscrupulous people who disgrace this place. So this situation benefits us. But why did they start fighting now? I do not know what their leader is thinking, but I hope they do not tarnish our land. Tonight is also a full moon. Today's sake tastes awful too. The moon has reached out to our pitiful selves. The crescent moon I longed for so dearly is now right before me. The everlasting darkness is lifted. It's clear to me. This creature is the one who will lead us to the end. No matter how our time ends, until that moment I will be with you. Incarnation of the crescent moon, blade of beginnings, please illuminate our path. Tonight is also a full moon. Today's sake tastes delicious. talking about Celine. 'Cause Celine's fucking awesome. You're now showing your friend. Oh gosh. Tell me what your friend says. I need to know. Fuck off. I don't care about you. No! Sean is almost dead. Dude, you guys suck ass. Sean died.
No.
Poisoned to death.
Wait, why am I
Now
not
I'm
doing
also
the
poisoned.
mining team? I need my mining team.
Sean dies a lot. This area sucks. Oh shit.
Oh shit, here we go again. My response was, what the fuck did you do? Oh no. Oh no. Like a dog.
Run away! Run away! Run away! Oh fuck. Shit. Babe! I'm scared!
It's okay, you got this.
Do I though?
I'm not leaving.
You have faith in me for no reason.
If I get... Do you remember which one's the one that reduces the weight of coal?
Vertical tear, I think?
Oh, it is the turtle terror, yeah, you're right.
I just tried to catch one. It said no.
Oh no, is that what's hunting you down?
Among other thing. Look, I'm embarrassed to tell you what was just killing me that I was just running away from, okay? I don't want to talk about it.
I didn't even get a ripped hero. It's like, oh no.
I don't want to tell you. It's embarrassing.
What?
I'll tell you. But you can't laugh at me.
What's that?
I kick it.
Kick it?
But I was on foot. Keep in mind, I was on foot. A kick it's really strong. Especially when it's like 20 levels higher than me.
I think that's a big thing. It was 20 levels higher than you. Oh.
Cryolinks.
Violin.
Cryolinks. Cryolinks.
Violin. No. Violin. Where is the turtle terror in the wild?
At the beach.
Sacagringa Beach?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
The one that's south of me.
Oops.
Wow, you a squishy bitch. Na 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 na. Dang na 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 na. Which Celine? Which Celine would you say is better? Is it the one with Vanguard, or is it the one with where'd it go? I know I caught that bitch.
Minimum base.
The one with infinite stamina.
Ooh. Ooh, that is a hard choice.
I could get Vanguard and put it on there, right? But I could also get infinite stamina, couldn't I?
You can get infinite stamina. I think it comes with infinite stamina.
This one does. Oh, on the thing? So I don't have to...
I think it comes with infinite. It might be a bounty hunter. The bounty guy.
I'm gonna go find it. I'm gonna go talk to... I'm gonna go talk to Officer Peppers.
Hello, honey.
Have you come to...
Sweet. No.
No!
Where's Peppers?
I don't know.
He's sleeping.
I think he's chopping up stone. Probably sleeping.
Pepe. Pepsi.
Find him somewhere.
Pepe.
Maybe he's upstairs.
No. Oh. It's opposite Pepe.
Is he upstairs?
Yeah.
What's he got?
Vanguard, Motivational Leader, Wellness Launcher, Monster Head, Belly Body, Artisan, Stronghold Strategist, Wonderful. I think it might just come with infinite stamina. Oh, it might be Arena?
I know, that's the other one I'm thinking of. I could go over there and check. I'm just grabbing some ultimate balls.
Oh.
No one gave me ultra spheres. Wow, rude.
Grabbing them by the balls. Okay, so my love,
Yeah.
once you have thingies done, you should be able to make the glasses, the Peltamer goggles.
Yay!
Do you have this? Did you get the schematic?
No.
Oh. I guess I got the schematic. I gave you the wood. The wood.
Thanks. Can you bring me the schematic? Or tell me where to get it?
The mountain.
Does it need cores?
No.
Oh my god, that's so much better.
He uses ancient bark instead of cores.
I need it. So much easier to get bark than cores.
You get the schematic from if you go to the mountain or No Man's Trail on the mountain. It's like it's not up on the.
No, it's okay. It's literally the only one I have on the mountain.
To your right, to your east, to the left. It's the only thing you'll see on the east.
I think I got there, panicked, and then left.
Yippee! Probably.
Nope, I'm here. I see. Oh, sorry, I see it now. I also don't have a mount right now, so I'm just hoping nothing tries to kill me. If anything comes after, I'm gonna start pelting it with pal spears. What's that? What's that? What's that? Oh, it's a hangy Chris. I don't give a shit.
Let's go.
What's that? What's that? Oh, it's a chest.
Almost become a attacking god. What level? 34? Wow.
Eslene's over 50.
Oh my god, she's gonna bleep me out.
To be fair, I am using ultimate spheres, and you used like a pal sphere to get yours, so. I'm assuming you used a pal sphere to get yours.
My what?
Big floof.
Oh yeah, I can't make it.
Pal tamer classes schematic.
I haven't even. Yay, yippee! Yippee! And you're starting to need 20 refined metal.
Okay. Thanks for the wood.
You're welcome. One stump gave me 60, so I gave you 30. And it only takes 15, I believe.
Name a pal. Any pal.
Name any pal?
Yep.
Steve-O.
Common. Name another pal. Ooh, we have to make some kind of thing, babe. Babe, we have to have some kind of like alternate, okay? Because I don't think we should put Depresso as uncommon.
I think the depressor should be common.
Yeah.
That's why it's depressed. Oh my god, are you rubber banding?
No?
I am rubber banded the hell. Anytime I try flying on my Ragnarhawk, it just rubber band. Try resummoning it. Oh no, that fixed it.
Wow, that is a crazy frost plume. This frost plume has heavyweight, healing coach, wellness watcher, and logging foreman.
Dang.
What the fuck? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't breed with the Elgrove or the Worth sect because clearly they're out on adventures.
No.
My bad. Guess you can't breed with them until they get back. I am gonna be so busy, bruh, as soon as I make those glasses. Squishing, probably.
Now I can
Oh my god, I
see.
can make a Bellinar Libera slab. I can make more Bellinar Libera slabs than I can make Bellinar slabs. Alright.
I never stop sprinting. I can continue to sprint forever.
Oh, I never made it pull back. Okay, there we go. We just make these cheeky little glasses here. Come on, doing it the right
So tomorrow, when we stream,
will we be on Pantaru server?
and Haru will be open. In fact, it's open in what, just under 3 hours.
I've got the glasses.
I'm building my glasses. My lashes.
First thing I'm looking at is a Blazemon. 68, 71, 31. Do I have anything spectacular?
The first thing I'm gonna look at is Floof. Big Floof. Floof. Go Floof.
My Lumen is trash. Oh my god, my Herbie though. 90, 82, 80.
Dang!
It's the lucky one, so it already had 1 star. Whoa! My Celine though.
Hmm?
So its attack is not great. The attack is 7. But the other two, 85 health and 100 defense.
Dang! My Floof is actually really good.
Really?
75, 39, 89.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby.
First pal I caught. What's my big Floof at? Oh, my big Floof is just middle of the board. 58, 51, 50.
I want to compare this
Floof.
to the other Celine.
I've got some fruits for you, Floof. Floof. Oh, Floof.
This female Celine is 45, 96, 14. I could breed these two together. They'd be perfect. I could breed this Celine with this Celine and have like the perfect Celine. Except for this and the fucking passive is, so I'd have to hope I didn't get the fucking passive.
Floof is now 159.99.
He's on sale.
159.99.
Oh my gosh, I get this Tashigi. 88, 80, 94.
Ooh.
And that's the one that had Swift. What the fuck?
Ooh la la. Let me get you up to there. Did they made all.
What the fuck? Where is the other? There it is. Oh shit. The Celine with infinite stamina is trash. 5, 23, 77.
Oh no. Poor Celine. Deondo lost.
Is. I got a Jelly with 100 health. Whoa! I got a Gale Claw with 71, 100, 100.
Dang. A good Gale Claw.
I've not gotten rid of anything. So I'm very curious to see what, like, if anything has 100, 100, 100.
Very unlikely, but it's not impossible. Floof, let's go.
I do have a Lamball with 100 health.
Nice. I do too.
You're like, now.
I have one now.
Chicken with 100 attack.
Chicken, teriyaki chicken, teriyaki chicken, teriyaki chicken sub. Oof, let's go. Mr. Destroyer of Worlds. Let's lure them back. Come on, Floof. Random Hypersphere, go. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Floof, go. Murder. Murder, but in the non-killing sense. Yeah.
I have a Gumos with 91, 71, 99.
Oh. It dodged.
I have a Gumos with 0 health.
Here I need I do not need the tentacle saddle. I just have tentacle saddle by default. That is amazing. I've never used the tentacle terror because by the time we usually get up to it, it's not an issue. We skip that and immediately get the coal farm.
I just did like 4 rounds. Just went back and forth from the coal area.
And no. Fuck up the verdict. I'll traumatize you. Go Floof. Trauma. Oh no! Floof! I've been hit. I'll eventually win this trauma. It hurts. I don't care if you... Ow! I don't care if you kill him, Floof.
I have a sweeper with 98, 98, 76.
Oh, nice.
Oh, fuck. I didn't even fucking save Quebec. He's alright. He's got 34, 2, 80. I should probably save Quebec in the back.
Work, Floof. You beat up that VOD. Showed him who was the best Floof. Yeah. You. Big Floof. Temporarily, Big Floof will return. And then I need... Where is anything that I'm wanting?
No, I did save Quebec. Never mind.
Hmm?
I was like, I thought I didn't save Quebec, but I did.
Oh, nice. Already ahead of this now. Number 2. Sand Crystal. Comet Strike. Oh, Comet Strike. Floof. You're getting Comet Strike, buddy. Yeah.
I have a Nightwing with 99, 97, 89.
Oh. What an amazing flyer you're never gonna use.
I mean, I probably did use it. For a minute.
Oh yeah, you probably did for a little bit. Oh, I still got mods now.
I'm trying to see if there's anything else as good as that Gale Claw, because that Gale Claw had 2 100s.
Get this. And then one of these, and one of the... Yes. Yes. Never watch me burn. I have bought...
Oh, okay. So the Elphedron I have that has Muscle Head,
Yeah?
100, 110.
Oh my god, this actually works. Amazing. I now am going on a coal mining expedition because I have 100% weight reduction from coal and sulfur.
Wow. What did you do? How'd you do it?
I used my 700 something dog coins to buy the remaining
I see.
fruit I needed because I got the 1 to 2 star fruit.
Ah, okay.
Quest was very easy. It's on the desert. Now I can just do this for free.
I'm really nervous to check out that Moldron Crest I've been breeding to get everything.
Yeah.
I wonder how trash it is.
That is a good question. If it's really good, yay. If it's trash, then my condolences.
I mean, it's not like really a big deal. I have a Blaze Howl with 99, 88, or 99, 86, 100.
Ooh.
I'm thinking it might not be too bad because some of these pals that I'm coming across that I'm like, oh, I know I bred for this, are actually pretty good. I haven't been over to see it yet, but like some of them, like this Flarical, babe. This Flarical's 90, 94, 100.
Oh, it might actually be decent.
Yeah. Like this is awesome. While in party, when the player attacks an enemy afflicted with burn, the enemy explodes, dealing damage equal to 40% of the player's attack damage to nearby enemies. Interesting.
Nice.
Venusa 90, 97, 6. Like Solmora 90, 94, 18, 90, 84. It's gotta have good stats. Like everything that I've bred is like coming out with pretty decent fucking stats.
Yeah, and you have the occasional like bad one, as always, but like
I'm gonna go check.
Generally amazing.
I'm gonna go check because like for real, I'm curious. So I didn't even look at it. Well, because I haven't been over there yet.
I'm gonna bet it's like three greens, 2 in the 90s, and 1 in like 80 something.
I'm gonna be very surprised if it's trash.
If it's trash, then you've been really lucky on whatever.
90, 94, 18.
18 on the last one?
Yeah,
Okay.
90, 94, 18. So it's actually not too shabby.
It is quite
I mean, it
good,
could
yeah.
be better, but like, I mean, be wrong. It's not too bad.
A wild caught, or was that a bred?
I just bred it, but I didn't know what I was breeding either.
Yeah.
I just bred together a Foxicle and a, what was it? No, it was a Reptero Crest and a Moldron. What was my Reptero Crest? Like, obviously, I love my Reptero Crest, baby, but...
Whatever everything is, it must be pretty good.
Yeah, I need to check the Moldron and the Reptero Crest. They got good babies. They made a good baby.
Give me your... I'm gonna eat you, baby.
What the fuck? What's wrong with you? Don't eat my baby.
I'm glad a quote must have happened.
Baby back, ribs. Oh, my baby back, ribs. Chilies, baby back ribs.
I love you so much.
Oh, too. Alright. Where's my Reptero in this? Reptero Crest. I feel like he went on an adventure. Okay, let's see. Moldron, I think this is that. I think this is the mom. Wait, hold on. I don't know. If okay, hold on. Hold on. My Moldrons are 74, 74, 89, 52, 34, 75, and 90, 98, 65.
That one might have been the parent.
Yeah, this one's the mom though. That's why I'm sitting. I gotta figure out if it's a male or female. Because, like, I don't know if it was a male or female that bred with my Reptiro.
You just got unintentionally quite lucky with your breeding.
It was a male, so it was the female. So the Reptiro Christ was 82, 94, 19. And the mom was 90, 98, 65. I just got really lucky. And then the one thing out of everything I decide I'm gonna breed with fucking everything just happens to have pretty cracked stats. Not really great defense, but like good attack and good health. You know, it's got 90, 94. I'm like, all right. I have lots of really good statted things because this is what I've been breeding with everything. I'm not even gonna stop. I'm just gonna keep going. I don't even need to swap it. Whatever. Sure, alright, I got some good stats on these things.
I now have the ability to do...
I have to pee. Look at that.
Go pee, my now. Oh. Wow, yeah, that's... Got a great amount of coal from that expedition. Hmm? No? Well, I said that, like, I went out and got 600 coal and I weighed 0. I love coal. I yearn for the mine. What the hell? There's not really any point in making that because it doesn't increase the carrying capacity level, which is weird. I think I'm set on refined metal from... I mean, I know you use a lot of refined metal in like research and things like that, but... For my purposes now, definitely set. Level 36 is when you get to the level where you can unlock the electric egg incubator. Around then is when we could try the tower.
I think I like the whole getting to the level where we need to defeat something to unlock something. And that seems like a pretty good pretty good thing.
This is another one that's just a flag.
Yeah.
And this would be at level for the tower. Sleepy bedtime? Uh-huh.
Say words, cause you're thingy the talky talk.
Because it's still being picked up.
Oh, by Discord would not be picked up by OBS.
My mic's not. It's going to your one.
No, it's not.
Take it easy time. I'm going to need a big head mode.
Yeah. Big head mode.
Chibi's a word, yeah.
Hmm?
No chibi's a word.
I do.
Not yet? Okay.
I already wrote these down, and if I don't get these out of the way now, I'm gonna forget. Cost vibe. What the fuck does that mean? Ooh, nice rock. What? What? I'm so confused. What do you mean? Latarina. Latarina times 2. Oh, okay, I see, I see. I really had as many issues with lag on this base since I decided to keep all my pals relatively small.
Yeah, it has been much better managed.
The biggest thing in my base right now is the fucking Moldron Chris. But I couldn't live without her, man. She's the big mama.
At hero or below her, depends.
I meant, sorry, the Moldron Chris. I shall pet you. Good job. You're doing such a good job getting voiced by everybody. I feel like a pimp.
Yeah.
Pimping out my Moldron Chris.
At least it's better than sending Pokemon send them to a fucking daycare and they come back with an egg.
Oh my lord.
Oh my god, I got a traveling merchant. Hello, village grocer. I'm gonna shoot you. What are you looking at? Sphere and 79, 2 and Summon Altar. When do we get the Sphere 71? 2. 35. Oh!
Got a frog. Hey, I didn't have a Kojiro knocked yet.
Oh, nice.
Now I do, and I can mark it off.
Okay, let me get some nails.
The way I'm addicted and I just can't get enough.
Are you returned? Did you have an expedition now?
I did, yes.
Nice. Well, yeah, I thought it didn't have an expedition going, but I didn't. Hello, village grocer. I like how because he's somewhat low level, he only gets like 2 guards. And one of them got trapped in like 3, no, 1 guard maybe? Hello?
Cute.
Where are 2 guards?
Apparently there's a visitor at the base, not that I know who that is, or what base.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
village grocer, he's selling berries and berry seeds as well as wheat and wheat seeds.
You see.
That's it. Very, very rich.
Fucking loaded.
I am a Tristan, and I do the Tristan thing called Tristan.
Do you need mushrooms? I feel like I've been gathering them. I don't know where I've been putting them, but I feel like I've been gathering them.
Mushrooms would be good for research. You can even start a research. The lumbering research uses mushrooms. It's just the early ones. You need like.
I just remember one point you were saying you needed mushrooms, so I started collecting them all to make sure you had some.
Yeah, thank you.
You're saying me starting them, psh, as if.
I started one this playthrough.
Yeah, it didn't require me to do anything. I think it required cloth.
Eggu,
Igu.
gi, what, woo, and da. Yang, yang, yang.
Oh, you know what this means, though?
What's that?
All of the partners have returned.
Yippee! Make it fuck!
Yeah, wait. There we go.
Compound bow schematic. But yeah, we can get the summon altar going and actually do raids if you want to do raids.
Do we have any reason to do raids at the moment?
No. The only reason would be the ability goggles, but we made the better ones that don't require.
Yeah.
They require stupid ancient civilization balls.
Yeah, and also counts as a mercy ring. Why wouldn't I have both?
Yeah. Exactly.
My chicken is trash. Vixie's trash. B is... eh. Lulu's pretty good. Probably why you keep surviving. So many times things get killed and that one somehow lives. Are you good? What the fuck is wrong with you? Aren't you supposed to be asleep? Are you sleeping? You good? I'm so concerned. I feel like he's sleeping, but also his eyes are open. He's just staring.
Making sure you're alert and you're awake.
I like that this chillet's like just sitting here. He's like, I'm ready to cook. Fucking ready to go. Fucking ready to cook. You're in bed. You're literally in bed. But yeah, okay. Oh, and you're not sleeping either. You're just waiting to generate electricity while sitting in your bed. Yeah, all right. And you're just gonna stand here, stare off into space, totally, just idle, huh? Oh, but apparently this Gloopy's current task is watering.
Don't have any water in book.
Definitely watering. Absolutely watering. If by watering you mean watering your chest because you're drooling all over yourself, then sure.
I could get that. What do I want to do, my love? Continue getting effigies? I'm gonna go get more effigies.
I was thinking about trying to get some lift monk effigies. Just to make catching some higher level things easier. But I don't want to do that right now. Tomorrow's gonna be an interesting day.
It is gonna be interesting.
I'm
We'll be
thinking
starting.
after we close the server for the night, I think that we close the server for tonight.
Yeah.
So we can play on Pantera server tomorrow.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
It is gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Do you think do we have any other any plan other than get to where we want build?
No. We can have our own little challenges if we want. Besides, keep everything on that one island.
Yeah.
Probably not gonna do that build I did before though, because you know I discovered that it just makes me dizzy.
Ooh, that's a cool attack.
Run around, have fun, do goofy things. See what other people are building.
We do goofball things. Oof. Sandwich is cool, but you do that one instead. It's okay, Flute. It's just a boulder. You're fine.
If Floof get hit by a boulder.
Yeah, I'm fighting a rampage in a minute. Fine, I'll help you, Flute. It's okay, we got this. Nice dodge, Flute. Ow! Floof! Floof! How dare you!
There's a valet. What are you talking about? What happened?
Floof lost. Just stop the oh my god. Wow.
Shit.
Big floof, you fucking dumbass. If you're gonna use implode, don't run around in circles further away than where the enemy is, so you're not gonna hit them.
There's a valet fighting a battalion. Oh shit. Things are just getting swung this way. Shit.
Stricken Yeti, welcome. I hope you have a good lurk.
Oh hi hi.
Thank you.
Locked in our works of lurking. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks. We're kind of like finishing up in a way.
Yeah, we'll be ending soon. But thank you for the lurk. I hope you have a good
I say
day.
soonish, but it's like legit.
It's whenever you're ready.
They kill it. What the frick? Disappeared into the earth. Here. Killed a valet and it fell in the water. And disappeared under the world. A lot of this is fucking subjective. Yeah. Like, I've just gotta wait for these guys to fuck. Okay? And then I gotta wait for these two more to fuck, I guess. I don't know.
Nightmare Ball. Nightmare Ball, amazing.
I want to see, like, based on what I have, because I haven't really been looking. I've been literally just looking at what can breed with Moljong crits. I'm curious now. Still on the list.
Okay, go west to this oasis. You can get down there this month.
I can get an Eidolon Ignis and 3 breeds.
Oh no, look at this incredibly rare menacing. Just up from incredibly rare menacing.
Oh my god, so rare. Rare.
Oh my god, I never thought I would see that. Run away! Whee!
I feel like any numbers that I'm gonna give are gonna be based on vibes, kind of. But I feel like I'm gonna have to justify it some way. You know, so like,
Yeah.
give me a pal. Any pal that's not a Cuties.
I'll give you...
Give me a challenging one.
Lulu.
Ooh, okay, Lulu. Higher level. You don't really encounter it in base game. You can only really encounter it after like level 50 something.
Yeah, Sakadorima in a specific area of Sakadorima.
Specific area of Sakadorima. You don't really see it anywhere else. I'm gonna give it rare.
Rare?
Yeah, I'll give it rare. It's not epic. It's definitely not legendary. But I wouldn't. I'd say it's more than uncommon though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just basic. Basic location and map. It's not any like.
It's not like it's hidden. There's no special summon for it.
No.
It's not a particularly difficult pal, but it can be strong depending on your level.
It's not insane to breed to it, but it isn't like early breed as well.
Little baby, so cute. She's so precious she is. We're gonna have 100 trust with this girl. I can only get to 10, still gonna have 100.
Yeah, my floof maxed out trust.
Can you
like,
post clips from your stream and chat? Yeah, okay, that's fine. If it lets you. I don't know if it'll let you. We'll see. Maybe.
My one might not let you, but Aiko's might. I don't know.
If it lets you. What was said?
I don't know.
Now I need to know. Let's find out. Oh, jeez.
Oh my god. I see it.
Very curious.
I see the floof. Big floof. Ooh. Oh my god, is this big floof blowing himself up and completely missing?
What?
It is. Oh, I love that. Thank you. Oh, see what I got to contend with Big Pudding? Rider.
I love that.
Just stop running around in circles and nowhere near the pearl.
Just you gave him
No,
hard cardio.
Lambo get code at level 20.
Why?
I don't know. And it auto assigns it just on them. Because it's a, you know, a partner skill that they level up to get. Or maybe it's level 30.
Just gotta level up your fucking. You get a lamb ball at level 30 just randomly explodes. Just like, excuse me?
If they don't use it. Oh, yeah, it must be level 20 because it's only 26. I don't like English.
I'm not really, like, you're doing a good job in, like, looking at all sorts of different kinds of abilities that they have and everything. I'm not even looking at that shit. That should be something I'm looking at because, like, you're finding a lot of really cool fun abilities based on, like, fruits and everything like that. I don't know what I'll do.
Most of the ability that you get from fruit. You can breed abilities. That is something you can do.
I think what I'll do is when I get my Celine, I'll put everything on her. Just so I can have fun with her. Because I really do like fighting with the Celine. And by fighting with the Celine, I mean I like sitting on my Celine and wrecking shit.
Yeah, and just having a bunch of skills makes them just more versatile. They're able to fight, you know, certain things.
You guys just like hate honey. Is that the issue?
And that's implosion. Yes, I unassigned implosion. Thank you for that.
Okay, look. Now you'll do it? Why? Why do you only put honey in there? You can put it in the fridge, you know. Okay, weirdos. Now you guys are gonna fucking put eggs in there too. Because I said you could put ingredients in there. Why did they do that? I want them to put eggs and honey and milk in the fridge.
Yeah.
They refuse to put honey in there. They only want to put it in the chest, and if they don't have a place to put it, they're just going to leave it on the floor. Why? It's an ingredient.
It is an ingredient. I don't understand. Prioritization on what they take.
Is it because it doesn't have a spoiler on it or whatever? Doesn't need to be refrigerated? But the thing is if I list this for ingredients, then they're going to put the eggs in there too. I don't know.
It just needs to be more filter options.
There does need to be more filter options.
Like, let us filter by things that can spoil, put in fridge. Things that can't spoil, put in chest.
This. Hold up, a cootie.
Even just letting us control, like, say, I want this specific item in this chest. Like assigning a berry plantation to a chest or something if you felt like it. Hello, it's a wave time, wave.
Okay. I am two more to go. Capertee and El Grove.
There is a very inappropriate thing I'm thinking about with this song that honestly I would bet has been used in real life. It could be taking the piss out of it, out of themselves, or it could be someone deliberately bullying them. But Down syndrome is all I will say.
Rude.
I feel like I've seen a YouTube clip or a short or something of a guy with Down syndrome asking his prom date that also has Down syndrome out to prom through that song.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that, but it could have been a weird dream I had. And also, why the fuck would I have a dream like that? Or just, something similar. Oh, did you know Asmongold got banned from Twitch?
Feel like I did when?
Yesterday?
Oh, then no, I did not know that. What happened?
He basically... Oh my god. It's a raid! It's a lobby raid!
Aw, yay.
Welcome, raiders!
Oh my god, are we impregging Lovey? Holy shit.
Lovey is a good boy. We hope you have a stream. Good stream. Make sure to stay hydrated. Yes. Don't forget to impreg Lovey. No.
That's a
No,
read.
no, thank you. No, thank you.
Hold on.
But
We gotta increase minutes. Hold on. 9 minutes.
9 minutes? Oh my god.
There you go. We have to stay for 9 whole minutes. We are gonna be leaving
Do we
soon.
swap back to our models?
No, we don't have to do that.
We are planning on ending the stream, like, any moment.
Well, no, not any moment. Look, I have to get eggs from this Cafferty, and then I
Yeah.
have to get eggs from
Yeah.
this Elgrove.
Once Aiko's pals finish talking, is when we end the stream, so...
I mean, it's a little crass, but it's accurate. Male Elgrove.
Probably like 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, not long.
Maybe a bit longer, I don't know. Yeah, chain raid, let's go! But yeah, welcome in everyone. How's stream? How are you all doing? It is late for us indeed. It's currently 7 AM. We have been awake and streaming for 7 hours. I've been streaming for 7 hours. Aiko's been streaming for longer.
I've been streaming for 8.5 hours.
Yeah.
But I've been mostly breeding. And database fucking spreadsheeting.
Yeah, we're being Palworld nerds. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a a wonderful time. I'm Tristan, not Aiko. I was about to say Aiko.
If you're not
I'm Tristan. My wife is Aiko.
If you're not making a spreadsheet for the game that you're playing, are you even playing the game?
Do you really even have autism?
Yeah, oh my god, shut up.
Yeah.
I need the better fucking things. These guys suck. Yes. My name is Tristan.
We are gonna have a stream day where that will happen.
We are guaranteed now.
Uh-huh. We have completed our Subathon's goal.
But if you guys want to contribute towards our stretch goals, that's cool.
Yeah.
We have the rest of today's stream and tomorrow. I don't even know what I'm hatching anymore. I just know I already put them in the log as they were done, so I have to...
I don't know how long we're even going to end up sleeping for, because... Like, we haven't been awake for a ridiculous amount of time. Either way.
Like, that's just it. Get some sleep. We'll get some sleep. We'll wake up. And we'll go play on Kantara server. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just need sleep.
Yeah. we need some sleep.
I burnt my brain out. Okay? I could have probably gone for a lot longer, but my brain is mush. I don't know if you know this, okay? But the default values in the Palworld database for what constitutes rarity is stupid.
It is so stupid. Menacing are as rare as legendary pals.
And apparently, Panthalus is not nearly as rare as a Necromus or a Palladius, who, even though you could absolutely just go to the desert and grind them over and over and over again. Does Tristan know we did something? Yes, he does. He does. He woke up and he's like, I know you poked my butt. And I said, it was Lovey's idea.
I was in the process of waking up when you told Aiko to go and do that. So I was like, I was at that point like not wanting to get out of bed, but you know, still pretending to be asleep a little bit.
Pretty cool. He stayed there for a while too.
She came over and poked my butt, but if she got much closer to me, I would have just, you know, launched my sneak attack. Grabbed her. Like a spider. Like a trapdoor spider. Oh, cool. Okay, you can get infinite stamina from the arena trader. Hello?
Oh, shit. Oh, you can? Okay, good. Good, because that other fucking Selena is trash. This one's alright. I mean, I do need to put some attack in this bitch, but I think I'm just gonna breed it. I think I'm gonna breed it with the girl one that has good stats. Like, okay, look. It's not necessarily good stats, it's just good attack. It's pacifist. It's passive suck. But it has 96 attack. And if I can get the 96 attack to replace the 7 attack on this one, I think it'd be pretty damn good.
Yeah, that would be pretty good. Yeah.
I would put it in here already, but I just don't have the fucking space.
So what were you up to, Lovey? Were you playing Palworld or something else? I know you've also got like a Stardew game going on. I don't know if you're still doing that.
Down.
I hope you had a wonderful stream,
Okay, in one more level, I can make the sphere assembly line, and I can make the furnace. Well, I already have the furnace. I can make the summoning altar and the sphere assembly line. Hold on. No, and it still won't increase our bases. Dude, why are we stuck at 4 for so long?
Stuck at 4 bases?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we gotta get another one soon, but I'm not sure when.
We've been stuck at 4 bases for like 8 years.
It's been 84 years.
To be fair, I don't know where it's going with that. That sounded awful.
No, you're being a good girl.
I feel like my Foxbarks looks like he's dying. I feel like I should give him some medicine, but he's fine. 100% sanity. He's great. He's doing great.
She's just a little ugly. But you don't need to
I don't even
call her
know if
out.
it's a she. It is a she.
She? Oh my god, she's just a little ugly, but you don't need to call her out like that, my love.
I mean, look at her. She looks like... I don't know. It could just be the whole frozen aspect of the fact she's got ice covering her feet and stuff. She looks like she's freezing to death. She's blue.
No. It does. I really don't know. They really could have better animations for, like, booming animations, but it's literally they lay down and look half dead most of the time.
Yeah. Like, I can't do the Univolt Crest, dude. The Univolt Crest is so depressing.
It's literally just a dead horse.
It looks like a dead horse. It's looks like it's unnerving.
There is no other alternative. It is a horse that has died. And rigor mortis is setting. It's just so stiff. Legs out. Horizontal.
That'd be really cute. Let's make this horse lay down. How do horses lay down? This is not how horses lay down.
They could have, just taken their time to look at a picture of a horse laying down. But no, they just wanted horizontal. Yeah, almost done with all the effigies in the desert. Three left to go.
Is this a normal world globe? Do we think this is a normal world globe?
Huh?
Globe. Does it say Atlantic?
Oh.
I'm trying to see. I'm trying to get something. Get something. Something sea. Arabian Sea? Is there an Arabian Sea? Is there an Arabian Sea? Caribbean Sea? Arabian Sea? Is there an Arabian Sea? Look, I'm shit with geography. I need y'all to tell me.
It'd actually be cool if that was like a bit of an Easter egg into like the future zones that they might add. But I don't know.
Why am I so fast?
You go over and get. So I got these two. There's one more in the desert, but I'm gonna
This
go
says ocean.
just generic ocean.
Hold on, no. I'm trying to look, okay? I feel like I can
Okay.
get more information.
Is it just like
Indian Ocean.
that is real?
It's the Indian Ocean.
We do have an Indian Ocean. Is this set on Earth? Ooh.
Well, the thing is if okay, look. I'm gonna read you guys something, okay?
I mean, they don't have shipping crates. We could be the ancient civilization, and this could be
No,
what happens
look.
post Earth.
Hold on. Strangely enough, the island is shrouded in a thick fog that makes it impossible to observe from the sea. Attempting to steer away from the fog, I turned the rudder only to be enveloped by an even deeper fog. Just then, something attacked me. I have no idea where it came from, but my boat was all but destroyed. With nothing but wreckage left, I was still somehow able to make it to the coast. This island exists in no database, a secret hidden from the world. Why is it being hidden? Why doesn't it show up on any maps? I'm certain this is all intentional. That attack on my vessel, was it part of the efforts to conceal it? There are more mysteries than I can count, but I'm determined to reveal all the secrets of this island.
Oh.
This is on Earth.
Oh my god, your Cornelias are dying. Ballet. Oh my god. Around the side of this rock. Yeah.
Just gonna. I have no idea what this is. Huge scorching egg. What's in a huge scorching egg?
Depends on where you got it from, but it could be laser mart. Could be.
It's between the El Grove and the Moldron Crest. Look, I wrote down, it's like I marked them all off, and that's why I know I have to breed them. It's because I already fucking
You have
marked
them
them
like
down.
set aside.
Yeah. So I already wrote down what they do. I just don't know what. I just don't know.
Before gore.
Look at this guy.
We are so watchable.
No, look. Aw, what happened? Did he wake up? Is he good now? Is he embarrassed? Somebody took him out of my hands. I need a rock. It's like you're just a rock.
Oh.
Like normal rock.
Yeah, this Munchul effigy down here is the last effigy from this island, or from the desert. The desert is, yeah, level 40 town. I'm excited to do these at just around actual level. In fact, lower level, because there's two of us at this. Really nice.
Do you think we're gonna like beat the game tomorrow?
Oh, on Pan server.
Yeah.
I could try speedrun it if you want.
I want to speedrun it. I feel like that'd be kind of spoil sporty. Just
Take us a while to get like everything set up for us to do anything like that though. Welcome back, Sim.
How was college?
Did you enjoy doing your handstand?
Did you enjoy your first keg stand?
Oh, yeah. Done a keg stand, you've done like...
Did you get drunk? Did you get arrested?
all the drugs.
Did the cops show up at a party and you had to run because like there were drugs there and you were like, no, I'm in college, I can't afford to go to prison. My mom will find out, she's gonna be so mad. Sorry.
Sounds like every college drummer I've ever seen. Oh, can I make... How close am I making the Ring of Trust? Flowers and ancient lava. Beautiful flowers and ancient lava. Okay.
Well, look, I'm working on getting the flowers as quick as I can, but these bitches are tough.
Finish packing bed and stuff. Tomorrow's closing. Ooh. Yeah, it's soon. It's very soon.
I'm gonna go to college.
Got this, Sim.
You're not gonna hang out with me anymore until you go to college. Actually, I just thought about something. I keep
Remember,
forgetting.
Sim, I've seen the movie. I'll give you some advice. You need to find the biggest guy and just punch him in the face.
That was a high school. That's high school. It's different.
High school.
That was high school.
Okay. You need to find the biggest girl and punch her in the face. Is that what you do at uni? College? I don't know. You're leaving exactly a week. Oh my god. Close.
Update, we're shaving it. Your head? Bro, was it that bad?
Oh my god.
I mean, I guess that's a choice. Was it that bad?
Jess is gonna get a
Okay, okay. All the way, like bald shaving it? Are we talking like mohawk? Are you doing like an undercut? What are we talking about? Like, I'm pro, do whatever you want to your hair. Like, I've shaved my hair into a mohawk. If you haven't shaved your hair into a mohawk as a girl, at least once, what are you even doing?
Oh, you're shaving an inch off. Or
Oh, it's
down
going to be down to an inch? Yeah. All of it? She tried cutting it and it butchered it because she's not a beautician. I did not convince her to do that. In my defense, she said, thinking about cutting my hair. I thought she meant like going to get a haircut.
Yeah, that's what I was
I
thinking
was
was
wrong.
happening.
I was wrong. She did it to herself.
Jessie just took scissors to her own hair.
She went chop, 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 chop. She's worse than a child. She's worse than the gremlin child, okay? The gremlin child would have at least left some.
Oh no. Yeah, that's okay, Sam. We have quite a few of the people who used to be more chatty in chat just have, you know, got new jobs or
It's fine. Yeah. I don't
or
mind. Like, losing everybody to college.
work, college, everyone's busy.
Kool-Aid.
His mom can hear.
What
Oh
am I
my
doing here?
god.
What am I doing?
Gremlin child's mom can hear.
Well, yeah. That's what I said. He would have left your. He would have done a better job cutting your hair. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. Hi, Gremlin Child's mom.
You did that in 2020.
I came here for berries. I grabbed literally everything else but berries. Fuck.
It's okay, Jesse. You gotta experience the buzz cut at least one point.
Proud of you. Your COVID hair. You look awful.
This is just like.
Oh, actually, funny thing is normally when I see pictures of bald people, I don't actually have a problem with seeing pictures of bald people. Or videos of bald people, whatever. Normally, I think most people get away with like bald pretty fucking well. Okay? I'm like, I don't even think about it. Oh yeah, I don't even think about it. I don't even think about it when I see a bald guy. I'm just like, yeah, okay, whatever. He's bald, fucking whatever. I saw a picture of this bald guy. I saw a video of this bald guy the other day. I wish I remembered where I saw him so I could show you guys. But this guy, I don't think should have been bald.
Oh no.
This guy had a
very
very this guy had a very he had a very like big head.
Oh my god.
She's shouting at it. Prickster. I don't remember that, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, most people can pull off bald better than they can pull off bad hair.
Yeah. Well, no, like this guy was like straight up like shiny bald.
Oh. Complete shiny bald, waxed his head and everything, maybe. Possibly. Some people do.
Now I want to see if I can.
Or just.
Where did I see this?
Just lost his hair, unfortunately.
Was it in a YouTube video?
This is how Jessie joined the game.
God.
Shaving her head was just an initiation, right? She's just making up stories now. Just realized that. Oh. If it's anything like my family, probably gonna laugh. Probably gonna laugh. Yeah. I wish you luck, Jessie. You got this.
Oh, I need to introduce you to someone. Swoop.
Me?
Yep. Swoop is a YouTuber I used to watch all the time, but apparently I never fucking subscribed to her. I thought I did.
Oh.
You know. Anyways, found her again the other day. Started watching, or yesterday, this morning, whatever fucking time it was. I was watching, I was like, oh god, I remember just loving being there. She does do self-censoring, though.
Ah, yeah. I mean, it's fine to a limited amount. It can become too much very quickly, though.
I love how all of my pals are in good condition, but are unconscious and incapacitated. I don't know what you mean. Like, these all seem fine. Minor injuries. They're fine. They're fine. Okay, but guess what? Guess what? I'm giving Mulder and Chris the day off.
Yippee, Mulder and Chris.
Look at this bitch right here. I might have to add this bitch to a party or something. When the player attacks an enemy afflicted with burn, the enemy what? Did you just leave me?
Okay, I'm back in the. Well, I don't know what happened.
That was weird. Maybe I left, or you left. I don't know.
No, I left.
You left me because you hate me.
Yeah. So we have to find out this way, baby.
So tomorrow when we join in.
Mm-hmm.
And by tomorrow when we join in, I'm gonna let y'all know. I'm gonna be fucking real with y'all. I am tired, as in brain tired, and I need to just like stare at a wall. Or maybe watch a YouTube video or something. I might just like, I don't know if I'm sleepy tired. Or I just need to like not be in this game right now tired, just need to watch like a YouTube video or two or something. I don't fucking know. I know at some point I'm gonna get some sleep though, but what the fuck is that?
Quite possibly we could be gone for just like
A few hours.
a few hours.
I don't know how long we're gonna be gone.
It could also be longer than that. We could actually go to sleep, and I'm probably gonna lay down and see whatever my body wants to do.
I'm probably gonna sit, take off my headset, and watch a YouTube video. Like I want to watch some Swoop.
Yeah.
She does true crime too, but she does deep dives. She does deep dives like she's actually been shown on the news as well.
Oh.
Also, I just really like her hair. It's nice because she has like, she wears this purple wig when she's doing her swoop too, which is like the more like cesspool kind of stuff, like sussy step into the sussy bowl kind of thing. Sussy
I
people
see.
being sussy or whatever. But then she's got this blue wig, like the cyan wig that she wears for like, for her deep dives. And she's really fucking good. She's really good. I think she's great. I also think that like, I think that, Stephanie's great too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just, I would say different great. They're different great, I guess.
Yeah.
They're I like them both. But like I feel like it's also, she's got like, I feel like she's got a mix of Stephanie and Michelle.
Okay.
I will say that I feel like in saying that, part of me feels like you're going to probably think it's because she's black. But that's not why. I don't want you to think it's because she's black. It's because she has a bit more of a sassy attitude, and
Sassy, direct to the point, just doesn't joke around with like
she's a lot less somber, I feel. She's respectful, but she does a deep dive, but she gets a little bit more sassy than somber.
Okay, yeah, and Stephanie tends to get a bit more somber.
Yeah. Which is one of the reasons I can't watch anything else that Stephanie does. I can't watch her Stephanie Sue channel because seeing her not in a somber mood is weird. I can't watch Eleanor Neal's other channels because, again, seeing her not being somber is weird.
Yeah, it's a very like
But
whiplash.
I can watch Swoop and Swoop 2. And I enjoy both. One is deep dives, and the other one is like similar to deep dives, but more casual and not as deep. It's more casual, less like groundbreaking kind of shit. But
Yeah, it's more just like casually going over cases that have already been done a bunch before.
yeah, kind of. But they're more I don't know, they're casual. I like them. I'm gonna show you her.
Yeah.
So.
I'll just be laying down in bed. Head probably up at the foot of the bed.
Well, that's fine, because guess what? I'm going to have my headset off, so that'll be good. Anyways, we got some good viewers here. We can go ahead and raid out to somebody. We can do a double raid, because I think that we've got a pretty good split here, babe.
Yeah, I've got 6 people to take with me. Want to stick around just for the raid?
We're going to raid out to... If we can, if they're streaming, that'd be fabulous.
Are they?
I don't know, I'm going to find out.
I know they're in the call. If it's the same people I'm thinking. But I think they just do stuff off screen together anyway. They are not live.
Oh, fuck it, let's raid Baker again.
What? Let's go. Gave us some cute.
Please, yes,
images
I
the other
absolutely
day.
want to see a picture. Okay, so this is the raid message. This is the raid message if you are subbed, which most of you should be at this point. If you are not, what the fuck are you even doing at this point? Okay. And we're raiding out to the baker. Send her some love. She's an absolute sweetie pie. She came and lurked on us earlier today. That was nice. She was being sneaky. So, all right, we'll see you guys. I'm just gonna say later because I don't fucking know when. Okay, love you guys. Did I do the thing? Did I type it? I did not.
You didn't type the rate?
I thought I did.
Oh, you did exclamate. I don't know. Yeah, maybe you just didn't hit enter, and then.
Am I just not allowed to raid today? What the fuck?
Is yours not working?
I don't know.
What if I try and set up your raid?
Oh, I can do it. I don't know why it's being stupid. I'm refreshing the page. Everything's being laggy right now. It could be because I have 14,000 tabs open.
Lucy did say that Discord may have been having some issues earlier. Oh, not Discord, Twitch might have. Oh, I saw that one go up. Yeah, okay, there you go.
Does you? I don't fucking see squat, man.
I finally see it. That you use the raid thing, and it's just counting down right now.
Is it? Maybe. Maybe. I don't. Why is my shit is lagging like fuck? Oh my god. Like, babe, look at my Twitch. Look at my stream manager.
What the fuck? That is insane how delayed that is.
Yeah.
Like, just lost some stuff.
Oh, am I rating out? I don't fucking know if I've rated.
It still says you're rated now. You've almost timed. I think my one went through.
Yeah, yours went through. I guess we'll just hope it goes through. If it goes through, then I'm just gonna fucking end the stream, guys. I don't fucking know, man.
It's got like 5 seconds left on
Okay.
yours. I don't know.
I'm just gonna hold out. Hold out. Okay, there we go. I don't know what's happening. Are we good? I don't know. Is it going through? It's not going through.
So how are you? Oh, I think it just went. Yeah, it just went.
Oh.
There we go.
All right, cool.